correspondence on file. From there, the public will have an opportunity to provide comments on the amendments being considered. Please be respectful of time and be concise with your comments. All commentators are requested to state their name and address and sign in on the sheet provided. After the public discussion, the public meeting will be closed. Council will then have an opportunity to provide comments for clarification. I now declare this meeting to be a public meeting pursuant to Section 34 of the Planning Act to deal with the following proposed amendments. Z 22-16 for 108 Silver Sands Road, Z 22-18 for 40 Island 127 River, Z 22-17 for 20506 Georgian Bay Shore, and official plan amendment to Section I-51 Site Plan Control. Door clerk.
Notice of the public meeting was sent by first-class mail to the respective owners, assessed persons within 120 to 800 meters of the property subject to the proposed applications, and to those persons and agencies likely to have an interest in the applications. These notices were sent at least 30 days prior to this morning's meeting. Included in each notice was an explanation of the purpose and effect of the proposed applications and a key map showing the location of the properties or a description of the lands to be affected by the proposed amendments. Other relevant information may also have been provided. These circulations were all provided in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act and the Township of Georgian Bay Official Plan. Members of the public are advised at this point that unless they make an oral or written submission to council before council makes a decision on these applications, that any subsequent appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal may be dismissed by the tribunal. Anyone who wishes to be notified of council's decision respecting the proposed zoning bylaw amendments must submit a written request to the planning department.
All right, thank you very much. So our first zoning bylaw amendment is Z 22-16 for 108 Silver Sands Lake Road. To our planning department. Ms. Reed, are you?
Yes.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Sorry, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Can you hear us?
A little bit.
A little bit. Oh,
Just give me a minute.
we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, if it's loud and clear on your end, then I will proceed. So good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Erin Reed, and I'm a planner with JL Richards and Associates. I will be presenting this application on behalf of Catherine, a previous planner at the Township of Georgian Bay. So I'm just going to share my screen. And are you able to see the presentation?
Yes, we are. Thank you.
There we go. Okay. So the subject lot is 108 Silver Sands Lake Road and the application Z22-16. So this application is for removal of a hold symbol. The holding symbol was a requirement implemented as a result of a planning council decision that occurred in February of 2022, which required the placement of a hold symbol for the completion of a land use agreement on title to address land use compatibility of an aggregate pit, which is just on the other side of the road, as the individuals wanted to construct a single detached dwelling on the property and they were within 1,000 meters of that aggregate pit. So the holding symbol can be removed by council as the applicant has registered the required land use agreement on title, and we are therefore recommending approval of the subject application. So here is just an image of the subject lands. This subject land is quite large. It actually extends further, sort of down. This image doesn't show the entirety of the property, but the area that had the hold symbol is just this area highlighted in blue here. It was zoned from open space to rural with an exception in February when this application first went forward to council, and it had the hold symbol placed over it. And now, as mentioned, they're just here to remove the H symbol. So in terms of our analysis, the holding symbol was applied to the property to ensure that a land use agreement was registered on title to address the land use compatibility of the proposed residential dwelling, dealing that with the licensed aggregate pit that's adjacent to the property on the north. In lieu, and I always struggle with that word, apologies, of a land compatibility study, council did impose a holding provision that required the property to register this agreement, and that condition has been met. For reference, a copy of this agreement is attached to the agenda package that was circulated. I believe it's on pages 31 to 36, so it has been provided there for your information. So with that, I can answer any questions at this time.
All right, thank you very much. Do we know if there are any members of the public or the applicants themselves are present or want to speak to this matter?
Andrew Morgan and Katrina Fairhall are present.
All right. Would you wish to make any comments on this application? Please.
I believe it covered everything in there, in Erin's thing she did there.
We can barely hear you.
I think Erin covered everything that we are bringing forward to you guys, and like she said, you guys approved it all pending this agreement, and we've met that agreement. So,
All right. We'll see if council has any additional questions, but thank you very much. And we're not aware of any members of the public who want to speak to this matter. Councilor Bocek, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the report. Just a question of clarity. In reading the report, the application was made for 108 Silver Sands Road, yet in the diagrams provided, all show that this property is on Lake Joseph Road South. I'm just wondering if we could get clarity on that.
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Bocek. Are you able to hear me? Okay,
Yeah.
I think it's just not coming through my headphones. Oh, apologies. Yes, that's the municipal property address. The civic address for the subject property is 108 Silver Sands Lake Road. When we do our planning analysis, which occurred with the application that happened in February, it's a corner lot, and with corner lots, we use the shortest frontage for measuring their front yard setback. So that did come from Lake Joseph Road. I believe it's also where they have their entrance, if I'm remembering correctly, an existing entrance. But again, 108 Silver Sands Lake Road is just the civic address for the subject lands.
Okay, just for clarity then, so Silver Sands Road would be using the site location map where it shows, looks like Lake Joseph Road is on the north side of the property. So that Silver Sands Road would be on the right side?
Yes, that's correct, on the right side along the eastern edge of the property.
Right, thank you for the clarity.
I must apologize to our clerk. I didn't ask if there's any correspondence on file.
So 2 letters of support were received from Stephen and Sherry Shell and James Mahan, and 1 letter of no objection was received from the District of Muskoka.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councilor Predko, please.
Thank you. Sorry, just for my education, since we're new to this file, could you indicate, you said that the aggregate is to the north. Is it on the other side of Lake Joseph Road, to the northwest or northeast? Like, and how far away is it? I know it's less than 1,000 meters, but how much less than 1,000 meters? And is the aggregate operational or not operational?
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Predko. That's correct. The aggregate pit is to essentially immediately to the north of the subject property across the street on Lake Joseph Road. The aggregate operation is currently inactive, but it is still licensed, which means that they can resume activity essentially at any point. Our understanding is that it has been inactive for quite some time, but again, because it is still licensed and deemed open, we have to treat it as such. In the township official plan, essentially the required setback between the aggregate operation and a sensitive land use, meaning, a use such as a residential dwelling, is 1,000 meters. However, in the District of Muskoka official plan, that setback is 300 meters. I believe the proposed dwelling is at about 350 meters from the aggregate operation. As part of the application that went forward in February, as mentioned, sort of through the presentation, that square that was blue was rezoned to rural exception 8. Part of that exception was sort of essentially establishing a building envelope of where they can construct their dwelling, which was based off of a site plan that the applicants provided. And it is just to ensure that they are as far from the aggregate as demonstrated. So I believe that they'll be at about 350 meters from the aggregate, which again, currently is non-operational, but it is still licensed. So we do have to treat it as such. Thank you.
Any other questions? Sorry, was that? Oh, okay, yeah, I have to look there too. Councillor Cooper, please.
Just a point of clarification. I wondered if the clerk could explain to me the letter of support, which is fine to have. Is there any planning rationale in the letter of support?
Ms. Levesque is pulling up the specific correspondence.
To the best of my recollection, that was from neighbors.
That's lovely, but rationale, just because you're a neighbor, what do you, should be articulated, I believe, why you support it, not just that you support it.
So I just have the correspondence pulled up on my screen here. I just read through it quickly. It just appears that the one letter just states their support for the application, and the other one just talks about their support and how long they've lived on the road. I don't know if there's much rationale behind the support, but they support.
This support there, but it's not, there's no planning rationale. Thank you.
If I could, Councillor Cooper, just for clarification, the application that went forth in February was to approve their proposed development of a dwelling, which essentially council said, yes, we're comfortable with your dwelling, but we do have concern with the aggregate, which is why we put the holding symbol on it for them to register their agreement, which they have registered their agreement. So essentially we're here today to say we have the agreement, we're comfortable with what was in that agreement, and we are therefore comfortable removing that H symbol, should that be council's decision today.
If I may respond, thank you for your answer there. I was just really trying to point out that, yes, I understand what you're talking about. What I'm talking about is letters of support. I happen to believe need to have planning rationale. Thank you.
I'm going to respectfully disagree with that perspective because I believe we often get neighbors expressing support for lack of support of a concept, and they don't have any planning qualifications, but they are assessing from their perspective whether the proposed development is a good one or a bad one.
So I'm going to recommend that we have a discussion at COW sometime about what constitutes a support letter of support that has rationale versus ones that don't. So I'll move that forward, but I'm just giving you my opinion at the moment as to what I think about letters of support. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Craighill.
Thank you. If I could just make the comment, I think that second letter is from a neighbor across the street, which may be equidistant to where the sand aggregate is, and that could be a relevant condition or situation for our consideration.
Any other comments? I have moved by Councillor Jarvis, seconded by Councillor Graziano. Be it resolved, the council enacts bylaw 2022-099 being a zoning bylaw amendment, Z 22-16, to lift a holding symbol H on land located at 108 Silver Sands Lake Road. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. You may, Councillor Hazelton.
Just wanted to make a comment to remind council and help the new councillors understand that in this circumstance, what we did back in February was we saw that the requirements were a very expensive land compatibility study that the applicant would have had to complete at great expense as the formal process. And what Planning Council did back then was say, we don't think that that is important enough. We want you to register this land use agreement on title, which is a much lesser effort by the applicant. And we put a hold symbol on it to allow that to take place. And the reason I'm bringing this up is there are other examples in our community where there are inordinate requirements in the formal process on applicants. And we from time to time recognize these inordinate requirements and find other paths to help the applicant move forward without the exorbitant cost associated with it. And I thought that was a useful example from this circumstance. And I wanted to offer that there are other examples in our township which will come up from time to time. And thank you for that opportunity.
Thank you. All right. So bottom line is on this particular application, the hold has been lifted.
Perfect.
And now we're going
Thank
to
you very
move
much.
on to our next application. And that is zoning bylaw amendment Z 22-18 for 40 Island 127 River. And to our planning department.
Thank you. It will be me again speaking for this application on behalf of Catherine. So I do have the presentation up. Can everyone see it?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Perfect. So the applicants are Adam and Irina Armstrong. They do have their agent is MHBC. We have West Crown and Chloe Paton. I do believe that they are in attendance today and will also be speaking on behalf of this application. And the address is 40 Island 127 River. This application is to demolish and replace a legally existing non-complying dwelling. The proposed development will maintain the front yard setback of 9.8 meters from the high water mark. And it will have an attached deck with a setback of 5.9 meters from the high water mark. They are also looking to increase the GFA of the dwelling to 196.4% of what is currently there, where 25% is permitted under the zoning bylaw. And they are also looking to increase the height by 3.64 meters to 9.44 meters, where only 6 meters in height is permitted in the zoning bylaw. So here is just the aerial image of the subject property. It is located on the shores of Severn River near the township's southeast boundary, and it is municipally addressed as 40 Island 120 Severn River. The subject property has an area of approximately 0.9 hectares and a shoreline frontage of about 114 meters. And it is a water access only, and they do get their water access through Severn River. The subject property is currently occupied by a legally existing non-complying dwelling with an attached deck. There's also a sleeping cabin, dock, and septic system on the property. The site topography appears to be steeply sloped with rock outcrops leading towards the shoreline. The subject property backs onto Crown land and then has shoreline residential uses to the north and south of the subject lands. Here is just a copy of the site plan. If you're able to see my mouse on here, essentially the light gray dashed lines is the existing dwelling, and this thicker line is their proposed dwelling, as well as the deck that goes around part of it. Here are some site photos. So this is the view from the canoe. Due to some weather constraints, planning staff was unable to do a site visit and they were unable to access the subject property, but the property owners, they were able to provide some photos. So I have a couple more in this slide, and then additional photos have been attached to the report as well. So here we have the existing dwelling is the blue dwelling, and then their sleep cabin is just a little bit further back. It's that darker gray dwelling. Here we have some rock outcrop and topography that's located behind the dwelling. And there's sort of this mattress pillow. It's just to use reference and sort of for height. And then here we have some topography and dense tree cover that's on the site. Again, this is to the rear of the existing dwelling. In terms of policy framework, the subject lands are considered rural under the provincial policy statement. In the district official plan, it is a waterfront area. It has been identified as being on the Trent Severn Waterway, as well as having high to very high archaeological potential. In the township official plan, it's designated waterfront. It is located within 120 meters of type 1 fish habitat, though along the shoreline is type 2 fish habitat. We did reach out to Hutchinson Environmental with respect to the type 1 fish habitat being within 120 meters of the subject site. They concluded that just due to the redevelopment nature of this application, it didn't warrant the need for an environmental impact assessment. However, they did note that the proposed development would likely have some impacts with respect to erosion. So they do want an erosion and sediment control plan, and that should be implemented through the site plan control process. And then lastly, it is zoned shoreline residential type 1. Based off the report, the proposed development is consistent with the relevant policies of the PPS, conforms to the applicable policies of both the District of Muskoka official plan as well as the Township of Georgian Bay official plan. As mentioned, the property is designated waterfront in both of those official plans where they do permit single detached dwelling. The only hesitation we had was with respect to that fish habitat assessment, which Hutchinson concluded, no further study was needed on that end, provided that they have the erosion and sediment control plan. And then with respect to the Township of Georgian Bay zoning bylaw, though, they are increasing the size of the dwelling. Overall, the planner found that they maintained the general intent of the zoning bylaw. With respect to, the dwelling is increasing, substantially in size. They could move the dwelling further back, though that would result in lots of blasting as well as tree removal, just again, due to the topography of the site. So the planner did find that the proposed location and just in general, what was being proposed did, maintain it, like I said, the general intent of the zoning bylaw. And they are recommending approval. Again, that is to increase the permitted GFA by 100 to 196.4%, where 25% is permitted. Even with this increase in GFA, they still do conform to the lot coverage provisions of the zoning bylaw in the shoreline residential type 1 zone. They are maintaining that 9.8 meter setback from what's currently there, though it does need to be recognized. Typically 20 meter setback is required. As well as recommending approval for the deck with a 5.9 meter setback, as well as increasing the height by 3.64 meters to 9.44 meters, where 6 meters is permitted. So with that, I can answer any questions at this time. As mentioned, the applicant's agents are here as well, so they may want to add a little bit more to what I just said. I can also answer questions.
All right, well, thank you very much. And this time I'm going to try to remember to check with the clerk if there's been any correspondence received on this application.
There is. One letter of support was received from the Cognition Cottagers Association, and one letter of no objection was received from the District of Muskoka.
Are you sure? No.
No, I'm not.
One moment, please. In the meantime, while you're double checking that, do we know if you mentioned that the applicants are present and their agent, and do we know if there are any members of the public that are interested in speaking to this?
Wes Crown from MHBC is present, as well as Eileen Armstrong, the applicant.
Okay. Ms. Armstrong, do you wish to make any comments with regards to this, or are you going to turn it over to your agent, Mr. Crown?
I'll turn it over to our agent, but I think in our package, we do have letters of support from our neighbors.
We're double checking correspondence at this moment. Mr. Crown. why don't we let you go ahead, and then at that point, maybe we'll know at the end what correspondence we have in file.
Thank you, Your Worship, members of council. Hopefully you're able to hear me clearly. It's a pleasure to be in front of you today. My name is Wes Crown. I'm an associate planner with MHBC. Our offices are in Barrie, or my office is in Barrie. Actually, I'm currently working from downtown Victoria Harbor, just across the bay from the township of Georgian Bay. I am joined today by Chloe Patton, who is a planner with our firm in Barrie, and our clients, Adam and Irene Armstrong, are on the call today. And if there are any really tough planning questions, I'll ask actually Chloe to answer those. And if there's more detail or color with respect to the history of the development of the property and some of the thinking with respect to the proposal that's before you today, I'll ask the Armstrongs if they want to add additional comment. Mr. Chairman, I have a brief presentation, and with your permission, I'll share my screen.
One moment, please. Please go ahead sharing your screen.
One letter of no objection was received from the District of Muskoka, provided that appropriate development control techniques be used to implement the site phosphorus management and impact mitigation measures.
All right, thank you. The Cottage Association did not weigh in on this particular application. All right. With that, Mr. Crown, if you wouldn't mind going ahead, please.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The subject property of the application, as your staff has indicated, is located on Gowit Island, or 40 Island 120 on the Severn River, Little Lake of Severn River. And as indicated, the property, which is Lot 7 on Plan M108, is owned by Adam and Irene Armstrong. The matter that's before you today is an application to amend the municipality's zoning bylaw to permit the replacement of the legally existing non-complying dwelling with a slightly larger new dwelling in the same footprint and location as the existing dwelling. The proposed new dwelling would have a setback of 9.8 meters from the high water mark, with an attached deck, which will have a setback of 5.9 meters from the high water mark, which is a slight improvement over the existing setback of the existing cottage. As you'll note, you have in your agenda package the detailed staff report, SR 2022-93. And attached to that is the MHBC planning analysis with respect to this application. Mr. Chairman, members of council, I'm not going to go over the policy analysis or the relevant planning documents, just to indicate that we agree and support the recommendation from your planning consultant. And our recommendation also concludes that the subject application is fully consistent and in conformity with the relevant planning documents. Go back the other way. So the subject property, as I indicated, is Gowit Island. The lot is indicated as shown on this slide. Gowit Island is on the south shore of the Severn River. It's approximately 2.4 kilometers east of Port Severn as the crow flies, and being an island, it is a waterfront lot which requires water access. The subject property is shown here in an aerial photography. It's one of the larger lots on the island. It has an area of approximately 0.9 hectares. And has a water frontage of 114 meters with water access, of course. The property currently supports an existing 111 square meter existing dwelling, a sleeping cabin, a 50.8 meter sleeping cabin, and one dock as shown in this location. There are no proposed changes to the sleeping cabin or the dock or any additional shoreline development that's proposed at this time. Mr. Chairman, as I think your planner outlined, the proposed development fully complies with all other relevant provisions of the municipality's zoning bylaw, with the exception of the size of the proposed new dwelling, setback less than 10 meters from the shoreline, and the height of the structure. And I'll highlight in my presentation why we think these two revisions to the zoning bylaw are appropriate in this case and represent proper and orderly development and good planning in respect of the unique characteristics of the subject property. So this slide, Your Worship, members of council, outlines the two proposed changes to the zoning bylaw. So a site exception would be required to permit a new dwelling with a floor area of 217.14 square meters and a height of 9.44 square meters, meters. You had a version of this slide in the presentation from staff. We've colorized it here to make it a little bit easier to differentiate. The blue color represents the existing footprint of the current cottage, and the green outline represents the proposed footprint of the new cottage. We've also outlined on here variations of the setbacks from the shoreline, 5.8 meters, which is the existing setback to the deck of the existing cottage, 9.1 meters, which is the existing setback to the cottage itself. And then we've also shown the 20-meter setback in this case. The proposal is to minimize tree removal, minimize site disturbance, eliminate the need for blasting on the property, and to tear down and replace the existing cottage with a new cottage in fundamentally the same location as the existing cottage. You'll see in this cross-section of the proposed new structure that one of the design approaches that the Armstrongs took was to provide the two-story portion of the building further away from the shoreline than the existing or the one-story portion of the building. And that step-back approach to the design of the building helps reduce the overall massing and appearance of height from the shoreline of the proposed new structure. Again, a couple more elevations, both water side and the rear elevation of the proposed building. These are pictures provided by our client to the municipality, again showing the existing cottage from the shoreline, the existing footprint, if you will, the existing vegetation to the rear of the property, again showing the heavily treed nature of the property and the steep slopes and the rock nature of the property. Some additional slides, and I note that the planner noted the cushion on the pictures. That was actually, it's not multiple cushions throughout the slides. The cushion was moved around to give a context of the height and the change in elevations. The cushion is approximately 30 inches in height, just for scale, to give you a sense of what you're looking at in these pictures. And again, this is the topography and the vegetation immediately behind the property, which again poses its own constraints, particularly with respect to the need for blasting and site alteration and tree removal if my clients were obligated to push the building back beyond the 20-meter setback. So, Mr. Chairman, again, respectful of your time, we agree and support the staff report and the staff recommendations. In our opinion, the proposed dwelling is modestly sized. It does not exceed the maximum permitted lot coverage within the zone based on the subject property. The maximum coverage is 7%, and our client is proposing a structure at 3%. And in our opinion, a 217 square meter new dwelling is modest. It's not further encroaching into the front yard and is proposed in, like I had indicated, in approximately the same location as the existing dwelling, which will limit the amount of vegetation removal, blasting and site alteration that would be required either to construct the building at the top of the hill, which will end up having greater visual impact on the shoreline, and the area that would be required to bring materials to this island lot would also result in significant requirements for vegetation removal and site alteration. So based on our review of the relevant plans and policies that would impact the consideration of this application, also looking at the unique site characteristics and site conditions and the surrounding land uses, it is our planning opinion that the application that's before you conforms to the district official plan and the municipality's official plan, generally meets the requirements of the municipality's zoning bylaw, and represents proper development and good planning in this context. Your worship, members of council, certainly willing to answer any questions, and if necessary, we can have either Chloe Patton or our client help out with the responses as necessary. Thank you again, and I'll stop sharing my screen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Crown. Just double checking if there's any members of the public that were present that want to speak to this one. Not that you're aware of. Okay. With that, I'm going to turn it over to council, and I see Councillor Gatiano's hand up. Followed by Councillor Cooper, please.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Mr. Crown, or perhaps if your client is present, can you identify on whether or not this is intended to be a 3-season cottage, or will this be a 4-season full-time resident?
If I can, thank you, Councillor, for the question. I will ask my clients to respond to that.
So Wes, thank you. Hi, it's Adam Armstrong speaking. The cottage intends to be insulated, but we don't intend to use it 4 seasons, as it's really not practical to get to the cottage during the winter.
Understood. Thank you. And with regards to the size increase from 111 square meters to 327 square meters, will there be an additional bedroom added in there, or could you kind of define why the additional request of space?
So no, there will not be. The cottage actually has 4 bedrooms now, albeit they're quite small, and 2 bathrooms. So as size based, simply we're making each of the rooms larger. There'll be 1 additional seating area that will be on the upper level. Frankly, I apologize, I don't use meters. It's about 2,300 square feet is the way that I think of it. So it's modestly larger, and it'll just give us more room to be inside for the spring and fall when it's not ideally warm outside.
Thank you, Mr. Armstrong. A couple more questions if I can. I didn't see the septic system listed on the site plan. Is there a picture that identifies where the septic system is?
So yes, I can put it back up. Just to answer that, Councillor Graziano, there are actually 2 septic systems on it. When we built the bunkie, what had happened is we understood that the septic system that had been built by the previous owner was not up to size for the number of bedrooms in the cottage. And so what we did is we actually connected the bunkie, which simply has a bathroom in it, to the old septic system, which was compliant for, and we built a larger septic system when we built the bunkie 3 years ago in a different location. That's the one that's the new one back there, and that one is compliant for the size of the new cottage that we're building.
So sorry, the one on the north end of this picture
is the old one. Is the old one. And then the new one is the one with the hand on it right now. So the further back one. So the lines cross because the one from the bunkie goes to the one that's on the north, and the old cottage or new cottage will go to the one that's on the east.
And Mr. Crown, you identified that you had some additional letters from neighbors attached to the file. Is that correct? Because I don't believe we have copies of those. regardless of whether or not there's any planning information in those letters. Do we have copies of those or?
Yeah, through the counselor, I know they've been provided to the municipality. I can try to find them. I know just from memory, immediate neighbor to the north, Mrs. Frew responded in the past couple days with support for the application and no concerns with the proposed redevelopment.
That is correct, Wes. And then our neighbor immediately to the south submitted a letter of support as well. Neither of them have any Planning Act information, and they just didn't have any objections to what we were proposing to do.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, our clerk's department is indicating that they have not received that course.
Well, we have copies. We can pass them along. I'm not sure, Wes, you have you and Chloe will have them.
Good to have those added to the file. All right, Councillor Cooper, please, followed by Councillor Jarvis.
Thank you, Mayor Kutsier, and thank you for the report, all of you. And I was very pleased to hear get the information about the septic system. I appreciate Councillor Graziano's identifying that, because it's nice to see the new system as it looks like it's back 30 meters. And that's appropriate. So good to see. But I have some questions, I guess maybe for Aaron. I think you said at the outset, and maybe I missed this in the report, but there was not a site visit, is that correct?
Thank you through your worship to Councillor Cooper. That's correct. There was no site visit made by planning staff, and that was due to just weather constraints, and they were unable to make it.
It was, sorry, due to which?
I'm going to double check my notes that was provided to me, but they said there were weather conditions that limited their ability to go out on site. So likely just with respect to sort of being, an in-between season, they were unsafe, couldn't travel out by boat to the property.
So when did this application come in, please?
Just give me 1 second to pull up the application itself. Oh, the application came in March of 2022 is when it was submitted, based off what I have in this file.
March of 2022, and the weather was bad from March of 22 to today, and never could. I'm confused.
I wasn't at the planner on file. I am just presenting on behalf of the planner that completed the report. As council was aware, there was a significant backlog in files, so this application didn't get looked at until more recently. So again, I'm not sure the date that the file was sort of opened on our end. The report was submitted on December 13th to council. Notices go out about a month prior, so I'm not sure if it got to the planner's desk until sort of late October, early November. That's just what I'm assuming based off the information that I have in front of me, and my knowledge and experience with the application backlog. But it was great to have the photos that were provided by the applicants. I do believe that those photos really helped provide an understanding of everything that is on the property and the existing topographic constraints on the property as well.
Thank you for that, and it's good to get that clarification. I also note there's not even a site evaluation report that I am aware of, although there is some comment on the fish habitat issue, and that would be left up until site plan control stage. I note that in particular the building height is basically more than 50% greater than is allowed. So not 20 feet, or I do 2 feet, but more like 30 feet. So that concerns me from a visual impact perspective, the shoreline implications, etc. So there's a number of issues that concern me, particularly no site visit. So that is something that I think has to happen on all applications. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
Thank you. I too am concerned with the lack of a site visit, and I always get concerned when I see increases of 196% and with regards to GFA, and I think your height is but more than 2.5 times current. Given that we don't, I understand there are no GFA restrictions in this type of situation, and based on the reports, everything seems reasonable in that way, so I'll let it go. But my concern, Aaron, is how we calculate height. We've been over this ground before in past applications. If I look at the diagrams given to us by the report that is contained within our report, that building height is over 11 meters. That's not the number that's given, because I believe the number that's given is an average based on several different measurements of height of that building. You can clarify that for me, I'd appreciate it. But if you were to look at the pictures of that cottage, I think we have to imagine that cottage being basically twice the height that it currently is with those trees in front. And that's quite a massing on a shoreline when you've got a setback that is obviously shorter than what we would normally require. So first off, clarification on how we calculate height, please.
Thank you. Through your worship to Councillor Jarvis, I am going to direct that question to MHBC if someone's able to answer that. Again, just I was not the individual that processed this application, so I can't comment on those, how these numbers were determined.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, your worship, through to the councillor, again, may I share my screen so I can pull back up the elevation drawing if that's helpful. Again, if I can, just to clarify, Mr. Chairman, the height as it's shown here is to the midpoint between the peak and the eave at the rear two-story portion of the dwelling, and that's from the finished grade at the front of the property. As you can see, because of the design of the building with the step back to the two-story portion of the building, that two-story portion of the building, so the increase in height, if you will, is located over 15 meters from the shoreline, not the 9.1 meters of the existing cottage or the one-story portion of the building, which would comply with the height provision and standard of the bylaw itself. I'm not sure I want to offer an opinion to the municipality about how it's been interpreting its zoning bylaw with respect to the height, but the calculation and the numbers that we've shown in our report and that are before the council today represent numbers that are appropriate to the proposed development and represent the proposed building that's before council. If I could, Mr. Chairman, just very, very briefly, in discussions with our clients about the nature of their proposed building, which again, 2,300 square feet is a modest building when the size of the lot would permit a new cottage of 600 square meters or well over 6,000 square feet. They are intending to construct a building that has the same number of buildings that can be accommodated within the existing septic system and in the same footprint. And that is slightly larger than what's there. And they had an option to proceed by way of minor variance or to proceed by way of rezoning application. Now, the tests with respect to a minor variance application are different than they are for a rezoning application. The Planning Act sets out some fairly clear tests that applications for minor variance must meet. Meet the intent and purpose of the official plan, meet the intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw, be minor in nature, and be appropriate to the development of the property. The tests with respect to an application for a rezoning are different. And so it was on that basis that we were able to work with our clients and to submit a rezoning application in March of this year for their proposed demolition and replacement of the existing cottage. And the tests under a rezoning application are principally whether the application is in conformity with the relevant plans and policies that are in place, that the proposed development represents good development and proper and orderly development, and that the proposed development will meet the overall tests that are set out in the relevant planning documents. And it's our opinion, as we set out in our planning analysis, and I think as your staff has set out in their planning report, that the proposed redevelopment actually meets those tests and fully complies with the district's official plan, your official plan, and generally with all other provisions of your zoning bylaw. As indicated, your staff and your consultants rightfully circulated this application to Hutchinson Environmental, who reviewed all the relevant and appropriate data and information with respect to this site. And because of what we're proposing, have concluded that a full EIS and site evaluation was not required, and that there would be no impact on the type 2 fish habitat that is immediately in front of this property, and no impact on the type 1 fish habitat that happens to be within 120 meters of the subject property. As we did in our report, we recommended that through your site plan control process, the appropriate erosion and sediment control plan should be prepared to ensure that there would be no impact on water quality and fish habitat. And that's also recommended in the staff report that's before you today as well. So, Mr. Chairman, again, we're talking about a large lot, a modest cottage that is larger in size than the existing one, and that proposes a height increase that has been, we believe, appropriately mitigated through design. And the conclusion, I think, from the neighbors is that they agree with us that the proposal to demolish and replace the building in its existing location will have limited impact on the view from the canoe, if you will. It will have limited impact on the shoreline itself, and will have significantly less impact if our clients are obligated to push this building back beyond 20 meters and potentially 30 meters from the shoreline, creating a greater visual impact on this area on Little Lake of Severn River. Your Worship, I appreciate the opportunity to add those additional comments, and we can continue to answer questions from council members.
Thank you.
I appreciate the comments, Mr. Crown, on this. And I am agreeing with you on a number of the points that you have brought up with regards to a new build, GFA, and et cetera, et cetera. But I will argue that your view from the canoe is substantially altered with this new build versus what is currently there. Whether that is a better option than a new build is, frankly, I don't know. We haven't got the proposal for a new build. So that is my primary concern. You're looking at a building that is effectively twice the height of what we currently see in those photographs. I don't think you can argue that. Your diagrams show a height to the peak, actual peak of over 36 feet. And that's my concern. I understand all the other numbers. They all make sense. I agree with them. But the view from the canoe is substantially impacted with this build. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Pecco, did I see your hand up earlier and it went down or? Okay, then I'm going to go to Councilor Bocek, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Mr. Crown and Mr. Armstrong, for your presentations. Very informative and added great value to the report that we were given. I really don't have any concerns or questions. I have a few comments I'd like to make, and you've checked off most of the boxes in being my concerns: no blasting, minimal tree removal. To me, the pictures do more justice than a written report. I can actually see what's going on there. So the fact that you didn't perform a site visit doesn't impact my ability to make a decision here. I happen to go up the river and have a look at it. So, the new proposal is very in line with the character of that shoreline. I don't think the view from the canoe is going to change much, because the development in all three townships up there, Severn Township, Muskoka Lakes, and even on the Georgian Bay side, there's some very large, tall cottages on that shoreline. The building is pretty much within the the original footprint. The increase in height really affects no one. The neighbors have already said that they have no concerns with it. And really, there is an increased setback from the water from what was originally there. I think this is good planning. I think you've obviously read through our official plan and our bylaws, and you've tried to conform with everything. And I support your efforts, and I support this application. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm afraid I have a couple of questions. I'm a little bit confused, and maybe somebody can set me straight on the actual size of this cottage when it is completed. Because on the one hand, I've been hearing it a couple of times, 2,300 square feet. In other points, I read something that looks like it's closer to 3,000 square feet. And I'm just wondering if that could be clarified. I guess my concern is that while you refer to a section as a crawl space, I think the crawl space will appear as a full story at the water side, based on the pictures you have now and the lay of the land. And so I think visually it's going to appear to go from a two-story construction to a three-story construction, though I respect the fact that the third floor is recessed somewhat farther from the shoreline than the first floor. But I wonder if you could confirm the actual, I'm used to square footage, but square meters of this build. Is it 2,300 square feet or is it 3,000 square feet?
Thank you, Your Worship. I can confirm those numbers for you. So the existing dwelling is at about 110.5 square meters, which comes out to 1,189.5 square feet. They're proposing to add.
Just one moment, and that's just basically the main floor measurement, not anything for the basement, I'm presuming.
My understanding, that's what the measurement is of the existing dwelling of what is there on ground level. And then they're proposing to add 217.14 square meters, which is just over 2,300 square feet. So the grand total of their new dwelling would be 327.65 square meters, which is 3,526.7 square feet.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so that's where the confusion was. The addition is 2,300 square feet, but the final total will be 3,500 square feet.
Mm-hmm.
It may, Mr. Chairman, just to add to what's been provided, the existing dwelling size does not include a calculation for the crawl space. The proposed building, based on the definitions in the municipality's zoning bylaw, we actually included the floor area within the crawl space as required by the municipality's zoning bylaw, which obviously increases the size of the building. And the other numbers, I believe, from Aaron are correct.
All right, thank you. No, I appreciate you clarifying that, because I'm looking at all these drawings and I said, that doesn't look like a 2,300 square foot construction, and clearly it's not. It's significantly larger. And I find, to be quite honest with everyone, I find myself torn on this one. It's a difficult decision, and I'm torn because while I appreciate that utilizing the current footprint makes a lot of sense, and that causes the least, I'll call it new damage to the lot. Going up going from one story to 2 stories in above the crawl space or basement, whatever you choose to call it, will impact the visual quite significantly, and therefore I'm a bit torn, and I'm going to let the council go to a second round if anybody's so inclined. But before I do that, I'm going to go to Ms. Cadet, who I see has raised her hand to add her input to the discussion. Ms. Cadet.
Hi, everyone. Just wanted to clarify that the application was submitted to the township in September. That was all I wanted to add in. I've just been looking through the files.
We didn't hear what you said after you said you wanted to clarify.
Sorry, I'll get closer. The application was submitted in September. Just to clarify for the site visit.
Okay. Thank you.
So just, Your Worship, if I could just, our pre-con application was submitted in March of this year. And because of the backlog and the staff turnover, that was not able to occur. And with the support and direction from the administration at the municipality, we submitted the rezoning application in September. Obviously, our client was actually hoping for a 2022 construction and build, but because of some of those delays, the application was not submitted until later this year. And our clients obviously have had to delay their plans to demolish and construct their new cottage, and are hoping to be able to do that in spring of 2023.
Well, I appreciate that, and unfortunately, they're not alone in that. Numerous people's applications were delayed in 2022. And okay, with that, I'm going to go to Councillor Predko, because I don't believe he spoke in the first round, and then we'll do the second round. Councillor Predko.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So most of my issues have been discussed and answered, but what I would just like to kind of go back to again is just on the height. And on the height of the basement / crawl space at the front. Am I reading it correctly that it's 8 feet high at the front? So it's a full height basement at the front. And how much GFA does that account for?
If I could, Your Worship, I'm going to ask my associate, Chloe Patton, to see if she can pull up that number. Obviously, because of the sloping nature of the property, as council will be aware, throughout Georgian Bay and Cottage Country, while it's full height at the front of the crawl space, it disappears and there's no height at the back and of the crawl space. We may have to come back to Councillor Predko's question with respect to how much floor area there is in the crawl space. I'm not sure how quickly Chloe is going to be able to find that number, and I'm going to ask my client Adam whether he knows that number off the top of his head. I suspect he might.
I apologize, I do not. I can say within the current cottage, the width at which you cannot walk in the current crawl space is about 5 feet, and it only is on the south side of the cottage. On the north side, the actual rock slopes down into there, so there's only about three or 4 feet of space even at the front of the cottage on the north side, but on the south side, I think it's about 5 to 6 feet wide.
Okay, thank you. I'm just curious as to how much of the total GFA we're talking with this space area, but I appreciate it's not the full size of the cottage.
Yeah.
It's the I appreciate the dual septic and the tiering of the cottage. I understand the concern about the height from the overall cottage and what it appears from the lake shore or the river shore, wherever we are right now. But I appreciate that the tiering would help mitigate some of that height issue. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor, and all the input. It's been very interesting. I guess, one of the items that's been articulated in particular is the height of the building is a concern, and I concur with that. I'm delighted about the septic system. I think that is a good thing. But I have to say that regardless of March or September, I think that a site visit and even a site evaluation report would have made me feel better about this application. I think the height and frankly the size, we're talking about a massive change here. Very serious concerns about those particular aspects that I've just mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, any other questions or concerns? Councilor Graziano.
Omitting the crawl space, what would be the total livable space, square footage wise? And the reason why I ask this question is looking at the drawings, I do see that it is a multi-level crawl space, and I'm just curious to know what part of that crawl space actually is considered GFA. So if we were to omit that GFA section, what would the total livable space look like?
Again, Your Worship, my colleague Chloe Patton is trying to look that number up, and we'll get it to you as quickly as we can.
Great. On another note, I agree with our councillor and district councillor, Councillor Bocek, as well as our mayor. I feel that it's our job to balance the impacts to the surrounding lot, the trees, and the environment with that of the view from the canoe. And I do appreciate the fact that you have designed a building that will mitigate the impact to the surrounding lot. However, as others have articulated, I am also concerned with the view of the canoe. And I wonder if there's any way that we can minimize that view from the canoe.
If I may, Your Worship, respond to the councillor's question. I think as we noted, the subject property is one of the larger properties on Gowit Island, has a frontage of about 114 meters along the shoreline. By replacing the existing tired cottage with a new dwelling in substantially the same footprint, the majority, about 90% of the shoreline on that property will remain natural and undisturbed. And the proposal to construct a new dwelling in the same footprint, or generally the same footprint as the cottage, will leave the majority of the shoreline in its existing undeveloped and natural condition. From our perspective, that plus some of the design approaches with respect to the step back for the second story at the back of the building, we believe actually minimizes the potential impact on the view from the canoe or in the boat that's driving by on the Severn River. There are options. Councillor Graziano, our client could push the building back to beyond the 20 meters. But in our analysis, that has greater impact than what's being proposed here, both on not only on the view from the canoe, because the building would end up having to be located at the top of the lot with significant blasting, site alteration, and tree removal required for not only the building, but also to create a path to deliver the materials from the shoreline to the building site itself. In balancing all those things, we compared that against the policy directions of the district's official plan and the municipality's official plan. And we think that better conforms with the overall goals, objectives, and values that the municipality has set for new shoreline development in this area of the municipality. And I'm looking to see whether my colleague has yet been able to find out the calculation of the crawl space, but it doesn't appear as if we found that number yet. But we will certainly get that number to the municipality as required and as necessary.
Thank you, Mr. Crown.
Councillor Jarvis, please.
Yeah, I'll just reiterate, and I appreciate this, because if it were a new build, as commented by Mr. Crown, significantly more GFA would be permitted than what's been put here. So I commend that. I have no, and that's not an issue for me. Again, as I commented earlier and has been further commented on, you're looking at a height. If I've got all my calculations right. The proposed full height of the building, not the average height, is over 11 meters. The current height of the building is 5.8 meters as per the documentation. So while we're not looking at a full doubling of the height, it is significant. And given that there's significantly more GFA allowed on a new build, I'm surprised that we didn't go back on the property with this addition as opposed to up. And therein is my concern, as noted before, is the view from the canoe is a significant impact for that reason. Otherwise, I don't see any problems with this, and I commend the property owner and designers for trying to work within the constraints given to them. I just think they probably could have gone back as opposed to up on their second story addition. And that is my concern. Thanks.
If I can just respond, Your Worship.
Please.
The proposed building has a height increase of 3.64 meters, which is over what's currently permitted as of right under the zoning bylaw, regardless of what the resultant calculation is. So the increase is 3.64 meters over what would be permitted as of right within the zoning bylaw. I think as your staff has indicated, and as our analysis has concluded, there is about a 10-meter difference between the shoreline and the 20-meter setback from the waterfront. We're talking about 33 to 35 feet height differential with significant slopes. And so the building footprint for the existing cottage represents really the only realistic location for the new cottage or the new dwelling, unless our clients are obligated and forced to push it back to 20 meters or more. In this case, that we believe it would have a bigger impact on the whole range of things that the municipality has indicated are important to it in your official plan and in the district's official plan. If our client wanted to make the building reduce the height and push it back into the hill, if you will, then there would be significant site alteration and blasting that would be required to do that. And I think our clients' sort of approach to looking at constructing a new cottage was to minimize those disturbances, minimize the blasting, and minimize tree removal by picking a site that would permit them to do that. And I still think construct a reasonably modest cottage in this location.
Any further comments, Councillor? Okay, so I'm gonna go Counselor Bocheck first, and then we'll go back to Counselor Cooper.
Thank you. Mr. Crown, you just stated that if the client was able to push his cottage back, if it, without blasting, because he's not going to be doing any blasting, it's going to increase the visual impact from the water. In other words, the slope and topography of this property, if you push this build back 10 or 15 meters, because of the rise in the topography, the visual impact is going to be greatly increased. In other words, from the water to the roof line is going to be substantially higher if you move the cottage back. I think we've taken the best of what we have here on this property and utilized it in a way that will afford him to build this larger cottage. And I don't think there's a better way of doing it with my construction background. And I think this is the proper way to mass this property. And I think it's the proper way and the proper location for what he's planning to do in the future. So again, I have no real issues with this. And I think you've done everything you can to mitigate the visual impact. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Cooper, you wanted to make a third remark?
Yes, I would, please. Thank you. I've heard that it would supposedly make the building higher. I think what it would be is higher relative to the water level. There may be some ways for this to be mitigated in terms of height if it were moved back. Depending on what you're calling height, I guess, is sort of where I would land here. I also am concerned that there was not a site visit. I think all our applications should and must have a site visit, which concerns me. And finally, I would like to suggest that we defer this matter until there is a site visit and perhaps the applicant can come forward with a more compliant recommendation. So that's what my suggestion would be, a deferral. Thank you.
Thank you. I think what frustrates me a little bit about this application is, I'm staring at one picture I see that refers to the rock outcrop behind the dwelling, but it does. What I don't see is I don't see pictures of the actual back of the dwelling where I could see whether or not they could have added a few extra feet or meters to the, I'll call it the footprint going back. It concerns me that, the height increase there, the request is to increase it by 3.64 meters to 9.44. In other words, it's right now at 5.8 meters. So it's pretty darn close. The existing building is pretty darn close to the 6 meters that is permitted. Because we're basically saying they're asking permission to go from a 2-story face, if I can call it that, to a 3-story face. And if I was convinced that there was no option, no reasonable option for expanding the footprint itself, and then I'd say, okay, this is one way of achieving that. And then we have to say, is this a reasonable compromise? I mean, I think the good news is that the building height would still be well below the tree height, which does help. But we've debated this long enough, and I'm hearing approval from some and doubt from some and deferral from one. So I don't believe deferral before I go to a full vote. Is that correct?
It's Irene Armstrong. Can I just make a comment?
Yes, you may.
You asked why we couldn't go back any. If you go to the site plan, and you zoom in, you will see we actually paid to get a topographical survey done, so you could see exactly, because it's a very interesting property. It rises in certain spots, So if you zoom in, you can see the exact elevation and you'll see where the back corner of the cottage is. There's like a meter rise. So if we can't move, like we couldn't move it back without either blasting or raising it another meter.
And yeah, and I believe it. There's an earlier one west of it. Yeah, that would do it. If you look at the lines that just on the north side of the cottage, you'll see the line. The cottage sits itself roughly at about 182 meters above sea level. If you go back 5 feet or maybe 8 feet, you'll see at the back it's 185.99, which is about 9 feet higher. And so those two lines represent kind of the ridges as the rocks go further up. So we would like to have gone back, but either we'll have to set on top of that 185.9 or we'll have to level 10 feet of granite.
Yeah, and if we sit on top, then from the canoe, the view won't be much different than what we're planning right now. But we'll have to blast, so you won't even see the trees anymore.
Well, thank you for that additional information. I'm still trying to read it clearly.
So the best example is if you look on just to the south of the cottage, you can see there, and I know they're not clear in the actual submission, it's probably easier than on the scans, but it's like 182.52, 182.51, and on the other side, it's about 183, and then there's a line, and that's the ridge where it actually goes up at least a meter after that. And it is literally a meter. You can actually walk out the back of our cottage and you have to take a step up to the kitchen window. And then by the time you walk up 5 more feet, I am literally standing above the roof of the old building.
Thank you. That is helpful. Council, are you prepared for me to call the vote? Is anybody else interested in deferral, or should I call the vote?
You okay with the deferral and allow for a site visit? Give us some clarification as you suggest on the exactly what the features are behind the cottage.
Worship, if I could, we submitted as part of the application the detailed topographic survey and the site pictures to try to assist the municipality in getting a full understanding and appreciation of the property and the unique circumstances around how they were trying to, our clients were trying to site the new building. We think that's more than sufficient information to get a clear understanding of the property. A deferral to undertake a site inspection may have been appropriate if that information wasn't submitted to the municipality. I can tell you that
Mr. Crown, we appreciate that, and there's no doubt that you and your client want us to approve. But one option that we can consider, and I'm going to ask council if they'd like to consider, would be to refer it back to staff until a site visit is completed, in order to satisfy staff that this is actually the most practical solution to the design challenges that you face.
I appreciate that, Your Worship. What I don't know is I used to work for the Township of Seguin, and their rule was basically mid-November to mid-April, or until full the ice was gone, site inspections didn't occur. And that would be a significant delay for our clients on top of the significant delays that they've already experienced. I'm not sure whether the municipality does island inspections, particularly in the case of Severn River, where there are notorious locations on Severn River where it's not safe to.
I would like, at this point, I would like you to leave it with us to make a decision.
Sure, thank you.
You're calling for a referral versus a defer.
I haven't finalized what I'm calling for at the moment.
Just wanted to understand what the distinction was, but even a referral would be, I think, preferred. Thank you.
I'm going to actually make an inquiry of our CBO Because you have, with all your local knowledge, how difficult would it be to make a site visit to this particular location prior to, say, April or May?
No kidding. I actually am not exactly 100% sure where it is, exact location is on the Severn River. I can tell you currently, under certain circumstances, we are still traveling by boat now. Obviously, depending on the boat, depending on the person. So
And it's
if-
getting quite cold right now.
It is quite cold. We're expendable. It's okay. But so I'm not sure if you'd be, or one of our planning staff would be interested if they could provide a boat ride this time of the year. Obviously, it's hard. Most boats are away, but some contractors still do have their boats in the water.
So our options in front of us, council, are either, I think, to refer this until a site visit is completed, or to vote on whether we approve or disapprove at this time. Councilor Hazelton, you haven't said anything so far, so I'm going to give you a chance to speak.
Just letting my fellow councilors pipe up. I have one observation here now that I've had it drawn to my attention that elevations are here on the property. And I just hadn't observed the location of the new septic bed on the east side of the property is 184.68. And the elevation of the back of the property, the back of the proposed building is 184.2. Not a big difference. And that to me, I was previously going to say just go ahead and approve it, but based on what I'm seeing, it actually looks like the terrain from the proposed location back to that septic bed is actually fairly flat, unless I'm missing something. And that to me says it's a really good candidate for a site visit. Follow what I'm saying?
I'm following, but I think there's actually a ridge.
There's a ridge a little bit to the north, but you know, if you were, I don't want to design it. I'm just saying it looks flattish going back that way. I'm wondering, does that present options that haven't been exercised? I don't know. This is, I'm just saying a site visit might make more sense now to raise comfort.
All right. I'm going to ask council, excuse me, I apologize. The current motion reads, moved by Councillor Predko, seconded by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved that council enacts bylaw 2022-100, being a zoning bylaw amendment, Z 2218, to facilitate the replacement of a legally existing non-complying dwelling where the proposed development will maintain the front yard setback of the dwelling of 9.8 meters from the high water mark, with an attached deck with a setback of 5.9 meters from the high water mark, and to permit an increase to the GFA of the dwelling to by 196.4%, where 25% is permitted, and increase the height by 3.64 meters to 9.44 meters, where 6 meters is permitted. All those in favor of referring this pending a site visit, please raise your hand. Oh, sorry, Oh, I have to read a much briefer one. That would be it resolved that council receives report 2022-93 for Z 22-18, 40 Island 127 River, and referred until site visit is completed by township staff. All those in favor? 2, 3. That means I get to make the deciding vote. I'm not going to vote in favor. So that motion has failed. So now I'm going to vote the original motion. And for anyone who wants explanation, it's after I looked at the topographical lines or whatever they're called, the heights, that I think that would, I believe a site visit would not change it would not change the idea I suggested. So I'm going to go back to the original motion and we'll vote on that and see whether that passes or fails. Moved by Councillor Predko, seconded by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved, the council enacts bylaw 2022-100, being a zoning bylaw amendment, Z20-18, to facilitate the replacement of a legally existing non-compliant dwelling. For the proposed development will maintain the front yard setback of the dwelling of 9.8 meters from the high water mark, with an attached deck with a setback of 5.9 meters from the high water mark, and to permit an increase of the GFA of the dwelling to 196.4%, where 25% is permitted, and increase the height by 3.64 meters to 9.44 meters, where 6 meters is permitted. All those in favor? I'm going to vote in favor, and therefore that is carried. And I'm now going to call for a 10-minute recess.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, members of council.
Thank you.
All right. I think after that break, we're ready to go on to zoning bylaw amendment application Z 22-17 for 20506 Georgian Bay Shore. And I believe the report was prepared by Ms. Gadet. Who maybe not there. Oh, she is there. Good. Ms.
Hi,
Gadet.
everyone. Hopefully you can hear me this time.
Yes, we can.
My colleague Marilyn Cameron will be presenting this one.
Oh, okay. I saw your name on the report, but let's go over to Ms. Cameron, please.
Great, thank you all. My name is Marilyn Cameron. I'm a planner at JL Richards, and I'll be presenting application Z2217 to you all this morning. So let me just share my screen quickly. Okay, is everyone able to see that?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. Great, so the proposed zoning bylaw amendment application here is for the lands known municipally as 20506 Georgian Bay Shore. The subject property is not on Bone Island, as you might see in the legal address there, but it is just to the north of Bone Island and south of the Lower Musquatch River. The applicant is a numbered company, care of Bonnie Birch, and their agent is Bev Wicks of Riverstone Environmental, who is also present at today's meeting to answer questions afterwards as well. The purpose of the proposed amendment is to change the zoning of portions of the subject lands from Cognizine residential to environmental protection, to rezone portions of the subject lands from environmental protection to Cognizine residential, and to apply a site-specific exception to implement an OMB decision that restricted boathouses and boat ports from portions of the property. So overall, this application seeks to protect natural heritage as identified by EIS. It will fulfill a condition of the previous consent. I'll go over in just a moment. It will facilitate future development of detached dwellings on lands not constrained to development as shown in the EIS. And then it will restrict a portion of the property from boat ports and boathouses in accordance with that previous OMB decision. So staff is recommending that council approve the zoning bylaw amendment application. So here's a history of the applications on the site. In 2012, consent application B-18/12 was submitted to sever 2 new lots with access easement along the shoreline. At that time, Riverstone conducted an environmental impact study to identify areas of development constraint for the protection of sensitive natural features. This application was provisionally approved, including a condition for a zoning bylaw amendment to protect those identified development constrained areas. Approval was appealed to the OMB, but this was dismissed through settlement, which included a site-specific exception to prohibit boat ports and boathouses within the front yard of specific areas of the subject site. A dock would be permitted and would provide access. Since that time, this site-specific exception has not yet been included in the township zoning bylaw text or schedules. In 2012, following this, to fulfill the condition of consent, zoning bylaw amendment Z12-2012 was submitted to zone development constraint areas identified in that EIS to environmental protection. This was approved, and despite fulfillment of all conditions, only 1 lot was severed, the second one lapsed. So in 2012, consent application B21-08 was submitted to sever that previously lapsed second lot. Again, Riverstone Environmental was retained to conduct another environmental impact study. In this case, they identified the existing and some expanded development constraint areas. This application was provisionally approved, and one of the conditions was a zoning bylaw amendment to rezone the lands in reference to the updated EIS and those development constraint areas. Which brings us to the current application. which is Z 2217, to zone the updated development constraint areas to environmental protection as a condition of that consent. And then Riverstone Correspondence recently identified some discrepancies in the schedules of the current zoning bylaw. And so is recommending to rezone portions that are currently zoned environmental protection to Cognition residential to correct these discrepancies and allow for future residential uses in areas which do not have sensitive natural features. And then lastly, this application will also apply that site-specific exception to implement the 2013 OMB decision that restricted boathouses and boat ports from that portion of the property, but is not yet reflected in the zoning bylaw. So here's the subject property. You can see, Bone Island is just south of where this image ends, but you can see it's south of the lower Musquash River, and it is north of Bone Island. The parcel is 34.6 hectares in size, and it contains a number of environmental features associated with the Musquash Special Policy Area, the Gibson River Muskoka Heritage Area. It also contains significant deer wintering habitat, open water marsh, and type 1 and 2 fish habitat. This is an aerial view of the subject property. It's currently vacant with the exception of a storage building. The site was historically used in the 1800s by the Muskoka Mill Lumber Company, who established water lots for docking purposes. And this is a figure of the environmental impact studies development constraints mapping. So from this figure, what's important to note is the yellow hatching. These are areas identified for development constraints. This includes treed swamp, rock barrens, and coastal wetlands, significant coastal wetlands. The blue hatching with the red outline indicates areas to exclude from docking or in-water structures. And the red area is specific to areas constrained to septic development. This is the proposed rezoning. So what you can see here is the black crosshatch, which indicates areas proposed to be zoned EP1, environmental protection. The black dotting indicates areas proposed to be zoned Cognition residential. And the red hatch indicates areas to be zoned SR7 exception zone, reflecting that OMB settlement decision to prohibit boat ports and boathouses. And these are the policies applicable to our subject site. The site is within the rural lands of the PPS. It is within the waterfront area of both the district and township official plans. Within the district official plan, it also falls within a Muskoka heritage area, the Gibson River corridor. It also contains significant deer wintering habitat and open water marsh. Within the township's OP, the site is within the Cognition coastal waterfront community and also falls within the Musquash special policy area. The site also contains a presence of migratory fish spawning habitat, type 1 and 2 fish habitat, and other wetland. And then within the township zoning bylaw, the subject lands are zoned environmental protection and Cognition residential. The zoning on the lands was established as a result of the previously mentioned zoning bylaw amendment Z 12-2012, which implemented the recommendation of Riverstone's 2012 EIS. And the 2013 zoning exception resulting from the settlement of consent application B-1812 was not incorporated into the township's 2014 zoning bylaw, and so was proposed to be incorporated in this application. And this is a summary of the planning analysis. The proposal is consistent with the PPS as residential development is permitted in rural lands, and this application implements the environmental protections as required of the EIS. The proposal also conforms to the District of Muskoka official plan and the Township official plan, similarly as residential development and protection of the natural environment are permitted. Further, the proposed application also implements protections to sensitive natural features in accordance with the EIS, as required by the district and township OPs. As for the zoning bylaw, the SR7 zone permits detached dwellings and home occupations. The environmental protection zone permits development limited to conservation education, and accessory docks meeting specific criteria. So the proposed rezoning would permit these continued uses and maintain the intent of the zoning bylaw. Further, the 2013 zoning exception that resulted from the settlement of the original consent application is proposed to be incorporated into this application. So based on this discussion, staff recommend approval of the application on the basis that the proposal is consistent with the PPS, conforms to the provisions of the district official plan and municipal official plan, and it maintains the general intent of the zoning bylaw. And at this point, if you have any questions, myself or the planning team would be happy to answer. The agent Bev Wicks from Riverstone Environmental Services is also present to answer any questions.
Well, thank you very much, Ms. Cameron. I think this is your first presentation to our council, so I'll say welcome to the Township of Georgian, so to speak. And with that, I'm going to switch over to our clerk to see what correspondence she may want to report on it in regard to this file.
So on this file, I would like to say that one letter of support was received from the Cognition Cottagers Association and one letter of no objection from the District of Muskoka.
Thank you very much. Do we know if the applicant or any members of the public are present who might want to speak to this application? No, no one is raising their hands. Yes, okay. So Ms. Ortt will be welcomed over. All right.
Terry, can you please accept the request to be promoted?
Terry, you might identify yourself.
Yes. Yes, my name is Terry Ortt. I originally bought the property about 30 years ago. My sister now, we moved it into a numbered company, and I've sort of been at this now for 8 years. We originally went through the severance application back in 2012, and it was approved subject to, I guess, one of the Cognition Cottagers Association appealed, and then it never actually got to the OMB because they came back and said, you know, they didn't want a boathouse on the property, which was really not a problem as far as we were concerned, never intended to build one. So the cottage, having moved to the Caribbean, I was for about 8 years, I was unable to basically visit the cottage other than to go up there and do maintenance on it. So eventually decided to sell that property, and that deed was in fact issued by the lawyer, but she forgot to take out the second deed, and so eventually in 2021 he said, okay, well, there's some people interested in buying the property. Where's the deed? Oh, gee, sorry. I guess I missed that. Oh dear. So we had to submit the application, hire Riverstone to go through another EIS update. And all of that was done with all the appropriate site visits and everything else. And Bev can speak to it, but basically, there was very little change from the EIS in 2012. So that was submitted to council, I guess, or to, I guess, the Committee of Adjustments, who then reapproved the same application that we made before. And it seems that there was a mistake made as well by staff back in 2012. They got mixed up with some of the different parts of the property. And then when we looked at it again, Bev looked at it and said, oh my goodness, it looks like there's a mistake here. And so she updated the boundaries, and hence this application now after the approval on May 13th. So I don't know if that's if that's sufficient. I don't know if anybody has any other questions or.
We always appreciate the historical overview because it helps paint the picture around the application. And I'm going to turn it then to Ms. Wicks to see if you want to add anything to that. And then if council has any questions, I appreciate you staying available while we contemplate this. Ms. Wicks.
Thank you. I don't have a lot to add. Terry had mentioned that there was an error. You have to pardon my voice. I've had I don't know, a flu bug or something for the last 3 weeks, and my voice is bad. The zoning mapping, the requested changes to the zoning map really reflect, I think, what it was a GIS stretch or a GIS error originally. So when I reviewed the zoning map as part of this application and compared it to the original mapping, there was a clear discrepancy about where the EP zones were depicted. So really nothing has changed except some corrections to the mapping. And one other change to a feature that we mapped at this time as a small wetland, and I'll call them a wetland inclusion. Water levels came up and there was some seasonal inundation, and so we decided to call that area a wetland in addition to the other features we identified and buffered it appropriately. One last comment is that those EP zones include the recommended protective buffers. So there is nothing in addition to the areas that are zoned EP that need to be protected on that property. And I think that's really all I have to say. If there's questions, I'm happy to answer it. I've been on the property several times, have a lot of history with the property, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have about the zoning or the features that the zoning is intended to protect.
Well, thank you very much. And if I understand, I don't think there are any other members of the public that wish to speak to this, and therefore I will turn it over to council. And already we have Councilors Cooper and Predko volunteering some questions or comments. And Councilor Cooper, we'll start with you, please.
Thank you, Mayor Kutzier, and Marilyn, welcome aboard. Nice to have your report. Very comprehensive, much appreciated. I do have a few little questions just for clarification, if you don't mind, Marilyn or Bev or Terry, whoever can sort of answer this. I wanted to understand the term that was used is island, and I'd like some clarification on that. I thought I saw the word island in this report, and yet I always sort of looked at that area as being mainland and not
it is
island. I do see that when I look at GeoHub in the district of Muskoka, and which I did, and noted that in 2018, that's the best at close to the high water mark of 2020, that, you know, looked like there's some areas that might potentially create an island, but certainly the what we see right now in the aerial views looks like it's more attached in 2 or 3 places. So could you clarify that island piece? Is that on the land registry, and sort of how did we get there? It's not that much of an issue, other than just for clarification, I guess.
Well, maybe I can address that if I may.
Please go ahead.
Yeah. So when the sawmill was created in the 1800s, they dammed up the back of the property, the musquash, and they blocked up a natural water course between this property and the rest of the mainland. And so at one point, I guess during logging operations, it did seem to be mostly an island, because with the dam on the back, the water level came up and so on. So I don't know whether that caused some confusion somewhere along the way, but when the dam was removed, the water's gone down, and it is attached now in 2 or 3 places. And so I've never considered it to be an island, but I don't know if some of the terminology somewhere crept into the descriptions. I'm not sure, but it's not an island.
So Marilyn, so thank you, Terry, and I wondered if you could just, is it on the land registry that it says an island, or where did we pick that up, shall we say? I'm just curious. It does
I
make
don't-
a bit of a difference.
Through your worship to Councillor Cooper, you are right. The legal address includes Bone Island, but technically this is a peninsula. And it's not a part of Bone Island. It is actually north of Bone Island. And technically separate, but just to be confusing, the legal address includes the term Bone Island. So you might have seen that on my slides there.
So thank you. So I realize it's not anything to do with Bone Island, but it's not an island either, is what you've just said. Is that correct? Okay. Thank you very much on that one. Great to have that clarification. The other thing I wanted to understand, just looking at the map, I took this as a parcel of land that started what we see on sort of the right-hand side and goes right up to the top of the peninsula. But it looks like there's 3 properties, not 2. The first section of it, the most, I guess, northerly portion of it, is not part of this consideration at all. It's owned by somebody else. Is that correct? I just need to understand what I'm looking for or understanding what's there, please. That's the second question.
Yeah, it's all part of the same property. It's been zoned, I believe, some of the Gibson River or Musquash River environmental or something, but but that's all a part of the same property. So the one lot encircles the existing cottage parcel as well as the subdivided property, the parcel that was subdivided or approved in 2012, and now it was approved again a second time. So it's all owned by the same company.
So I don't know whether we could bring that up, but I just for clarification, I think I see and know that there are dwellings both on the most northerly peninsula.
Oh.
No, there are not any buildings there?
None whatsoever.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm just looking at the aerial, and on the sort of lower, well, say the west side of the island, probably across from Longuissa Point, there's some buildings, I thought, along this shoreline of the area that's not highlighted in orange. In other words, to the left side of all this orange area, right down there, I thought there were a bunch of.
Yes, there are buildings there, yes, on the south side and southwest, but that is owned by another party.
Oh,
I thought you were referring to the north part of the property. Well, my apologies.
No, it's fine, Terry. Thank you very much for the clarification. So it's really, in a sense, looking at this supposed island, which it isn't, it's all very confusing, but it basically is 3 parcels, one which is not part of this, your request. And I understand it's highlighted in orange, but still it's a bit unusual. So thank you for that. So we're really talking about the orange area, and I just want to understand that as well, because when I look at one of the other maps, which I think is the next one, number 7, could we flip to that? Once again, clarification. So this area that's sort of what's just below where it says Lot 1 retain is, to me, sort of a piece that's adjacent to the one lot that's sort of cut out. And I'm trying to understand what's going on here, because it appears that we've aggregated a piece of land just below Lot 1 retain into the rest of this parcel. And I wondered if I could have an explanation from our planner as to what that, can we aggregate land like that? I'm just curious.
Yeah, so through you to Councillor Cooper, I think I know what you're talking about. Is it sort of where that teal box is, and then it's got that sort of black and yellow hatching, and how the lots go into the water? Is that what you're speaking to?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, yes.
Yeah, so as previously mentioned by Mr. Ortt, there was a lumber operation here before. So there are water lots associated with these properties. So where you see the lots extend into the water, they legally own the lake bed in those areas, and that's just historical from the 1800s. So where you're seeing that lot cut out, this is actually accurate to the legal boundaries of the properties.
I sort of get it. But anyway, thank you very much for that explanation. It is a bit complicated. So basically, it's the orange area that we're talking about, and we're separating out the smaller piece in the middle, shall we say, that's sort of, I'm just trying to understand what I'm looking at. I've read the report.
Yeah. So that piece in the middle that's cut out, that was previously severed in 2012.
Right.
Exactly. The lot to the left of it that says Lot 3 sever, that's the one that Mr. Ortt and Marilyn referred to earlier, that the approval lapsed. Previously, you had 1 year to satisfy the conditions. That year lapsed without the deed being obtained. So that Lot 3 was provisionally approved again in May of this year. One of the conditions of consent is that this rezoning happen to reflect the new wetland that Ms. Wicks identified in her study and referenced today in her presentation. So that's essentially what you're looking at. And we also noticed in 2013 that OMB settlement, because the bylaw was approved in 2014, the new zoning bylaw, that OMB settlement didn't get carried forward. So it's in effect right now. It just doesn't show up on our mapping. So we're just carrying that forward at the same time. So that would apply to sort of, if you see, it kind of looks like a mushroom, this property, it would apply to the stem. Exactly. Yeah.
There's the stem. I see it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jen. That was certainly clarifying, and I appreciate all the information. And this isn't 20 questions, but it is important to understand what we're doing here. Thank you.
Quite relieved it's not 20 questions. I'd run out of fingers. With that, Councillor Pretko, followed by Jarvis, and then Bocek, please. Councillor Pretko.
Thank you, Mayor. Very quick question, I hope. Looking at the sever Lot 3 and the amount of environmental protection area and what's remaining as a residential piece of property with setbacks, what's the likelihood that somebody would be able to, find a part of that land that they could build a property on and include septic without encroaching on any of the sensitive areas? Just as I know you can't specifically say because you don't have any proposals, but it looks like it's a fairly protected piece of property.
Well, it's a very large parcel, and there's been a buyer for it. They have looked at this zoning that are the environmental maps and the zoning proposal, and they're quite fine with it. There's actually quite a lot of area there, and so they believe, yes, they can build a cottage and put the proper septic in.
Okay, if they're satisfied, I appreciate you probably have better information than we do. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis, please, followed by Councillor Bocek.
Yeah, I'm probably going to just provide some historical perspective, but I just want to make sure of something first for clarity. I think, Marilyn, what's the connection with this property to Bone Island? In my mind, there's no connection whatsoever. You're thinking correctly?
Thanks through your worship to Councillor Jarvis. You're right. There's no physical land connection to the island. It's really just an administrative confusion that the legal address includes. So the legal description includes the term Bone Island. And I'm not sure the history of that legal description or why that might be. But,
well, I did have an explanation many years ago, and that was that this is in there's a Bone Island area, and it fits kind of within that regional area, or did at one time, that there was kind of a Bone Island regional area or something. So I think that's how that got crept into the legal description, but I don't know. That's the only one I had been given 20 years ago.
Yeah, just a little bit misleading for those of us that know where Bone Island is. Anyway,
exactly. I agree.
Yeah. I mean, the history, I mean, there's a town site on this property. Terry, I presume you've explored it a fair bit. I know in the years
Yes.
ago, I did too.
Mhm.
So, which is very interesting. So for clarification, and I may be way out to lunch here, we're not talking about the severance itself, correct, of lot 3? I mean, that's already done. Correct?
It's been provisionally approved. So it's not finalized yet. This rezoning is one of those conditions to finalize it.
Okay, so if we agree to this change, then that would help move the severance for lot 3 along, correct? I've got that right? Okay.
Correct.
Lot 1 then is all the remaining property within that dotted yellow and black line?
Yep.
Yes.
Right, Terry? Okay. Okay. Then finally, just an observation with a question attached. Down below where it says lot 1 retain, on the shoreline to the south, it looks like there's already a dock structure. Have I got that? Is that right or wrong within that aerial photo that is provided?
Yeah, that's on the previously severed lot back in 2012.
Right, there is a dock there, but if you go right beside that dock and inside the line, so if we were to zoom
no-
blue square, yeah, you have to zoom in significantly. Keep
Yeah.
going.
No, there's no dock there. I think that it's quite shallow, and I think that's some rock that's probably showing through on this aerial.
I know there were a number of big rock docks that the mill had put in that lasted for a long time after the mill was gone. Okay, that's fine. I think I'm clear on what's going on here. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bocheck, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Terry, for some of the historical advice you've given us on this property. And it seems like we have a few on council here that know the property as well too, so I'll rely on their expertise on this one. My question is, being an avid angler and knowing this part of the water very well, there was a heavy rehabilitation program done adjacent to this for sturgeon and walleye spawning grounds. The construction was performed some time ago. I'm just wondering if you can help me with the history. Is any of that rehabilitation in the waterfront area where, because we didn't have a fish habitat study or any reference to it here, I'm just wondering, would any docks or anything from this property hinder into that area of reconstruction for the habitat, for the fish habitat? And perhaps you know nothing about it. So I'm just, I'm fishing here to see if you know anything of this.
No pun intended.
I'm not aware of any I don't know what you're talking about in terms of construction. Reconstruction or for the habitat. I'm not aware of any of that happening.
On the Musquash River side,
I see. Oh,
there was some heavy work done there for reestablishing the spawning beds of the. So I would imagine there would be a fairly hefty F1 fish habitat in that area. And I didn't have a map here showing if it was adjacent to your property or not. And perhaps the reason it wasn't included in the package because it is of no concern. I was just wondering if anyone had any history on that.
I can speak to that. I guess quite clearly. So the frontage of the property on the south side has, because of the historical lumber mill, was actually classified and categorized as type 3 fish habitat because it was, let's call it an ecological dead zone in that area. Within the Musquash River proper, and as you move upstream and around the northern side of the property, there is type 1 fish habitat identified. And in my discussions with Steve Scholten at the Ministry of Natural Resources, we discussed some of the walleye spawning habitat that was of concern. They are actually mapped in figure 4 of our report. We've actually mapped where those type 1 fish habitats are, and those areas have been marked for protection. There's no docking allowed in those areas at all. I don't know if that helps, but the frontage along the southern zone because of the slab lumber would not have been classified as type 1 fish habitat.
Okay.
What you're not seeing is the western, I guess, meander of the Gibson River. The along the western side, there is another chute that goes down there that would be walleye spawning habitat as well.
Thank you very much, Bev. And through you, Mr. Mayor, I think Kaylee may have some information on the spawning grounds. I've seen you put your hand up. If you have anything you could add to that.
Sorry, just talking about what you were referring to earlier was the work they did was actually inside the river for the rehabilitation. So it would be inside the river around the corner from that property.
Okay, thank you. That's all I needed to know. I appreciate it, Bev. Thank you very much for your comments.
Thank you very much. Any other councillor want to add any comments? Councillor Cooper.
Really quickly, to the question that was put forth about the confusion on Bone Island, I just thought I'd add that the Muskoka Mills owned the northern portion, perhaps even all of Bone Island. And that whole shoreline, there were thousands of acres. The mill ran from 1850s sort of to 1900. And so the family that owned the mills, Campbell and McCarthy, own the north end of Bone Island presently. So thus the confusion for the Bone Island piece, just to give a little bit of history. I know it's irrelevant to this, but I thought some of you might be interested. Thank you.
Yeah, we go into the history of the last 150 years about how things were named or renamed or registered or not registered properly. We could be here for all term. So, but it is rather interesting. Yeah, my comments to this is it's great to see, let me call it updating of the mapping and the zoning properties based on more recent information, and I think it's a great thing. And with that, I'm going to read the motion. It's moved by Councillor Bocek, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved, the council enacts bylaw 2022-101, being a bylaw to to rezone portions of the subject property containing sensitive natural features from Cognishing Residential SR7 to Environmental Protection Type 1 EP1, and non-sensitive portions of the property from Environmental Protection Type 1 EP1 to Cognishing Residential SR7, and that this bylaw would additionally apply a site-specific exception to implement an Ontario Municipal Board decision that restricted boathouses and boat ports from portions of the property. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Council, the next item on in our public act is the official plan amendment section to section I-51, site plan control development service report. And I'm suggesting, because I'm guessing there might be some discussion on that item, that perhaps we break for lunch before we get into it. It is now 12:01. Half an hour lunch, or would you like a longer lunch period, Council? Okay. Okay, so let's reconvene at 12:30, please. Thank you. All right, I'd like to call this meeting back to order, or unrecessed, or back from lunch, or whatever the correct terminology that our clerk will put into the minutes. Consider it now said. Council, what we have in front of us is an OPA application under the Public Planning Act rules. We also have, under staff reports, three interesting reports that I'm sure we'll want to discuss. And I'm going to encourage council for this first item, the official plan amendment to section I-51, to try to keep your comments to this particular item. I know that in many of the feedback we got from some of the public, they explored a much larger scope in their response, which is very helpful, and I think would better inform some of the discussion we have under staff reports. So I don't want, shall we say, in our first item to bring up all sorts of topics that belong in the subsequent items, if that makes any sense to you. So with that introduction, let us go to item 7D, official plan amendment to section I-51 site plan control development. And I believe, Ms. Cadet, you will be initiating this conversation, and I can turn the screen over to you, please.
Yes, can everybody hear me better this time? Okay, perfect. I will share my screen. Initially, you'll see nothing, but I will bring up the presentation. Can everybody see?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. So I'm here to present OPA 18, which is an amendment to allow planning staff the ability to ask for studies during site plan control. So, as I just mentioned, the purpose of the proposed official plan amendment is to allow us the ability to ask for studies as part of a complete site plan application, and it's to implement new legislative authority so that we have all the available tools in the planning toolbox at our disposal. It was initiated by township staff, and it's not related to Bills 109 or Bill 23, both of which do impact site plan control. In accordance with Bill 23, which is the one that just passed, this OPA, if it is passed today, would only apply to residential projects with more than 10 units and commercial and industrial projects. However, as we've just seen, the legislation in Ontario can change at a moment's notice. So in the future, if that does change again, this OPA would apply to any projects where site plan control is applicable. So the reason that we're bringing this forward is because section 41 sub 3(4) of the Planning Act specifically states that a municipality can ask for additional information, that would be a study, if we have that in our official plan under that subsection. So that emphasis where I underlined under this subsection, that's the context of this OPA where we're specifically putting it in the site plan subsection. Our official plan currently has multiple provisions, but I-2 and I-6 are the most relevant policies, where it lists all the possible reports and studies that we can ask for as part of a complete Planning Act application. And throughout the official plan, it gives us direction on when to ask for those studies. Section I-51 of the official plan addresses site plan control and does not reference studies. So as I just showed in the previous slide, the Planning Act is very specific about it being within the same subsection, hence this OPA, so we have that ability. Planning staff already do, and we will continue to ask for studies at the earliest opportunity, which is the first Planning Act application. This is a best practice throughout Ontario, and it's also in our official plan that we should ask for it at the first opportunity. However, sometimes site plan control is the first application required. So that would be if the site is already designated and zoned for the proposed use. So if this were to be approved, it would allow us to ask for studies during site plan to ensure that the underlying zoning is implemented in accordance with the official plan. So an example of that would be if there was a marina site, for example, designated and zoned. So we're not commenting on those. The first application we get is a site plan. This would allow us to ask for a study to make sure that that underlying zoning is implemented to make sure that we're adequately addressing, say, type 1 fish habitat or sediment and erosion control, things like that. Or if you're doing a multi-story building, that site plan would apply to. This would allow us to do a functional servicing report to make sure the stormwater is being managed appropriately, things like that. Asking for studies at site plan is very common in Ontario. It's widely used. I can't think of a single municipality that doesn't use this power. So we just want to have that legislative authority to have this ability as well. I didn't include the text of the actual amendment in this presentation because it's a little bit dull, but it is in the report as an appendix. And you can see that essentially what we've done is just added in where it, in the official plan, it says drawings and plans, we've added and studies. And we've also added a section just to say that we can add studies. So it's essentially the purpose of the official plan and why we're asking for it. It's not changing anything in our approach. It's just making sure we have the authority to use everything that the Planning Act allows us to use. Hope that answers your questions. I'm sure there'll be quite a few. I'd like to point out that my colleague, Jason Farragon, is here to answer questions as well. And it's my understanding that Peter Pickfield, the township's legal consultant, is available as well, but will not be providing legal advice. He's just here to help guide the discussion. Thank you. I will stop sharing my screen now.
All right, thank you very much. Madam Clerk, have you received any correspondence in regard to this item?
I have your worship. 10 letters of objection were received from Bill Winterholt, Beth Halpenny, Kathy Cooper, Elizabeth Halpenny, Armin Gergaris, John White, David Flower, Flow Drawings and Design, Inc., and the Cognition Cottages Association and the Georgian Bay Association.
Thank you. Is not Beth Halpenny and Elizabeth Halpenny the same person? Did she do it under two names?
I don't know.
I know. All right. Now,
Sorry, everyone. I realize I'm still screen sharing. I'm just trying to, Zoom disappeared for me and I can't find it.
there are moments we feel like we're out in space, so it's kind of, it might be appropriate. We'll soon find out.
Yeah, Karen, if you can kill my screen sharing, if you can do that somehow, please feel free. I'm going to exit and come back. So it should, oh, thank you. Apologies for that, Council.
So now my next question is, are there any members of the public who wish to comment on this application? I see at least one hand. I see two hands. Whatever is easiest for you. We want to hear what they have to say. I'm sure. I mean, at this point, I see four hands up.
First, I'm going to promote Harold Toiviainen.
Think you could save time or no? Well, I'll leave that up to you. Mr. Toiviainen, you wish to make some comment on this report? Mr. Toiviainen, are you there?
I didn't realize I had to unmute. And
No, it makes it a little easier for us to hear you.
Good afternoon, Your Worship and Council. As you know, my name is Harold Toiviainen. I reside at 156 Grant Blight Crescent in Newmarket. I'm also a 6 Mile Lake property owner, and I sit as the president of the 6 Mile Lake Cottagers Association. I realize much of what I was intending to say has been rendered moot by the passing of Bill 23, so I will shorten my address considerably. The fact is that site plan agreements are in place for good reason, as we all know, because they prevent the removal of trees and vegetative buffer on the shorelines, and they prevent landscaping practices that aggravate stormwater runoff and erosion. My question to council is, without site plan control over individual properties, and I realize you're not really dealing with that today, but without site plan control over individual properties on shorelines, how can we protect our shoreline environment? I would suggest a review of bylaws 2014-73, which deals with cutting of trees, and bylaw 2014-72, which deals with altering shoreline landscaping. Certainly at the association, we'll do our part to educate our membership, to let them know that they should be exercising best practices regarding, not aggravating their shoreline environment. And that's really all I have to say.
I muted myself. Sorry about that, everyone. First of all, thank you very much, Mr. Toivian. And Ms. Godet, you have your hand raised. Did you want to respond?
Yes, I know it was more a question for council. I just wanted to let everybody know we are planning on bringing a report forward on Bill 23, just not this council session, obviously. And in the meantime, we do have our environmental consultants with their ear to the ground, looking to see how everybody else is handling it. So we are working on it in the background. It's just not before you today.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Grigaitis, do you wish to make a comment with regards to this report?
I do. Thank you very much. In addition to what I sent earlier, I assume council has a copy of that report, but just wanted to wish greetings to council and staff and a warm welcome to our new councilors, Predco and Graziano. Thanks for this opportunity to address council and staff on my concerns regarding the OPA at hand. I want to say that we have no issue with this amendment as it relates to multi-unit development, but very concerned if the provincial guidelines happen to change and it applies to single unit dwellings and so forth. The proposed change for the OPA would give a municipal planner ultimate unilateral powers to impose any and all studies and any other information deemed necessary according to the information that was posted. The notice of public meeting posted in the Midland Mirror on the 27th and also on the township website does not provide the public with enough information on which to make an informed decision on the implications of this significant change. The notice published refers readers to the staff report by G.L. Richards, planning consultants, and it's my belief that the staff report is incomplete and could possibly be misleading in that on the last page under the subtitle Financial Considerations, it states no financial impact is anticipated at this time. Environmental reports, fish habitat studies, and most other studies considered as expert reports come at great expense to applicants. And in addition, regardless of the degree of expertise possessed by a chosen planner or other expert, the existing planning process allows for opponents of an application to request a second peer review by another planner of expert. The cost of all the aforementioned studies is borne by the applicant. The existing process can be very expensive. What the staff report seems to present are all the reasons why a municipality is entitled to pass the OPA on site plan control. What it doesn't do adequately is address the implications to an applicant in terms of cost and also approval timelines, and especially the cost to the municipality and the public with all of the oversight that's required. Our existing township official plan and zoning bylaw are among the most detailed and multi-site specific documents of any similar municipality. Due to the complexity of the existing OPA and zoning bylaws, there is a myriad of zoning and building restrictions. Our existing zoning bylaw is the product of many years of public consultation and was very well crafted by the firm of MHBC Consulting. It's my understanding that a site plan agreement accurately documents all the existing and proposed structures and uses on a property, including all setbacks. I've been told by the site that the site plan agreement is not about establishing a principle of use on a specific property. All uses and structures are governed by the zoning bylaw 2475. Given the potential implications of such a radical change to the site plan approval process, more broad-based discussion should be undertaken in a committee setting involving members of the affected public, as was done before. In my opinion, this amendment should be delayed until there has been adequate opportunity for a broad-based interactive discussion at a time of year when most seasonal residents can also participate. We are requesting that this OPA meeting be deferred until such time as the township has had opportunity to host an open house style meeting with the public. In the past, consideration has been given many times on many consent applications where the schedule was adjusted based on the public being able to attend, and that's usually late spring, summer, and early fall. We have a brand new planner and also a new council. Perhaps we should pause this process for more discussion in the future. I'm happy to entertain any questions if there are some. Thank you for my opportunity.
Thank you very much. Mr. White. You wish to make some input, I believe.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity. And I agree with Mr. Grigaitis in heart and what he's proposing here. I think having watched a couple hours of this morning's proceedings and so on, which I thought were, for the most part, well thought out and well held. I think the pre-consult showed very clearly that in the one case, the pre-consult, to today's date was somewhere in the range of 8.5 to 9 months. And that's just one component. The zoning stuff was, it's well delayed. I think clearly we have some staffing issues which are irrelevant today and I believe being worked on. With regards to financial expense, again, I'm going to have to agree with Mr. Grigaitis and maybe also express that our township is a business, as are all townships. So when we tie our own hands, whether it be through poor decision making on the likes of a contractor, a homeowner, or council's part, no matter whose part it is, we have financial implications, some of which are reduced taxes, some of them are delays, in some cases it's lost revenue or so on. And also when we create an environment where it's difficult to live in the form of applications, development, and so on, eventually what happens and what I've observed is we have less families and more of a retirement village. And some of that comes through our planning. And where that concerns me, is I'm a new entrepreneur. Because we've made it difficult to generate building lots and so on, and we are an incredibly diverse area, which is part of the beauty of being here, it makes staffing challenges huge. As a lot of folks who sit on the other side of the screen from me, who want to make improvements to their building and so on and so forth. You know that it's a huge challenge to find people to come and work. And part of that is it's difficult to get people or encourage people and families especially to want to live and work in our neighborhood. We all want to retire here. Unfortunately, we're having a substantial challenge encouraging people to live here. Pardon me. Part of where that comes from, I think, is we make it incredibly difficult to get a permit to do something. And unfortunately, with the timeline delays and so on, which aren't necessarily any one individual's problem, it's all of our challenge. What we're doing is we're driving people towards doing things either with or without permits, which is never something that we can endorse and support. But when you provide an organization, a group, a company, or a landowner a set of parameters in the form of an official plan act and a set of bylaws, which are cut and dried, again, excuse me, which are cut and dried, difficult to do, I respect that, but they can look at it and say, I need to check all of these boxes, probably, hopefully before a contractor or a homeowner shows up for a pre-consult, check as many boxes as are possible, and then move forward. But when you have ambiguity and gray areas where I may get up in the morning and say, you know what, I think I want to look at the potential for something, you all of a sudden add huge timeline backlogs, which are unforeseeable, unforecastable. And I think that's where it all of a sudden becomes also a financial burden on all of us. So it's hard to, as a homeowner, it's hard to say, I would like to make this modification to my property. It's going to generate X amount of cost. I should anticipate whatever, $400 a square foot, sadly, by today's rate, for argument's sake. But nobody ever tells one another that it also includes 12 months to 18 months in Georgian Bay Township to attain a permit on what used to be, or perceivably should be, somewhat simplistic. And then, of course, the cost of surveys, whether it be physical surveys or environmental impact surveys and that sort of thing. And we say, okay, we know that type 1 fish habitat is it's a big deal. I'm an outdoors person. I respect that. That's cool. But then after that particular applicant provides that one, somebody says, you know what, I think I saw a frog that was attached to the FH1 because that is part of their food habitat. Thereby it is. Now I need an amphibious study. After the amphibious study, somebody says, you know what, we have what's called a little brown bat. And I'm not being anything other than a little brown bat is in fact a species name, and they are on the list. So I can move from the fish to the frog to the bat, and there's literally no end to when I can stop if I'm so inclined. So to say that we have a system where we're just going to check the boxes, and then we've changed the system where it's at somebody's discretion, whomever that person or organization is, where do we stop? So I have a challenge that we're going to have potentially build a system where there is no end. There's no end goal. And I think that's not, I don't know how to fix it, but I think we're not making it better. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Before I go to Halpenny, I just want to mention to all the other attendees, if you wish to speak, if you could raise your hand, then the clerk could recognize you and move you over. And Councillor Jarvis is demonstrating, as he has for a while, what a raised hand looks like. So if there's any of you want to speak, please raise your hand. And in the meantime, Ms. Halpenny, over to you, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. And no, Beth and Elizabeth are one and the same person, and I did not make two submissions, just to clarify that. Anyways, good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of council or planning council, pardon me. First, it's nice to see some of the previous council back, and congratulations to the new members as well, which I hope to meet in person someday soon in the future. You've no doubt started this term dealing with some topics today that have been concern of the community, and in dealing with new legislation that the province has literally thrown at you, and you are not alone in dealing with these challenges. My name is Beth Halpenny, and I'm a planner by education with over 40 years managing low-rise residential developments in the GTA. I am a seasonal resident, and I have been a member of Planning Committee since 2013. And I thank you for the opportunity today to address you with respect to the proposed amendments to the site plan control section and official plan, in order to highlight some of the key points that I made in my written submission to you on December 8th. And that submission addresses issues related to, as well, to the H2 hold provision, because they are related in my view. But I wanted to just say before I start into the topic, Bill 23, I still hold some hope that there may be some amendments coming forward. When that bill was released, they certainly did say that there might be some housekeeping amendments that could take place. And I personally have had conversations with the ADM down at the Ministry of Municipal Affairs to describe the concerns that we have in the Township of Georgian Bay with removing site plan for anything less than 10 units. So what I want to say today is dealing with that, because I don't want that to become the only tool, this proposed site plan amendment, to deal with all situations. Although I do appreciate what J.L. Richards has said at the outset, that there may be some applications where this might be the only way to get at studies at a site plan stage. So first of all, I just wanted to say, in terms of the amendment, that what the township is proposing to do, and this is my view as a planner, because I've been dealing with site plan applications for a long time, is to do something that is not envisioned under Section 41 of the Planning Act. And I don't believe Bill 0109 actually changes that in my view. The plans and drawings, material and information that Section 41 allow a municipality to require are really to implement and nail down conditions of approval. They're not to prove suitability for development. So while I appreciate Jenna saying we want to be able to have all the studies at the early part of the process, and I absolutely encourage that, it may not be possible in all instances, but I do not want this to become the need for supporting studies at the back end of the process, for instance, on an H2 lift hold. And I'm just I thought it might be helpful to convey a situation just to understand what the difference is with what you require upfront versus what you would typically require at the site plan stage. Jen has mentioned a functional servicing report in her initial comments, and what they do is at the early stage of the process, when you're dealing with an OPA or rezoning, for instance, they determine whether there's capacity in an existing system to accommodate the proposed development. However, the plans and drawings that are envisioned at the site plan stage are really solely related to the internal design of the servicing network, where services connections are, and the size of the infrastructure. On a water access lot, confirming serviceability or ability to gain access or ability to accommodate a septic system, for instance, should be looking at a wide scope of things in terms of overburden, drainage direction, topography, slope, and flood elevation. And I mention this because I did read in a later report, which is before you today, to do with the H2 holds, that simply defining an envelope is really all you need to do. That is actually not something that is appropriate, because you could determine, if you're just establishing a building envelope, that you may find that that's in a wetland or a drainage draw to the lake. Site plan details for water access, for instance, the site plan detail relating to the servicing on a water access lot would be nailing down the precise location of the septic. It's not determining whether you can accommodate it. It's determining, nailing down the location that's suitable. It may be implementing restrictions for tree removal between the septic and the lake, or maybe augmenting additional planting for phosphorus uptake, for instance. And back to the urban context, a transportation study, that's another one that was in the list of complete studies that's recommended. That's to determine whether the surrounding road network has the capacity to accommodate the proposed change in land use and the density, for instance. But the details at the site plan stage, and again, this is an implementation detail, not a requiring proof of development feasibility. It's to implement things like fire routes have to make sure they're suitable for emergency vehicles to gain access, how visitor parking is addressed. And on that transportation piece, and I mentioned that because there also is the complete application report and pre-consultation report that's coming on your agenda. And that is that what I did see missing in that was a study to determine accessibility on a water access only lot, for instance. I think determining availability of access would entail, for instance, determining that there's enough water depth to gain access in all water level conditions, not just to build a cottage of which you need a suitable side barge or be able to accommodate a barge to take a septic pump out truck to pump out a septic. Those are all sort of things that need to be examined. And the site plan detail that would correspond to that, once you've gone through that initial stage, would be, where's the dock get located? Are there fish habitat constraints that limit that? So I just thought it might be helpful to explain what the supporting studies are intended to do versus what a site plan application and details of a site plan application are intended to nail down. So I do see that in my view, and it's certainly come out in a number of decisions before the tribunal, is that Section 41 of the Act doesn't necessarily enable you to do environmental studies as a supporting study. And there was just one quote I would provide you on the Moreau decision. It just says, it is not apparent that Section 41(7) of the Act permits ecological studies as a condition of site plan approval. Therefore, the safeguard that Mr. Nielsen had recommended would not therefore be available. So it seems clear that Section 41, although I do think maybe there are some applications that may be appropriate, but I don't believe that's what was envisioned in this section of the Act. Georgian Bay and other rural municipalities in the District of Muskoka or Cottage Country are using site plan control. And I will say that my conversation with the ADM at the ministry was in unusual ways, is the way he described it. But it has become a useful tool to implement decisions of council or committees of adjustment to nail down the decisions and conditions of the development that have flown from the supporting studies typically. And those site plan agreements registered on title, I think they're certainly a valuable tool, and I am terribly concerned that Bill 23 has changed the landscape in that regard. But if you were to leave supporting studies to the site plan stage, it could be proving that what you've just allowed and put zoning in place for isn't permitted. It may be constrained. And you've already got zoning in place. So there's no going back after a decision has been rendered based on new information at the site plan stage. So I just wanted to point that out. In terms of Bill 23, I do note, and Jen made a comment earlier, that there is a subsequent report coming forward. And I'm aware that you initiated this proposed amendment before even any announcement of Bill 23, but it effectively does render site plan control for individual applications, unfortunately, ineffective at this point in time, but I do hold hope that there might be some change. And requiring supporting studies at the site plan stage is simply too late in the planning process to prove suitability for development after a hold, for instance, has been lifted and the zoning in place to allow development proceed, because the chief building official cannot refuse a permit. In fact, the chief building official is compelled to issue a permit if you comply with the zoning bylaw. And oversight, that's another concern I have with putting supporting studies to the site plan stage. Bill 109, which you're dealing with today, requires you to delegate site plan approval authority to a designated staff person, and it's taking it outside of the public purview to know what supporting studies are required for particular circumstances. Are they done in accordance with the specified terms of reference, for instance? And are those recommendations actually implemented in a site plan agreement? And pushing the need for supporting studies to the back end or site plan stage, aside from, in my view, being principally out of step, it actually lengthens the overall planning process. And I noticed the comment from Mr. White is the layer on the layer on the layer of the process, which is really why you don't want to have these supporting studies on the back end. It's an absolute last resort. You need to know what they are up front, so you've got complete transparency and clarity. To initiate amendment for need for supporting studies, it also has to be thoroughly understood what those supporting studies are, in what circumstances they would be required, what the specific terms of reference are for their studies, and who reviews them. And these are important matters that have not quite yet been thoroughly addressed, although I do note the complete application piece, and I applaud J.L. Richards for the work on that. It was certainly something that was overdue, and I'm happy to see that on the agenda today. One of the reasons for this proposed amendment is to address the shortfall in the current process that the township has been using and to lift the H2 holds. And based on all of the above reasons and explained in my written submission, I really believe the township should be focusing its efforts on the zoning bylaw. That was something that J.L. Richards recommended to Planning Committee in August versus this particular official plan amendment, for instance, and not at the site plan stage, which is proposed by this amendment before you. Because when it comes to lifting holds, and I will comment on this only because I know it's on latter part of the agenda, if I may, I've tried to convey to council in my submission that there appears to be much confusion on what lots actually are to have an H2 hold. Some are mapped, some are not. You need an amendment to your Schedule A. And there are many concerns and questions I've raised. Does the H2 apply to all vacant lots or just vacant undersized lots created prior to 1981 or when there were no land use regulations in effect? What is a vacant patent lot? I raised that because there was no definition in the zoning bylaw about a vacant patent lot. Did MHBC mean the historical lots of record, for instance? Should a hold pertain just to undersized lots? Why has it been applied to subdivided islands only and not the mainland when the mainland exhibits equally sensitive characteristics or ecological sensitivities than perhaps more so the subdivided islands? What is a vacant lot? Surely a structure or a dock that may have been erected on an island or lot on a subdivided island or even on the mainland, for instance, that didn't have a permit should be considered vacant because it otherwise would be vacant. But I believe you need to establish a term for vacant lot when you get to that process. Terms of reference for studies, who's qualified to submit and review. There's still too much work to be done. And so if this proposed OPA is to accomplish potentially other objectives, I really think it's more than just an administrative amendment to table 18.1 of your zoning bylaw. There's far more to be considered. So what I'm suggesting, and Mr. Grietas has suggested the same thing, that maybe you take a pause, you sort out what's happening with Bill 23, because clearly that's new information that's come together before this process was initiated. And in that period of time, if you pass an interim control bylaw, then focus on the changes to the bylaw that are needed, not necessarily on changes to the site plan control section of the official plan that would allow you, for instance, on the H2 hold aspect, to do those studies later in the process. So that in its essence, my submission that I wanted to make today. I will commend staff on the complete application piece, as I mentioned earlier. There is one more piece to that, which I was hoping that we would see, and perhaps it's coming, and that is a guidance manual. And this goes to previous comments made by Mr. White, is knowing what you need when is certainly going to be helpful to have down the road. So thank you for the opportunity to make these submissions, and I'm available to comment if ask questions if you have any. Thank you.
Mr. Winterholt.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. I sent council and staff a letter specifically addressing this proposed amendment. Sorry about some confusion about the date, but it was December 5th. And I don't want to go through all of it, but just to maybe touch on a couple of points that I made in that letter. I think I'm sort of reiterating what Ms. Halpenny most of what she just, most of her position on this. I think what we're dealing with here, maybe one of the bullets from my letter, I think summarizes it well, and that is that good planning requires the protection of our shoreline environment through proper studies, and any associated development restrictions should be part of a publicly accessible planning process, such as a rezoning, minor variance, etc., not as part of a staff-directed and hidden site plan process. So, in general terms, requiring these studies at this stage, is fraught. I think the legality of it is questionable. It would attract a lot of appeals, potentially. And the kind of studies we're talking about universally should have been required at a primary planning stage. And that's where they should be required. And having been done at the primary planning stage, certainly the results are available to be implemented in more detail through the site plan process. But I think the concern with the way this was presented initially without a supporting report is it sort of looked like a poor way of trying to address things that should be addressed through the primary applications. And there's some reference to, well, maybe it has some utility, to deal with some commercial things or multi-density residential applications. But I think universally, these studies should be and should have been required at those primary stages. And just a kind of a related point, if the request for the appropriate studies, kind of in a questionably within the scope of Section 41 of the Planning Act, then there's a risk of appeal, as I mentioned, and in situations where things should be turned down, that basically you can't mitigate the environmental impacts, you're far too late in the process. The ability to not approve a development when you're so far behind the 8 ball at the site plan stage is a primary concern. So just to touch base on some of the points I made, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Winterholt. And I don't see any other hands raised from the public. So at this point, I'm going to turn the discussion over to the council. And Mr. Jarvis has had his hand up ever since the meeting started. So I'll let you go first.
Thank you. Jen, I'll direct this at you. I mean, I laud and applaud the whole concept of trying to get this type of stuff on the table for people. I echo Mr. Winterholt's thoughts about getting it done sooner in the process, but you mentioned a couple of situations where it wouldn't be possible to have it done up front because everything has already moved ahead to a certain stage. So we get to the site plan stage, we request these studies under these specific circumstances that you've noted. And I think that's really important. I think if we were just considering, if it was just these specific situations, I guess it'd make it a lot easier to understand what's going on here. But if there's an overall overreaching effect of this, of us with our site plan control wording, and that's what's really of concern. So what I'm getting at here is how defensible, because from what I've seen in the past, the idea of this type of these types of studies being requested and then that being appealed by the applicant seems like the applicant would have a strong argument for saying, well, you didn't ask earlier and the site plan control stage is not the place to do it. So I don't see any reason to do it. How confident are you, and I see that Mr. Pickfield's online too, how confident are we generally that we would be able to defend ourselves in the case of an appeal to these requirements?
I'll do a brief and then, or Peter, do you want to take the first shot at this?
Why don't you go ahead?
Good afternoon, Council. It's up to you if you want me to, if you want to go first, your choice.
No, you go, Peter.
I think I've lost control of this meeting.
Season's greetings, everybody. I'm Peter Pickfield. I'm a legal counsel to the municipality for some of the new councillors who haven't met me yet. It's good to meet you. I'll be meeting you again in the new year. I was asked to attend on this meeting because it does involve a relatively recent change to the Planning Act, the legislation. So I'll give you my perspective on it. And I think, Ms. Halpenny raises a lot of good issues. She's obviously a very well-informed planner and member and an asset to listen to her comments. But what I wanted to say here is that it's easy to misconceive what's being proposed here as something more than it is. There is absolutely no question that the primary studies to demonstrate that a use is acceptable have to happen at the official plan stage and the zoning stage. However, at the site plan stage, there is also sometimes a need for more detailed studies. And it is common practice in my experience in Ontario to require those studies. With this change to the Planning Act, and the fact that there have been challenges, and the Moreau decision is an example of that, there is absolutely a need for municipalities to clarify that they have the right to ask for those more detailed studies. Otherwise, they're tying their hands behind their back at the site plan stage when they need more detailed studies. But I don't disagree at all with the fundamental issue. And this issue has become conflated with the H2 issue, which I understand the connection between the two. The H2 issue relates to the fact that there is, in my submission, a deficiency in our zoning bylaw that needs to be addressed around those vacant parcel developments. It means that as of right, you permit those uses without study. This won't fill that gap. This won't address that issue. That issue can only be addressed through a zoning change. And it's perfectly clear that it can only be addressed through a zoning change now that Bill 23 is in place, because Bill 23 takes away site plan control for all of those types of lots. But it's not an administrative change. It's an importance change to ensure that the township's toolbox has available to it the ability to ask for more detailed studies at the site plan stage. And so, to my mind, I think it's important to separate out those two things and to rely on your judgment of planning staff, because planning staff has to make a judgment about whether or not a study is appropriate for a site plan versus it's a fundamental issue of use. And if they're asking for studies that are a fundamental issue of use at the site plan stage, they are vulnerable to appeal. But you have to rely on the appropriate judgment of your staff to know the difference between those two things. In talking to the staff we have, and you have a very experienced manager of development planning that's coming on board, then you're not, I think that, you don't have to worry, I don't believe, that they're going to be making mistakes and asking for studies which should have been asked for long ago at the site plan stage. The studies are these, and this is just allowing staff to ask for the appropriate information at that more detailed level, because right now the Act doesn't allow for that unless you put it in your official plan. So I think I'm trying to clarify that that's the key issue that we really need to focus on here. And And so I think it is a supportable, in my opinion, it's a supportable from that perspective.
Thank you. If you insist.
Just to follow up, and maybe I think I might be summarizing things, and it might help our contractor friends who were online making comments a moment ago. What we're suggesting here is, as an example, if I were a property owner wanting to build up front, the planning department would be making me aware of studies that would be required for me to get to certain stages in the planning process. If that were the case, and I got to the final stage of the process, and it's at that point in time, I wouldn't have staff coming at me requiring further studies based on what we're talking about here right now, correct? Or it's highly unlikely.
Through you, your worship, to Councillor Jarvis, that's correct. Unless the legislation in between fundamentally changed. Yeah, and we're talking mostly about implementation studies. So an example would be that we deal with down here a lot is like a shadow study as part of site plan, because at that time, you know, the layout and the massing of the building, then you're able to best demonstrate how it impacts other properties. But that would be a site plan study. It's not related to the underlying use, like Beth was, or Ms. Holpenny was referencing. So we understand that there are different studies at different times.
Right. We're bridging a situation that could come up. We're trying to avoid problems from a situation that may come up. It's not something we've had to deal with at this time, and that's, I think, what we've got to be aware of here. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Graziano, followed by Councillor Bocek, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with some of the comments that were made today. And first and foremost, thank you for the detailed report, Ms. Godot, as well as all the effort that's gone into it today. But I do agree with some of the comments that were made today, specifically, and I have some concerns with respect to challenges and timelines. As Mr. White had articulated, and forgive me, I did not or was unable to hear Mr. Grigaitis well, but identifying some of the concerns here, specifically around the ambiguity in planning and the delays that these requirements may cause in the process, thereby perhaps exposing us to OLT applications, I think is a valid concern. And I echo that concern as well. I also feel that these could be discretionary in nature rather than objective. And I wonder how we would apply these. And to Mr. White's example, I think, he proceeds to a certain stage, after which there's a frog that's identified, and we're back at, square one, requesting another report, after which a bat comes to our attention, and we're back at it again. Mr. Winterfeld also echoed the appeals concern. And again, I think in hearing some of our comments today, I would agree that I think we should be considering the requests at the primary planning stage rather than at the site plan stage. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bocek, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'd like to pose my question to Jen, if that's okay, Jen. We know that Bill 23 has been announced, and we've all read what is included in it. But so far, we haven't seen any regulations attached to this bill. We've read what the bill is encompassing, but how they're going to administer it, how they're going to regulate it, we really don't know yet. My question to you is two-part. One, should we be dealing with this now or wait until regulations come out so we know what we're dealing with, A? And B, why is there such a rush right now to move forward with this when we're kind of in the middle of figuring out what's going on with the province? It would only make sense to me that you wait and find out the rules of the game before you engage in the game.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Bocek, through your worship. if I may, I'll answer your second question first. So Bill 109, which seems like it passed a lifetime ago, but did pass this year, that established a timeline for January 1st for fee refunds to kick in. So that essentially is why you're seeing a whole bunch of these policy reports come in December as we're trying to get ready for Bill 109. So the relation is that that fee refund clock starts when an application is deemed complete. So we're trying to get ahead of the curve here. That's what I'll talk about that more when our pre-con bylaw comes up today. But essentially what we're doing with this OPA study, the site plan study OPA, is that we're hoping to have this authority enshrined. And to clarify, the township already does ask for studies as part of site plan. We've realized as we went through the process that we didn't have the authority in the OP to do that, but nothing's changing in our practice if this did get approved. But we're hoping to have this all feed into the pre-con bylaw so that it's all in place for January, so that when someone comes forward with an application, essentially what we'll hand them back is that memo that you'll see soon this afternoon, where we check off what's identified, and that tells them what studies that they'll need to do, and we can identify when, so at OPA, at site plan, etc. And that will give them a complete idea of what they need to do and what studies they need to provide us so that we can start the clock. So that's kind of the incentive to move it forward. And the Bill 23 stuff, so as of Royal Assent, which I believe was the 28th of November, that site plan stuff is in effect now. So it could change, but we still feel that I still feel there's warrant in having this authority behind us, regardless of where and when site plan may apply. It might be that, site plan just disappears from all residential or something in the future, but this would still be useful for commercial or vice versa, or, you know what I mean? This just gives us the maximum flexibility that we can hopefully secure the township's interests going forward. I hope that provides some clarity.
It really does. Thank you for answering the questions and the specifics beyond the questions. Thank you.
Mr. Smith, you wanted to add a comment?
If I may, Mayor, Councillor. As Jen pointed out, on Royal Assent, there were no regulations noted for the site plan control section. It was Royal Assent passed the 28th of November, in force and effect the 29th, or 28th at midnight. That was the change. Okay, so we're not waiting for anything there other than, as the number of people pointed out, the discussion on Bill 23 continues throughout this province. But we can't guarantee that anything's going to change or anything's going to come back. So the report that JLR and Jennifer has provided to you, I agree with the recommendation. And we have to remember that the recommendation on here is only for those commercial and industrial and institutional developments and those over 10 units. She pointed that out in her report. That's where it applies, not on a 9-unit subdivision, not on a single family cottage or single family home. That's the only place where this is coming into place. And when we're taking a look at some of those larger developments, we should be taking a look at the things in our studies and reports that we're looking for, such as stormwater, functional studies, and so on and so forth, that were not addressed years ago when we put zoning on the property that suggested it was already for development. So I do agree with some of the public comments that have come about that. We are kind of at the wrong end of the horse here. We should be establishing on the front end, or having property owners establish on the front end, that their property is suitable for development of whatever kind it is, that they have taken a look at fish, that they've taken a look at stormwater, they've taken a look at habitat, et cetera, on the front end, and use that in order to prove to council and to their neighbors and so on and so forth that they have a property that has a place suitable for that development. But our boat sailed years ago when we put zoning on properties that already suggest to people that it's ready to go. Yeah, and then said, okay, wait a minute here. When we get the site plan control, now because we put zoning on your property, now we're going to use site plan control way back, way after the fact, for you to prove that it's actually development ready. when we should have been establishing that at the front end. And that is what some of those comments are getting from already. And I don't disagree with that, but that's not unfortunately what the OPA in front of you wants to talk about yet. That's certainly a major point for discussion that has been brought up in almost all of the comments that we've seen on paper and from people online. And it's to come, but it is a big, big issue. You know, when you start saying to people, it's like, you have an SRI, and you haven't built on it. It's vacant patentable, whatever the definition that may be. We want you to prove that you have development. And the only way to do that is to take away your zoning, to down zone you is the only way to go in order to force them back into the Planning Act to go through a zoning amendment and to put those studies in front of you and us that justify that development. Those are questions to come in 2023. Those are big ones. With the removal of site plan control and the way that the township has used it, where you did ask for all those studies on those single individual lots, yeah, that was the way it was used. And this is not changing any of that. This is a continuation of business the way it's been done here at the township for a number of years. It's just saying, oh, by the way, let's just put it on paper that these are the type of studies we can ask for. We've been doing that already. You've seen those for those counselors who have been around for years. Those kind of studies come in front of you. Those are the ones our staff were asking for. And you, I guess I could say, basically agreed that they had reasonable requests to individuals. And that's where we're asking for going forward also, is that you are going to have to trust us to say that we are reasonable in our approaches. And there is a section in the Act, as Jennifer's pointed out, where somebody says that request, Mr. Smith, is not reasonable for this property, then they can appeal that. And don't get me wrong, the CAO will know about it, and you'll probably know about it, so we can see whether or not, as we move forward on it. But you are going to have to trust us on some of these things. And again, 10 units and larger, industrial, commercial is where this OPA is speaking to, nothing else.
Well, I thank you very much for dumbing it down for me because it makes a little more sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Petco, followed by Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So thank you for that clarification. That really kind of wraps up a lot of my questions too. I think the one thing, this is slightly going to be off topic then, but you know, obviously some of this could be addressed through the review of the OP, which we're hoping to have with the next session of council, and especially documenting what it is expected when for these homeowners. And I think what you're suggesting in terms of the owner's ability to build based on the zoning, this is going to feed into our conversation on the H2 holds in a few minutes. So I'll hold my tongue further. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you. A lot of good information and excellent explanation. I sort of, I heard it at the beginning that this is related to commercial development, and I think that was the message. Is that correct?
The amendment that Jennifer put forward and on her report to you said 10 units and above, industrial, commercial. Yes, I believe so.
Okay.
And Jennifer, sorry, maybe you speak to that.
Yeah.
That's sort of fundamental. I guess the one question I have, and I don't know whether this is for Jen or you or Peter Pickfield, but it is my understanding that according to certain sections of the Planning Act, some sections talk about site plan and when you can use it, and some sections talk about what studies can be used. And it's my understanding that the I don't know how this applies on the commercial side, but the question becomes, there are aspects of the Planning Act that say basically studies, fine, but environmental studies don't fit into that umbrella. And I'd like to understand how, if we want environmental studies on the commercial side, where that's getting embedded in this. Because as I understand it, using site plan is not the tool for that use of environmental, et cetera.
Okay, through you, your worship, to Councillor Cooper, just to clarify, the OPA as it's currently worded would, can you hear me? Everybody else, okay. So this would apply to anywhere that site plan applies. So Bill 23 changed where it applies to be commercial, industrial, and institutional and multi-res. But if this OP isn't limited to those specifically through the OP, it's limited by the Act now through Bill 23. So hopefully that clarifies. I'm not aware of any section of the Planning Act that limits environmental studies specifically. I might ask Peter, I see your hand is up, if you could field that for me.
Mr. Pickfield.
Thank you. No, there's nothing that specifically does. Remember, this section doesn't actually, this section of the Planning Act doesn't talk about studies. It talks about additional information. But that information could be environmental information. It could be other information, and it could be some studies related to that. And this is really just entrenching a process that's been in place for site plan approvals in Ontario for decades. That municipalities sometimes require studies. They can be environmental related, that are detailed at that level of detail at the site plan stage. So, really, the answer is that the answer is that there's nothing to stop a request for environmental information at the site plan stage. But if it's information that's trying to demonstrate that basically that's needed to demonstrate that the use should be permitted, then it's in the wrong place. Should be happening much earlier in the process. And I just wanted to mention, because I think Councillor Graziano was on to a very important point about worrying about appeals on this. My judgment is that you're not necessarily going to have to worry about more appeals related to this section being put in place. I don't think it impacts that at all, because there has been a long history of allowing for additional information associated with site plan approvals. It's only when the information being asked for isn't appropriate for the site plan approval process that there can be a legitimate appeal. But I haven't seen staff necessarily recommending those things, and I don't think that staff going forward would recommend studies that aren't appropriate for the site plan approval process. So, you can only codify so much into a statute or into a regulation. You do have to rely on the practice that professional planners have in Ontario related to these things. And that's checked by appeals to the tribunal sometimes. And if you've gone too far, the tribunal will tell you that. But I think this is well within bounds. I don't see this as I don't see this change in my opinion, to the official plan, you're creating a new higher risk of appeals in the future. That's my opinion anyway.
Thank you for that. And I just would like to say that, okay, I guess it's what I'm sort of getting at here, and maybe it applies to the H2 issue, but I do know that we've seen a number of cases in recent years, and including 2 in our township, Moreau to a full extent, twice, that says that studies can't be associated with site plans. So obviously on the commercial side of things, I'm getting that, and this particular bylaw that's being put forward, the issue that we learned from Moreau doesn't apply. Is that correct, Peter?
The big change is that since Moreau, there has been a change to the Planning Act that allows for additional information to be asked for by the township during the site plan approval process. So this is a relatively new provision in the Planning Act that was put in place to make it clear that the township can ask for, or municipalities can ask for, additional information and studies, but they have to have it in their official plan. So that's what this is addressing. So, but Moreau was looking at the section 41 of the Planning Act as it was before this provision was put in place. But this is now changed. And so it's in response to this change that this amendment is coming forward. Does that make sense?
Sort of. Thank you. It is a bit daunting, but I just wondered also with this particular commercial aspect, are the public going to be kept out of this and out of the not only comment process, but also the ability to appeal? I'd like to understand how this would impact the public comment and appeal process. Our public deserves to be able to comment. I wondered if you could comment on that. Thank you.
Well, under the site plan, under the Planning Act, the site plan, and this is through you, Mr. Chair, in case you're you don't understand that I'm doing my comments through the mayor. The Planning Act doesn't permit appeals for site plan approval except by the applicant. So there is no public right of appeal for site plan approval, which should also guide the nature of the decision that's being made at site plan approval. Is not a fundamental issue. It's an issue of use, etc. It's a detailed site-specific issue. And that's why the studies that or reports or information we're talking about have to be along those lines, and so that's why. So, but no, I think that Councillor Cooper is correct in saying there's no right of appeal for members of the public, and there's that part of the planning process is left to the applicant and the municipality.
All right, thank you. Councillor Hazelton, do you want to speak before I make my notes? If you say no, you lose your turn this round. Just to be quite transparent.
So I'm delighted, Jen, to hear that this is only applicable to 10 units and commercial. So that's potentially good news. What I'm struggling with is kind of what you promised us back in June, and I know you're working on it, but it's the guidebook. And I don't want to be disrespectful to the planners, but one of the biggest problems we've had is inconsistency in the requests for the appropriate studies from a planning standpoint. And Jen, you were planning on writing a guidebook, which would take a lot of the questions away. And you have tied this site plan control bylaw change to the pre-consult page. But once again, that doesn't have any guidebook direction in it. And I think that's, for me, that's the missing link here, because we have lived through several terms of council where there's a complete lack of consistency in what is being asked for in the various characteristics of the application. And we need, I think, as a township, to aggressively get to a point where we have clarity and consistency, and we're not there yet. Not sure that means I shouldn't support it. I'm just very frustrated by the fact that we're not there yet, and somehow that needs to bubble up to one of the top priorities going forward, so that we can actually achieve this state of consistency, predictability, and fairness. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. And I want to thank you doubly over, because you feed it directly into my comments. And Ms. Cadet, if I missed something that you want to add to it, please comment shortly. I actually am a little impatient, as many of you know. I would love to get past this item so we can go on to the next three items on our list. Because the first one, complete application pre-consultation bylaw development services department report, has a list of all sorts of studies and reports required. To me, that is a vital step towards being consistent in what we require. And I guess my reaction to this OPA is, what harm is it going to do? And we also heard, I also think that it's a bit of insurance on the multiverse, the applications where there's more than 10 residents contemplated. As Ms. Cadet has stated, it's also a form of insurance in case Bill 23 is somehow softened in this regard over the, I mean, there's so much outcry on Bill 23 from the province for all sorts of reasons that I believe that there may be revisions coming to it sometime in the future. I don't know what they all will be. But I guess when I looked at it, I said, okay, this is reinforcing or confirming, if you will, what has actually been our practice for many years. It's encoding it in our official plan. It's not creating any new requirements on any of our residents or applicants. It's just confirming that pattern. It's making specific reference to some of the changes that have happened to the Planning Act. And I don't see any harm in it. And I'm keen to get to the staff reports because I think that's where we're going to be moving forward. And that this, I hate to say it, but this feels like a housekeeping amendment to me more than anything else. And that let's move on to the next ones. That's my reaction to this. And if anybody wants to make any further comment, I really hope it's brief so we can move on. Councillor Wojcik. Oh, Councillor, sorry.
I'm sorry. I'll yield the time to Councillor Banner.
Councillor Graziano, followed by Councillor Wojcik, because I was so excited I wasn't looking at my screen.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll make it brief. A couple points of clarity, if I may. Thank you, Mr. Smith, for bringing to my attention that this pertains to, of course, subdivisions of 10 or more. In reviewing the document that I was provided today, and I don't know which iteration or version it is, I'm assuming it's the most recent. I don't see anywhere in here where it identifies 10 or more. However, that comment may be mooted by section 2. But I do want to bring to attention, this is the point of clarity, section 2(1) subsection B, specifically where there's an exemption clause identifying that it's exempted on anything that requires approval for rezoning, minor variances, consent, and so on. Would this pertain to individual homes as well, if I can ask for clarity on that?
Sure. Through you, your worship, to Councillor Graziano. Are you perhaps looking at the site plan delegation bylaw?
I'm looking at site plan control bylaw, if you can see that perhaps. Well, maybe.
That's another staff item. So this is the site plan OPA.
Oh, okay. I do apologize then. I was.
Yeah, I can see the confusion. But just to clarify, the only thing limiting this to plus 10 units, et cetera, is Bill 23. It's not the actual amendment.
If I may for a moment, and I appreciate that, because that was going to be my second follow-up, should, hypothetically speaking, or if Bill 23 is what is controlling the 10 plus, if there are housekeeping, as you would define them, amendments coming, and they do remove that from the 10 plus and apply it back to individual properties, I'm assuming then this OPA would apply to those individual residents as well. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Wojcik, your turn now. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a comment, and I'll make it quick, that I see a lot of relief on a lot of council members' faces when it's brought up that this doesn't pertain to us. It's commercial, it's 10 units above and everything else. I'll remind council and staff that, you know, in front of us and has been approved places such as Oak Bay, which is 10 units or more, and Port Severn Heights, which is 350 units, and shopping malls and everything else. So this is going to be of a concern to us moving forward. It's not off our plate and we're not excluded from it because we're a cottage community. there will be development in the future that this really pertains to. And that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just one comment, and for Jen, we have a document here that's not the same document that we've been discussing that was put in front of us, so it's a bit, I think that's what's thrown us off a little bit. Thank you.
I just think that's, our clerk was keen to get this report that came in this morning in front of everyone. And because we have a number of site plan control discussions. Sorry, Councillor Jarvis, do you wish to add?
Just very quickly, and I think this pertains to what we've just discussed in the last 2 seconds or 30 seconds here. If we were to look at the background on the report that was given to us that we're currently discussing, under background, the second 2 lines basically clarify exactly what Jen's been trying to tell us and makes it very, very clear. That's it. It says right in it, depending on the site of the proposed development, the earliest application could be an official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment, site plan, minor variance, or consent. Sometimes the earliest application for a site plan application is then. So there you go. I just think it says it very, very clearly.
All right. I have moved by Councillor Predko, seconded by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved that council enacts bylaw 2022-102 to adopt the official plan amendment 18. No, that means the clerk steps in. This is good experience for the new councillors. This is how a recorded vote works. The clerk takes over.
Let the record show that Councillor Bocek has requested a recorded vote. Councillor Bocek, how do you vote?
When my
Councillor
mic was off? No.
Councillor Cooper, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Predko, or sorry. Councillor Graziano, how do you vote?
No.
Councillor Hazelton, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Jarvis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Predko, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mayor Kutsier, how do you vote?
Yes.
Let the record show the motion passes 5-2.
All right, thank you very much. And that ends the Plan Act public meetings portion of our overall meeting today. And then next is staff reports. And I'm wondering if anybody wants to find a 10-minute break before we get into staff reports. We've been at this for an hour and a half now, roughly. So let's call a 10-minute break and reconvene at 10 after 2. I know that's an 11-minute break, but I'm being generous.
I think we should do a dance that the Heat's wearing.
Yeah. This is the new dance.
On, Steve.
Good. Lots of fun.
So yes. Somebody gets Actually, it was great.
We're now going to get to the staff reports section of our planning council of today. And item A is complete application and pre-consultation bylaw development services department report 2022-95. And I believe I saw Mr. Smith's name on this report, did I not? It's a lie.
Sorry, apologies due to technical error. Mr. Smith did not author that report. He was not here when it was attached to the agenda. But there is an error in the background, so apologies, but this will be directed to Ms. Gaudette.
Ms. Gaudette, if you wouldn't mind presenting this report, I'd appreciate it. Thanks very much.
Yes, unfortunately for you guys, you're stuck with me for the next couple. I will share my screen again. We'll probably need Karen's help to stop sharing it. Unfortunately, with the black background, I think the little bar gets lost and I can't see it. Can everybody see my PowerPoint? Awesome. So I'm here to present to you the complete application and pre-consultation bylaw and report. The objective of the bylaw is to implement the township's official plan policies that support a complete application and pre-consultation bylaw and to prepare for the impacts of Bill 109. Bill 109 received royal assent on April 14th of this year, and it implements graduated fee refunds from 50 to 100% if the statutory timelines for application review are not met. This means that applications that are not processed with a decision within the statutory timelines are subject to fee refunds, as well as the typical appeal rights for non-decision. The fee refunds apply to official plan and zoning bylaw amendments, as well as site plan control. This slide here shows you our application fees and the statutory decision timeline. So the application fee is up to the township, but the decision timeline is not. So the official plan amendments, we charge $3,000 for a basic one and $5,000 for a major one. That gives us 4 months in the Planning Act to make a decision. So that means bring it to council and a decision is made. Zoning is $3,000 and it's 90 days. And site plan, depending on the severity of it or the complication of it, goes from $500 to $5,000. And we get 2 months to review that. Now, the minor variance and consent, the committee applications, they're not subject to the fee refunds, but I've included them in here because they are part of the complete application discussion. So they can still be appealed if we don't meet these timelines. It's 30 days for a minor variance and 90 for a consent. The proposed bylaw would strengthen current practice in the department and would streamline development by clearly outlining expectations at the earliest opportunity. And to reduce the fee refunds, applications that we receive would not be deemed complete until we have all the requirements of a complete application, which were identified during the pre-consultation process. So deeming complete is when the clock starts for those timelines that I referenced in my earlier slide. And we have included in that complete application that the studies be peer reviewed and we have the final version. I know council's seen quite a few deferrals from us where we've been waiting for those. So this will change that. And we've also included a site visit in there as part of a complete application. And with the discretion of the director or their designate to waive that, if it's an easement, for example, or if it's part of a multi application process and we're 3 into it, there is that discretion built in. So complete application and pre-consult bylaw are both supported by sections I2 and I6 of the township official plan. We've got all of this stuff in the official plan that we need to implement these. Prior to the submission of one of these applications, pre-consultation is required. So that's for official plan amendment, zoning bylaw, site plan, and draft plan of subdivision condo. Now keep in mind, subs and condos are the district's approval authority, and we're a commenting agency. That's why I didn't include them in the previous slide, but just for your information, the Planning Act allows us to ask for pre-application consultation for all of those. We cannot, under the Planning Act, require it for minor variance or consent, but we can encourage it, which we strongly do. So how it would work is, if this bylaw were passed, it would provide us more authority to continue with our current planning practice, which is that an applicant would submit a form for a pre-consultation. We would circulate that internally, and who we circulate it to depends on the nature of the application. And we'd also do that externally. So some internal ones, building, fire, Brad's department, Public Works. External would be the district, any of the ministries, Hydro One, any of the rail corridors, etc. The cottage associations as well. If there's environmental concerns, what we do currently and what we're proposing to continue to do is there's a separate environmental pre-con. So how it works, we'd open up, the planner would open up our mapping. We'd see, oh, there's a provincially significant wetland 80 meters from the property. Our official plan triggers an EIS. So we would send that to Hutchinson, our environmental consultants. They would do the review, and that helps to scope what's required. Now, as an aside, this was kind of mentioned in the previous presentation or discussion, Hutchinson is currently working on a terms of reference for environmental impact studies, which would help scope. It's not done yet, but it's part of this whole practice improvement that we're working on. So when it's received, we get all the information from all of the agencies, and we provide a checklist to the applicant. So we consolidate it as the planners into one document. And that's the checklist that you'll see as one of the attachments to the report. We provide it to the applicant. They go get everything together. And then when they submit their application, we pull up that same checklist and we cross-reference and make sure we have everything we need. If we've got it all, we deem them complete, which we have 30 days to do under the Planning Act. And then that starts the formal timeline process. And our hope with this is that it makes the very complicated planning process a little easier for everybody, and that there's less surprises and less deferrals at council. As you guys are well aware, there's a extended notice period in Georgian Bay. So sometimes at the 6-week mark, which is when we have to provide notice, we expect that we'll have the peer review back, and we don't, and we have to ask for a deferral. And it's a big use of everybody's time. So we're hoping that this process of getting the peer review final study up front protects your time and also helps us meet all the Bill 109 objectives. Here for any questions. I will attempt to stop screen sharing here. Karen, I may need you. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for that. Council, any questions or comments or queries? Well, I got a whole list now and I look back at my screen. So let's start. I'll take them in the order they're on the screen. So Councillor Cooper, followed by Councillor Bocheck at this point, please.
Thank you, Mayor Kutzier, and these things up. And Jen, thank you for the report. I do have a couple of simple, hopefully simple questions, and I know you've clarified this in the report, but I just want to understand how we hold our feet to the fire, so to speak. What I mean by that is, you know, there's various, and beginning of your presentation, you talked about 30 days and 60 days and so forth in terms of timelines. But one of the things that we've heard in the past, and hopefully this won't apply in the future, is that, you know, it's 30 days is paramount, when in fact, what we're really talking about is a complete application. I know you said this, but it's a complete application, and that it would be completed in 30 days would be highly irregular, wouldn't it?
So there's 30 days for us to deem it complete or incomplete. I'll try to speak louder. Apologies, my throat's a little sore. So once we receive an application, we have 30 days to deem it complete or incomplete. We're hoping that this process, we don't have to use those full 30, but the Act does give us 30. And then it's minor variances that have that 30-day additional timeline. Right now, we have been a little bit delayed in our ability to hit those timelines, but happy to say, because of everybody's hard work over the summer, we were mostly caught up in the fall, and we continue to be, I mean, the election put us a little bit behind, and we haven't had committee since October, but notwithstanding that, we're pretty much on top of applications right now. So we're hoping that going forward, everybody stops seeing those delays.
So just, I'm sorry, if I could, point of clarification. I understand all of what you've said, and I realize we haven't met all those recently, and it's unfortunate, but what I'm really trying to get at is still has to be a complete application. 30-day thing doesn't apply, is it correct?
I see. Yes. So if those timelines only kick in when it's complete. If you submit as something not complete, there's no clock starting. We just give it back to you with a identification of what's missing.
Correct. So I just wanted to sort of reinforce that, because especially for our new counselors, we run into this quite regularly. All I was pointing out is that, you know, maybe occasionally we get things done in 30 days, but sometimes it might take 60 days or 120 days, even though we say 30 days. And so I just don't think I think we need to be careful not to give an expectation that everything will be done in 30 days, especially for our applicants. So that was one thing. The only other aspect to this and site, so a complete application should include, and it doesn't include site visit. And if it does, the question becomes, there are many sites in the township of Georgian Bay, we can't see the topography, we can't get to it for 6 months. So it's not 30 days, it's 6 months and 30 days at the worst case scenario. So could you comment on that for me, please? Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. So through you, your worship, to Councillor Cooper. So we have proposed that a site plan be a requirement for all complete applications, similar to how a survey is. And we have clarified it should be a safe site visit, just to make things clear. You know, if it's dangerous, staff aren't going to go out there. And in that case, so if you had an inaccessible property, your application would be delayed until such time as staff could complete the visit, and then it would be deemed complete.
So final question, if I may, and that is just in terms of this is applying to individual properties, and this isn't commercial development, correct?
It would apply to all properties.
Okay, it applies to all properties, but in the case of individual properties, which are most of our, I would think most of our applications, because the commercial property and subdivisions are reviewed by the district. Is there any reason that we wouldn't, in order to involve the public in the process, that we wouldn't use, instead of a site plan control, a site-specific bylaw to enforce, to force public allow for public involvement, but also, if you read the studies must, environmental studies must be related and can be enforced under zoning bylaws, but not on site specific. So I'd like your comment on that, because a lot of things I've read about this suggest that. So if you could comment, please. Thank you.
Yes, through you, your worship, to Councillor Cooper. I'm not 100% sure I followed the question, but to clarify, so this pre-con and complete application bylaw would apply to, the complete application part would apply to all of them. The fee refunds only apply to certain application types. But the distinction, which I think you may be asking, between a site plan and a site-specific zoning bylaw amendment, is that? So if it doesn't meet the zoning bylaw and it requires differences in the standards, so say setbacks, height, the things that council sees all the time, that would warrant a site-specific zoning amendment. If you were changing the use, that would be a zoning bylaw amendment, sometimes with or without a special. Site plan control is different. So site plan control isn't about the standards of the property or the use of it. It's about how that use is implemented. So depending on what the proponent is asking to develop, that guides what application stream they're in. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Bocek, please, followed by Councilor Predko.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This seems to be a pretty big blanket that we're covering everything with here, and we have a pretty big township. The effectiveness of doing the pre-consult, as far as I'm concerned, is great for a lot of our properties, but not needed on a lot of our properties. We have a large amount of this township that is municipal road, not on the water, simple lots where if you meet the setback from the middle of the municipal road and your side yard setbacks, go ahead and apply for a building permit, away you go. A lot of properties in this township that need a pre-consult. And this is a big blanket that's covering everybody, so I'm a little concerned about that. The other thing I'm very concerned about was the second part of this. And I'll make a comment. You better be good friends with the planner, or you better be in good cahoots with the planner, because it's at his sole discretion when he feels an application is complete. That clock does not start ticking until he deems that our application is complete. And if he, according to the first resolution that we passed, if he demands a study, then it demands another study, and then another study, and then near the end of the process, another study. Okay, look, this could take months and months and months, and then the clock starts. Okay, so like I said, you better not have a follow with our planner or whoever's responsible for looking at your application, because if he wants, he can hold you up forever. And that's all my comments.
Mr. Smith, you wish to respond to that?
I do believe, Councillor, that we as staff are certainly subject to your review through the CAO. There's no doubt about that in terms of being reasonable with ratepayers. They come to see you. And second of all, complete applications and so on and so forth and required studies, which I believe, and Peter's still on the line, you can still challenge again about what is reasonable. You want to do a deck and we ask you for a 3-year environmental impact study. Probably a little out of whack, I would think, right? But just say we did ask for it. I would suggest, in some respects, and then Peter can, certainly recognize to the legislation that is appealable as to the board, saying you have to be kidding. A 3-year EIS for a deck, unless of course you're building it in the wetland. But you know what I mean? Is that we are subject to checks to bounds and to checks on that power as a municipality within the act. Right, yeah. No. Well, you said we are putting in front of you what we think is a checklist. There's no doubt about it. That's what it is. And Councillor, you had mentioned before about still missing, what does that statement mean? What does functional study mean? What are the bounds to it, kind of thing like that? Even that's a loaded question, if you know what I mean, about where it begins and ends. But we are asking you again to take a look at this, to allow us to work with the ratepayers before we start hitting timelines. Okay, that's the main thing here, is the province made the timelines so tight that in order to get these required studies and that discussion in, we have to go to pre-consult. There's just no way we can make it on the timelines given. Not when we got 30 days notice within the OP and not when we want public comments on on plans and so on and so forth, and they make, in order to make timeline and not to be subject to refunds when we're not. We are trying to come up, I think, with the best balance between all those things. And I think what you're saying is, Mr. Smith, you better be very careful on the deck that you don't ask for a 3-year EIS. Yeah. Okay.
Check your mic.
Mr. Mayor, do you want me to just speak to the legal?
Asking for additional studies. It may not be you. Okay, it could be a cottage association. It could be a council decision that says we want more studies on this. And I'll reiterate that the problem with this solution you have for a provincially legislated bill, I guess is the way we'll put it, is we're taking an approach that they are wrong. They haven't given us enough time to do what we need to do. So what we're going to do is we're going to create something here where we can delay you as long as possible and ask for as many studies as possible. And once you've provided all that to us, we'll then start the clock. I'm not buying into that, but those are my comments, and I'm sure they're different than other councillors on the table. So I'll let some other ones speak.
Councillor Fredko. Ms. Goodette, do you want to reply before we go to Councillor Fredko?
Thank you. Yeah, I was just going to say through you, your worship, to Councillor Bochek. I hear you. I'd just like to clarify that this bylaw isn't changing any of that. So the concern about the power resting in the planning department is there regardless of this bylaw. So, and we do also have our professional board. So we have the Ontario Professional Institute of Planners also guiding our ethics in planning. So we're held to multiple different standards in terms of not being vindictive in throwing the book at people for studies. So hopefully that's some, comfort to you.
Mr. Mayor, may I speak to this just briefly?
Please.
So first of all, this proposal actually reduces the amount of discretion on the staff, because it establishes that there are certain things that it sort of sets out a checklist of things that can be required, but the act itself limits what can be asked for at an application stage. There's a certain statutorily required elements that have to be in place. And then there are certain things that are already in our official plan that we usually ask for. And so this just regularizes that and says, these are the things that we'll ask for. So the practice won't really change, but there'll be more transparency and clarity in terms of what an applicant actually needs. And also the important point that was made that the clock doesn't start running until you get all the information you need, which is an important change because of the potential that if the clock starts running and you don't make a decision under the new statutory changes, there's the potential for, well, there's a likelihood that you'll have to return your application fees. But the other point in terms of discretion is the act is also pretty tight about this, in the sense that if an applicant feels like staff is unfairly asking for information, there is a mechanism under the Planning Act to go directly to the tribunal on a motion. So if staff is actually proposing studies which A, are not authorized by the official plan, or B, statutorily authorized, you can go directly to the tribunal. And the tribunal will, and it's a very kind of a rapid process where you get before the tribunal, and the tribunal hears a motion, and they decide whether or not the clock should start running, and basically whether or not the application should be declared complete. So this is an area where actually there's not a lot of discretion. And then there is the point that, staff is going to be aware of what's required for applications as a result of professional judgment, but there's also actually you're adding in a lot more certainty, I think, and transparency with this change, in my opinion.
Thank you. I will now go to Councillor Predko, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of quick points of confirmation. Can you just go back to your timeline chart? You don't have to bring it up on the screen, but can you confirm that those are the dates that the provincial government is mandating, or are those standards that the township had wanted to implement in the first place?
Through you, your worship, to Councillor Predko, those are the statutory requirements from the province.
Okay, so I think clearly 30 days for a minor variance is probably optimistic in our environment. And then on the staff report, there is a long list of supporting documentation, and one of the sections obviously is called required supporting documentation, and I'm assuming that not all of this is always required, because there's things like shadow studies and wind studies that are discretionary based on the project at hand. But looking at this and what's required, I would say that, you know, there is obviously a concern that there would be a lot of subjectivity to what is going to be required. And I know we've heard that it's more objective than what it looks like. But I would just like to comment that as a homeowner who wants to initiate a building project of any kind, looking at this list, I know I would immediately call up somebody that's a professional to help me go through this and present on my behalf, much like the Armstrongs this morning, to have somebody represent them professionally. And I think this is going to be raising the cost across the board for people who are trying to do changes. And that's just an observation. But I don't know if you have any comments on that, either Dave or Jen.
Mr. Smith. Mayor, I think as Peter pointed out and Jennifer's pointed out, there are a lot of studies embedded in the official plan as requirements. You're within 120 meters of habitat fish one, FH1. You need a study. If you are looking to connect to sewer water, if you're looking for stormwater, those are already embedded in the official plan. This document, in some respects, begins to simplify that by pulling out all those various sections that are sprinkled all over the place that you have to find. They have not necessarily added to them. Sorry, don't get me wrong. Shadow flicker for wind turbines and then overshadows are not necessarily there, but those are certainly on the commercial side. But we probably deal with maybe 5 through 7 types of studies on a regular basis across applications when we deal a lot with cottages, the fish habitat, the EIS, the docks, so on and so forth. And this is, as Peter and Jennifer has pointed out, are just taking those requirements out of the Muskoka official plan and out of the Georgian Bay official plan and putting them down in one place so that people can begin to see, you know, in that one location about the things that may be required for them to. So even don't pass it. It's there already. We're not adding to their burden. It's there now.
Yeah, I know it's transparency. I guess when we get to people submitting an application for a cottage, maybe we don't give them the entire list of.
That's fair. And in some respects, as you know, planners that come and gone, even for myself, the checklist is good to remind me of the various things you have, as opposed to be missing something on page 17 or 42, and then having to go back to them in 2 weeks and kind of go, ooh, sorry, I forgot. And they go, geez, get your act together. You know, I think so. We think we can be a little more upfront, and it's not meant to scare. It's meant as much as anything to remind ourselves of the various things that councils are looking for in terms of study, because you put them in your official plan, or things that neighbors are looking for when we're looking at development. Did you cover this off? Did you cover that off? Yes, we had that study done with them.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Jarvis, at one point your hand was raised and it seemed to disappear, quite the opposite to earlier
Yeah, I
in
was
this
going to put it
meeting.
back up.
But I didn't know whether you intended to have it disappear.
You mind if I make a comment?
No, because you did have your hand up right after Councillor Predko, and then Was gone.
Because the question I originally had was answered, was asked by Councillor Cooper, but I do have just a quick comment to make. And I'll be brief in that I think what is being misunderstood here is that somebody from the public who wants to build is going to look at this list and go, I can't do it, and leave town. And maybe in some cases that would be our preference anyway, but notwithstanding that, I think it's incumbent on our planning staff to be able to walk through very quickly with an applicant and go, well, a lot of this stuff you're not going to need anyway, because you're just building a small deck at ground level and it's on the back of your place and it's within all the guidelines that we've got in place. So most of this stuff is not going to be relevant anyway. So all of a sudden, a lot of that stuff is right off the table, but Kaylee can correct me, and I'm waiting for that to happen.
Ms. Nicholson.
Just a quick clarification on this. Anybody can come in and make a building permit application. If they believe that they are going to meet the zoning bylaw requirements, they're more than welcome to come. They don't have to do a pre-consult for that to take place. You just want to make sure that everybody's aware of that. If during that process, obviously, that it's found that they do need a planning application, obviously, then that changes the process. But if, like you said, they're building a deck, they think they can meet it, or even a cottage, then we try to either, encourage them to try and meet the zoning bylaw requirements, and that will definitely change their timelines, or apply, and then we'll see where it goes.
Kaylee said it better than I did. Thank you.
Just for clarification, somebody comes with a building permit, you cannot issue it without planning reviewing the application. But if planning reviews it and sees that it qualifies, then they do not require a pre-consult, I presume, because they do not have to make a planning application?
Correct.
Okay. I just didn't want people to think that if you thought it qualified, you would issue a building permit without talking to planning.
But technically I can, but that's another discussion. But yes, we as a building department here that has always used our planning department to do our zoning review.
Because that's part of the Georgian Bay.
It's just,
approach.
though, yes, just because the way we did the complexity of the bylaw.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Hazelton, followed by Councillor Graziano, please.
I guess patience is important. Excuse me. I heard the words clarity and transparency. Jen, thank you very much. I think what you've helped us here is to actually do that, to provide clarity and transparency in what you are doing and what all the planners should be doing and hopefully are doing. But it makes it hopefully easier for the applicant to realize that there are potentially a lot of things that need to be looked at in an application. And that they are all going to be looked at regardless of whether we're going to stick our heads in the sand and pretend that this list doesn't exist. So I think excellent that you've come forward with a list like this. Having said that, I would like to add to it. One of the things that you talk about here is down in the environmental impact study. And I'm intrigued. I'm not quite sure where my ideas would be. Maybe it's environmental impact, maybe it's engineering. But you referenced the term functional servicing report, and for what we'll call it more commercial applications, that would be, as I understand it, whether it's capable of having wastewater and water supplies and things like that. And I'm kind of thinking that in layman terms, functional servicing report is somewhat like suitability of a septic system. Does the property have it? Is it suitable to build a septic system on that property? So I'm wondering if that kind of clarity could be added to it, because most people won't know what a functional servicing report will be, but what they will know is will the property support a septic system? So just a suggestion, if I could. The other characteristic that I'm not seeing here, we talk about lot grading, entrance design, floodplain engineering. all of these words that you've brought in here are all ideal words and have likely come from documentation that is, we'll call it land-based development. The one glaring omission that I can see here is the accessibility, especially for a water access property. So, you know, that we have been talking about. We've been talking about it in the planning committee for a long time. And I think that that should be an element that is added to your list because it is a key element of a pre-consult. And I'd like to transition, if I could. You talk about the ability to ask for studies. You've got that, you know, the impact study, environmental impact study, et cetera. I was absolutely delighted to hear you say that Hutchison are working on terms of reference for some of these documents, and I'm delighted that that step has taken place. I would like to point out that sadly we have been receiving letters of opinion that have been paid for by applicants, and they call them studies. And I can't think of a more descriptive example other than, or a more recent descriptive example other than the Morrow situation. And in the Morrow situation, studies were contracted by the applicant. They were basically letters of reference or letters of opinion with no data, with no studies. And when it got to the OLT, the data and the studies were done on behalf of the township and the community, and actually represent excellent terms of reference for studies. And so I would really like to be able to see as a partnering document here, not only the Hutchison terms of reference documents that would be coming forward, but I think that we need to build a little mini library of relevant studies that are considered by Hutchison to be strong, capable studies, as opposed to weak letters of opinion, and have those as a part of a library such that when somebody needs to do something like a fish habitat impact assessment, that they have a sample that they can look at and go, oh, not only do I have a terms of reference from Hutchison, but I have a sample of what somebody else did that was considered a good study. Anyways, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilor Graziano.
Thank you, Your Worship. Having an opportunity to speak to quite a few ratepayers this past summer, the first thing that was presented to me anytime I would approach their door and ask them what concerns they had were the time in which it was taking them to acquire permits. It seems everyone had that top of mind. Second to that, of course, was staffing levels, but a whole different topic to discuss. And I ran on an election campaign that stated that I would attempt to try to fix this issue. It's not unknown that we here have a long time, or at least the average amount of time for our constituents to require a building permit is well beyond norms. With that being said, I personally, of my opinion, see this as a means of which to skate around the provincial requirements. I believe our elected provincial officials have found ways in which to expedite building, and this is a means in which to attempt to try to circumvent those mandates. I call it a creative way or a sleight of hand. With that being said, I can appreciate that there are ways in which to seek relief, specifically on what people perceive to be unfair. But I do question the costs associated with motions going to the OLT. And perhaps Mr. Pickford can give us a rough estimate. Are we looking at $5,000 borne on to the constituent? 10,000, 15,000? And if we lose, does Bill 23's pay to play option coming into effect mean that the township has to cover their costs if in the event that it is deemed to be unnecessary? That is a question to Mr. Pickford. Excuse me, Pickfield. Thank you. Thank you for that. And second, and lastly, there's a question to Ms. Godot and perhaps our planning staff, and that is specifically, suffice it that I am reading the correct document this time, which I hope I am. I do not see an SLA on the return of to which we are going to get back to the constituent with a checklist. So my understanding is that this goes to our consultants, our environmental consultants for review, and they'll come back and provide us with their thoughts, after which we then check off the checklists, which is what is required for pre-consult and pre-approval to then start the clock. And I question what amount of time is going to take our planning staff to get back to our constituents with this checklist from the very moment that we receive it back from our consulting or consultants to the very moment we communicate that to our constituents. Is there a time? Do we have a defined time? Because I did not see one in this proposal. Thank you.
I think that was Mr. Pickfield first, followed by Ms. Cadet. So Mr. Pickfield, over to you.
I think we're talking about the risk of appeals, which there's no question. I think the councilor is correct. If we have to go to appeals before the OLT, they're expensive, and they're to be avoided if possible, but can always be avoided. But I think that this procedure actually reduces the likelihood of appeals, because appeals can happen. What it does is it makes sure that all the information that planning staff needs to review of an application is brought to the staff so they can review it before the clock starts on an appeal process. And then, because there's an appeal as of right as soon as the clock starts, after whatever the number of time, depending on the kind of application. So this is actually probably going to reduce the potential for appeals. So I think that is probably one of the positives associated with this particular proposal. And I just wanted to say that, like most municipalities have something like this in place. I think this municipality is a bit unusual in not having this kind of sort of transparent list of required studies in place, and this kind of direction in place. So I think it's actually a good step, and I don't see it as adding study requirements, because the study requirements are there already in the official plan. It's just, I think, as Mr. Smith said, it's just putting them all in one place and providing good information. And I'll let Jen answer the second question.
May I for a moment, if I may, Mr. Pickfield? I'm sorry, I didn't. And with all due respect, I don't believe you answered my question. The question was specifically, would the constituent bear any costs? And if so, what would that look like? And will we be responsible if we lose in a motion before the tribunal, should a constituent take us to the tribunal? Thank you.
I'm sorry. I'm understanding the question. I apologize. You're talking about in the case of a motion for where a motion is brought for a complete that motion is brought, not an appeal, but a motion related to
unnecessary request and EIS.
Right. I'm sorry. I apologize. So just on that issue, there is definitely a cost associated with those types of motions if they happen. And so that would really, what that would do is it would make sure that staff is actually, first of all, meeting timelines in terms of meeting the 30-day timeline in terms of providing a notice of complete application. And if it's not complete, a notice of incomplete application, that notice of incomplete application better be teed up to what's in the official plan in terms of what are the study requirements or what are the statutory requirements. If you go beyond that, that's when you create a risk. So I'm assuming that staff is going to follow those guidelines. And this is just describing what those guidelines are. And if you can't stop anybody from bringing that kind of a motion, but it's not going to be successful if staff is following those guidelines, because the guidelines say, the official plan actually says these studies are required.
And if we lose, will we be responsible for those costs?
You might be now with the new changes to the to the Ontario Land Tribunal Act that recently, that I think those have not yet been proclaimed, but there's a new provision in the Ontario Land Tribunal Act which actually gives the tribunal the explicit authority to award costs against the losing party. That prior to that, though, costs were rarely awarded. So in the current practice, costs are rarely awarded against either municipality or the other side. But that could change. So that is something I think is part of the overall process that needs to be considered. But I don't think that these particular changes increase the chance for motions for incomplete applications. I don't think we've had too many of those. So I don't think that creates a higher risk of that. But I think the councillor is making a good point that the changes to the Ontario Land Tribunal Act, if they come into force and effect, and they haven't been proclaimed yet, but if they are, we're going to have to discuss what that means for the risks to municipalities in terms of appeals and motions.
Thank you, Mr. Pickfield. Mr. Gaudette, just in case you wanted me to reiterate my question, is there an SLA, or do we have defined, or have we defined an SLA or a service level agreement on the time in which it takes from the moment we get the environmental suggestion or impact studies returned back to us to the time we get back to the constituent? Thank you.
Yeah. Through you, your worship, to Councillor Graziano. At this time, we don't, and the Act doesn't have any timelines associated with pre-application consultations. That being said, we do try our best, but because those aren't subject to the statutory requirements, they do sometimes, when we hit staffing restrictions, as we're in again now, they do fall to the wayside, so we can try to mitigate that appeal risk for the ones that do have those timelines. So
I question whether or not we're bold enough to actually put a timeline in place to ensure that the constituent does not have to be sitting there waiting and waiting and waiting indefinitely for our township staff or our consultants to actually review the file and get back to them with a checklist. So I do share and echo some concerns that Mr. Councillor Bocek did raise. Thank you.
Mayor?
Mr. Smith.
There's an SLA two ways. You expect staff and all departments to respond and to do our work within a reasonable period of time. The problem we have is we don't have a definition of reasonable, right? We keep adding words to it. You want to say that we're going to get back to at the staff level internally, that we're going to get back to them within 3 days of just their original by acknowledging, thank you very much for your pre-consult, I'll let you know in a couple of weeks. Then you want the SLA to say that we'll return a complete letter to you within a certain amount of time. We are 20% staffed. To put an SLA on an internal, I'll talk about external consultants in a minute, is almost impossible at the moment. And we've heard that. You've heard that. All of you have heard that from your constituents, that the planning department is behind. And then Jen has mentioned that they've worked diligently, that the two planners have left, and so on and so forth, to get us to where we are today, with only a few being outside things. But putting an SLA on internal to say that we're going to respond to every ratepayer within 72 hours or 3 business days or whatever it is at the moment, I don't think is feasible. Come and talk to me when we're fully staffed.
Sure, and perhaps you were not present yesterday when we recommended the hiring committee, and that's understandable. Yeah. I understand that is our CAO's obligation to ensure that we do have staff. It's not our constituents' problem. They come to us expecting a service, and we should deliver on that service. With respect to the SLA, it seems that our provincial government has defined an SLA, a time in which it takes us to make sure that an application is approved or declined. And I think that we can echo that. Thank you.
We can take the minor variance, 30 days. The notice period for the municipality is 30 days. I don't know how to solve that problem, right? You've already given me rules for notice that don't match up with an approval period of time it's supposed to take. You meet once a month. right? So I know that you're expecting us to come back with solutions to this, but at the moment, this pre-consultation and so on and so forth is part of the way of us having to address what you want from us, which is a site visit. You want notice, you want people to participate, you want them to be able to review documents. That timeline for all those things was not the province's problem. They didn't care about that. You do, which is why you gave us the marching orders to do those kind of things. So this pre-consult that you have in front of us allows us to work within that and to go out to the various lake associations and so forth that we do now to get comments on that outside of those extremely limited time periods. So
Mr. Smith, I
that's-
can speak for myself to say, when I say that, at the end of the day, I'll do what's required in order to make sure that things are expedited for our constituent. And I would hope that we would echo that.
Thank you, Councilor.
Thank you.
There's no question. There's been service delivery challenges given the staffing and in Councilor Graziano. I don't think it's just because of shortcomings of this organization. I don't know how many organizations I dealt with, municipal or private or what have you, where I have not received the service I used to get because they're short-staffed. So I don't think we can lay that one fully at the doorstep of the municipality. We're entirely guilty because it's something that everybody shares. Having said that, I think this pre-consultation, I'm going to call it checklist, is invaluable. I mean, over the last term, for instance, I've heard from many a constituent who complained about the length of time it's taken them to get their building permit for various reasons. But I would estimate, and I could be off, but I'd say roughly in half the cases, the applicant didn't actually quite understand what was required or not, and they didn't realize that staff is waiting for them. And I think us instituting a pre-consultation process and including this checklist will greatly improve the clarity, the transparency to the applicant as to what is required. I think that this checklist is extremely important, and I think it can only improve the level of service that we provide to our residents. I don't believe the checklist means that we're going to ask residents for more information than we do now. I think it's just it's going to be clear what they require. I think that the complete application aspect of this, well, that's because the province has created deadlines that are extremely tight. They've added an extra step that wasn't there before. I mean, I think we all wish, whether we are township staff, council, or resident applicant, we all wish that all this stuff could be done a lot faster. But at the same time, we all wish that our neighbor builds something that isn't offensive environmentally or to our place. And so we need studies and guidelines, and in some cases more, in some cases less, and I think they're extremely important. I just believe personally that this pre-consultation process, including this checklist, will only actually enhance and improve our services. It's not a complete answer, but I think it's a step in the right direction. But to that, I want to ask for one note of clarification, if I could. And that is, and perhaps our planning department or maybe our clerks department can answer this. The bylaw that is being proposed, does that checklist, two-page checklist, is that part of the bylaw so that if a study was to be added to it, would that have to come to council, or would staff have the ability to add a study to it or to, as they start using it, realize something got missed?
Karen or?
Yes, yes.
So your answer.
Certainly, Your Worship. So the checklist is not included as part of the bylaw. The reason being is that it's more of an administrative document. An administrative document should not be attached to the bylaw. Bylaws are meant for policy and rule setting. So as long as something needs to be added or amended to the checklist that is in keeping with the bylaw, it doesn't need to come back to council.
Okay, thank you. I think that was actually the answer that I personally was hoping for. Because I think that as we go along, and we've already heard one or two suggestions to here as to how that checklist could be improved, at least that could happen without going through the whole council. Anyway, bottom line, I'm absolutely in favor of this because I think it's a couple steps in the right direction for the good of the township and I believe for our applicants. And it's perhaps a positive consequence of all the extra pressure that the province is putting on us, that we are actually going to make our system a little better. And this being an important step in that direction. With that, I don't know if council wants a second round to make some comments. Councilor Cooper says yes. So we'll start with Councilor Cooper, followed by Councilor Bochek, please.
Thank you, Mayor, and building on something you just said, which is adding to the list. And maybe this is a question for Jen or whomever would like to answer it, but on the on Georgian Bay, coastal Georgian Bay, I'll say, and water access residences or properties, I should say, that would potentially have to meet some of these these criteria checklist. I would like to have our staff consider an addition, which is between 2013 and 2020, the water level in Georgian Bay went up by 7 feet, but equally it was down 7 feet. And so I believe that one of the criteria that needs to be met in the study is access. If you can't get to the property, you need access. And why do I say that? Well, how about serviceability? Septic system serviceability, building first of all, then serviceability, EMS, police. We have had two examples in the last 2 or 3 years, 4 years, where properties have been given approvals and one or three, in fact, I think there's more than two. In any event, in one case, there was 12 inches of water in 2013. How do you get to that property? How do you do any of the things that I just mentioned? Serviceability and accessibility, I think, are a pretty critical piece for the development initially, and then the ongoing development or maintenance of a property. And I'd like to see that added to the sort of checklist of studies that need to be done. So could I get an answer on whether that's something that we could deal with? Thank you.
Mr. Depp.
Thank you, through you, your worship, to Councillor Cooper. Thanks for the feedback. We can definitely add that in. And if anybody around the table or anybody listening to this or watching it in the future when they're bored one night thinks of anything, please send it to Dave and I, and we can add it in.
Thank you.
That's terrific. And I just wanted to say thank you for that. It's a very important point. And my counselor friend right beside me here has agreed to do all the water testing on any one of these properties. Thank you.
Have you just been volunteered? Voluntold. All right. Councillor Bochek at the other end of the.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And to the fact that I believe that this bylaw has serious consequences moving forward. And I don't think we're understanding the true impact of this. And I'll give you an example. Yesterday, if I wanted to walk into the township and extend my front deck on my house, I could walk in, ask for a building application, I could fill it out, I could get an approval, and I could build that deck probably within 2 weeks. Now, in this document, it says the planning department is demanding, mandating, or requiring this pre-consult. It's not an option. So
I think you need Ms. Nicholson to reply to that because she's already answered that question.
Okay, I'll pause.
Yep. Somebody can walk in at any point and apply for a building permit. This is if they need to go for a planning application. That's the difference. So if you thought that you wanted to add onto your deck and you thought you met the requirements of the zoning bylaw, you don't need a pre-consult. You come make a building permit application and we process it as normal.
So if I want to do it.
Once it's been reviewed by planning.
No, we process it as normal. That's part of the process.
Correct.
So none
Apologies.
of that is changing. What their pre-consult is if you need minor variance, if you want to, sever your property, that's what that has to do with. If at some point during the review that they realize that you need a minor variance, that's going to pull it out of the building permit process and put you in a planning process. So that's different. You could still come in and apply for a permit.
So the effectiveness of this, according to the planners that are here and the lawyer, is that if we follow this process, chances are you're going to have to hire a planner, hire a lawyer, because I certainly, as a resident, I'm not going to be able to understand planning law or anything else, because if I go for this pre-consult and they give me a checklist of things, next thing I got to do is go get a planner because I don't understand the thing. This is going to cost the constituent a lot of money. Secondly, it doesn't take a lot of in-depth look at this to figure out how to circumvent it. And when that's a possibility, I don't think we thought it all out. An example, an open building permit. You have an open building permit that's been open for 5 years. You've paid your $200 a year, or your $100 a year, $60 a year, whatever it was for the time, and you've kept that permit open. Okay, now you want to do something. You don't want to go through all this planning nonsense and everything else. You just add it to the permit. And that's a possibility because I've done it. So I don't think there's been enough consideration been given to the long lasting effects of everything that's in here. In 2014, Councillor Edwards recommended to this council that a checklist be put in place. It was supported by council. It was never carried out. And this checklist was a checklist that says, if you want to get a building permit, you need to A, submit your plans, B, submit this, C, submit that, all these different things. It was never carried forward. And there was reasons it wasn't carried forward. And we could be here for 6 hours discussing those reasons. And you know it, Kaylee, it could be a long, long time going back over that. But I can't support this, even though the intent of it is to make things more expedient and move things along and not be put in a position of challenge. I don't think it's there yet. I really don't.
Ms. Nicholson.
From a building standpoint, the building code does have a list of items that are required for complete application. We have our own set of rules and timelines and regulations that we follow through. And I think the problem with the requirement of a review of planning for a building permit is it confuses the two issues. A building permit application is a building permit application. Again, anybody can apply for one. The issue is, without the pre-consult, the issue is if you need a planning application. So if you're not meeting the zoning bylaw requirements, this is where the whole issue is lying. So if you believe you can meet our zoning bylaw, you can apply for an application and it goes through the process per normal. That doesn't change. So this isn't for people who are going to meet the requirements of the zoning bylaw. This has nothing to do with applying for your permit. And I think this is where everything starts to get confused, is when we're intertwining building permit applications along with required planning approvals when you can't meet our bylaw. And that seems to be throwing a big wrench into this whole situation right now.
Thank you for your comments, and I completely understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
I'll leave it at that. I have concerns with this, and I think if anybody's read deep into this document, take a deep dive right into the heart of this, they'll see what I'm talking about, and compare it to what's gone on in the past 8 years here. You can find out where it's directed from, who's steering it, and where it's going. Thank you.
Mr.
Smith.
I'll put it this way. If you don't pass the pre-consult, I can guarantee you we're going to be in violation, whatever words you want to use, the Planning Act timelines immediately in January. we're not going to meet them because we're going to be asking for applications and information, supporting information to support it that is falling within the timeline we're supposed to be processing it. Okay, we're going to be subject to refunds. Okay? We need to push this stuff that we need them to do, these studies. And whether or not it takes them a year to do an EIS, because we want aquatic and avian studies, we want stormwater and all the rest of it, we need to push that outside of the timelines for the actual application review in front of you and in front of the public. That needs to be all there in a big stack, peer reviewed, ready for you to go and ready for the public to see. And we need that during pre-consult, not during the small period of time of 120 days to get all that theoretically done and for people to push us. So, that's why the pre-consult is there. The pre-application stuff was added to the act, was to allow us to do those so that people, when they get all their stack of paper ready to go, they know that that planning act process is A through to the Z for timeline and so on and so forth, because we answered all the questions that we put to them. They provided all the reports. We provided all that to you and so on and so forth in order for so you didn't have those deferrals. The pre-consult is critical for us not to have to worry about those as much about those timelines and about the refunds because we didn't process it in time. You want to see paperwork and all the rest of it being driven by the act? That's, I think, what would happen without pre-consult.
Thank you, Mr. Smith, for your comments. I appreciate it.
I just want to add one extra comment. I think that the pre-consult does not imply that you're going to need a expensive planner to assist you, because in many cases, the pre-consult will tell you exactly what you need, and it may not require many studies. It may not require all sorts of, they may say, this is a minor, this is a minor variance, and these are the couple of reports you need. I think we should also recognize that in most cases, the significant delay, or maybe the most significant delays, are getting items that you require for your application, such as a survey. A simple survey, you can wait 18 months to get that survey done. No fault of the township, no fault of the province, other than there's been more and more requirements for surveys, but it takes you a long time to get a survey. It may take you a long time to get an environmental impact study done if it's required. But I think what's extremely important is that we are recognizing and we're listing out, we're making it clearer, I believe, to our residents with these steps as to what we should be doing. Ms. Boutiette, you wanted to jump in on this?
Through your worship, it took me a long time to wrap my head around, so I kind of want to reword with what Kaylee is saying. So with an example, you want to build something, whether it's an addition or a deck. You could directly get a building permit application, fill it out, and submit it to the building department. They then use a planner. This is not a pre-consultation. They use one of our planners, whether that's JLR or in-house, to do a zoning review of the building permit application. Should it comply with our zoning, Kaylee's going to issue the permit, assuming it meets all of the building permit criteria. However, if it does not meet the zoning, then she tells the applicant, you either need a pre-consultation or you redesign what you want to build to comply within the zoning bylaw. That does not take a lot of time, but it's just a process. So at that point, the applicant has two roads to go down. They can either now go through the pre-con application, pre-consultation, where they would need to consult with JLR or our internal planners, and that's when the pre-con route starts. So it doesn't necessarily mean anytime you want to build something that it has to go through this pre-consultation process. So it took me a lot of time to wrap my head around, so I just wanted to explain it for the benefit of the public as well, that it's not that it's by default that no matter what you want to build that you need a pre-consultation.
But you do understand that the application is solely in the hands of our planning department once you've submitted it. And the timelines for you to get your approval, the clock doesn't even start until you submit everything. I don't see how that is fair to our residents or our constituents. I can't wrap my head around after this, an additional delay that we don't have now that could be indefinite.
But
It could be indefinite. It could be 7 years before you get everything that they've asked for and complied and got council's permission to move ahead. And then the clock stops. I'm just saying, we need to have some sort of, I need to have, in order for me to approve this, I need to have some sort of guidelines of once you have the documents, when are we gonna start the clock?
Well, I think, if I may, you just, once you have the documents, but we can't start the clock until you have the document.
But we're not gonna start the clock once we have the documents. That's what I'm understanding. The documents are all sent in, okay? It goes in the stack, and how many times have I heard, you're number 42 down the pile, or you're number 7 down the pile, we'll get to you.
Yeah,
Right?
but, okay.
And you've already waited all these months to get to this point.
I believe I heard two things. One is that if we have a complete set of documents in front of us, we have up to 30 days to deem them complete. And once we deem them complete, then the provincial deadlines come in.
So you have 30 days.
Is that what Ms. Cadet, can you confirm
To
that? for me?
deem them complete?
Yes, once you believe you submitted everything, we have, as a township, per province, 30 days to say, yes, application is complete.
Or no?
Or no. And if
And then
no, then we have to say, you didn't hand in your survey. Or you forgot to put in the fish habitat, say, or whatever was on that list.
And where is the arbitration point of this to say, I don't agree, I need this study?
Well, ultimately, you go to the OLT if you.
Exactly. And then we get into the dollars in the cash register.
I think what we're forgetting, I think what we're forgetting in all this is
And I'm trying to understand.
the majority of our residents actually want to comply and want to cooperate and want to get this thing, whatever their application is, in and done. I believe, and I could be wrong, but I believe that some of the people, some of the residents who have complained about how long this process takes, one aspect of their complaint, not the entire complaint, but one significant aspect is they did not understand what was required. But yeah, and the pre-consultation just makes it clearer for our residents, in my opinion. But okay, let's go on to other folks. And which the first one would be Councillor Predko. So Jen, do you want to jump in before I go to Councillor Predko? I'll let you.
Sure. Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to clarify for everybody's benefit that this is just formalizing a process. All of these powers we already have. So we're already not deeming you complete or incomplete. The difference is we don't, because our official plan has these policies and the Planning Act has these policies. So all that this is doing is giving us the bylaw we're taking a look at, as a department, at our internal systems to try to fix everything in time for January 1st, when we expect, things will get a little bit more rigorous. But we already do this. We already force pre-consultations. Right now, we provide an email instead of a nice checklist, but it's an email with a bulleted checklist. So this isn't changing anything. And with or without this bylaw, unless council chooses to amend the official plan and take away our, authority that way, we're still doing this. So I just hope that helps provide some context. This isn't anything new.
Councillor Predko.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be brief, I hope. Just looking at the bylaw and the report and the checklist, one thing that we have in the middle of the supporting documentation is the safe site visit. And at the same time, in the verbiage, we say that the site visit is mandatory, which obviously from our conversations this morning is an important aspect. But if the site visit doesn't happen at the beginning in the pre-consultation, obviously the site visit could raise concerns that would add more reports. So, how can we, make this process a little bit more transparent too? Is it just clearly from the conversation with the resident that's making the proposal? Or is there something that we can enshrine more formally to make that clear?
Ms. Cadet.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Predko. That's something we've thought a lot about. Unfortunately, we've had historic problem staffing. We would, in an ideal world, we would have a site visit for every pre-consultation. We do, however, get hundreds a year, so we just can't. But it is something we think about. So we kind of do our best right now. We use our aerial mapping, we use all our photography, but we do now, and we have for the past few months, as part of a pre-consultation, we ask for site photos. And that helps us, in lieu of a site visit for the pre-con, helps us understand the topography and what we're actually looking at, because you don't always see that just off the survey, because not every survey is topographical. So that's how we mitigate it right now. But I would love, during the budget discussions and service level, give us 10 more planners, and I would love to send them all out like little bees, and have every pre-consultation get a site visit, because it is definitely very valuable.
Is it reasonable to ask residents to bring in, before they come in for their consultation, to bring in photographs and maybe even videos of walking through the lot to see if
Yeah, so we do ask for photos as part of pre-consultation, but a video could be helpful too. And we do usually ask, if it's waterfront, we ask for a view from the water as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. That's about to. But I'm also going to ask Councilor Bocheck if he might, my attorneys might not. Ms. Reed, you want to add to the conversation?
Thank you. Yeah, I was going to mention just that we already are doing the pre-consultation process, but that was stated by Jen Gaudette. Like she said, we currently are issuing, previously it was memos, now it's essentially that memo, but just sent via email and in the text portion. And those are quite lengthy, and we are, spelling out every single policy that applies. And I think that the memos that we're currently sending can be quite overwhelming for a lot of members of the public. I know that myself, I issue pre-consultation weekly, where I identify what the issues are with the property, what studies we need based off of the official plan schedules that we have. We only request things that we believe, as mentioned by Mr. Smith, are reasonably, required, and all of that information and data is coming from the schedules that we have at both the district and the township. We identify everything that we need, and then I send out my memo, and within a couple of days, I usually get a response saying, okay, sorry, I'm confused. What do I need again? And I think just by having it in this checklist, it is much more straightforward for the applicant. The studies that we're requesting are studies that are going to be required, whether it's at the pre-con stage or once we actually have an application that we have to deem incomplete because we don't have that information that we need. The intention of this is to make it straightforward for the applicant, to actually speed up the process for them once we have everything and we have their formal application, because they've now provided all the studies and information that we need to process the application quickly, which means they go through their pre-con process, they give us their application, they give us their studies, and we're able to bring it to council much quicker than what we're currently able to bring to council. And then, as well as mentioned by Mr. Pickfield, checklists like this are standard across the province. I myself work with, I believe, about 12 municipalities. Most of them have something like this in place, and it is intended to speed up the process for applicants and just make it more clear to them what is required. And as well for internal staff as well, applications get transferred between staff all of the time, and having a document like this in place makes it much easier for us as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Graziano.
Thank you, Your Worship. And thank you for your earlier opinion in bringing balance to a new councillor's perspective. I agree with your earlier comments specifically around the value in which this checklist brings. And I agree, I think this helps to streamline a constituent's understanding of what is going to be required in order for them to have a successful permit application or planning application for that, as we've differentiated earlier. I'd be happy to support this suffice it that we apply to different components to the request. One is we apply a guarantee on when the constituent will receive a response back once the actual our environmental consultants have returned. So it doesn't sit in a pile of 67 applicants that are ahead of this person, that they get a expedited response. They receive response in a time that would not hinder their process. And part two of this request is that, given that a site visit would be required, as my fellow councillors here have identified some areas of concern, that also be identified and say within 20 days, we would have a site plan completed. And within 20 days from that site plan completed, you will receive back a response on what it is. If we are not able to execute within that time, we then start the proverbial clock from ticking. Second to that, given that there's potential costs associated with OLT motions being presented, I request that council approve any requested EISs on the very next available planning council to mitigate those costs. Because if, for all intents and purposes, Mr. Smith's department recommends, EISs that would potentially open us up to litigation, I think that council should have the oversight and agree on that. Thank you.
Ms. Cadet.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would just like to suggest that if there is a service level agreement put in place, that it maybe have the caveat that it kick in when we have a certain level of staffing. And we just would like to mention that it kicks back into the budget when you're talking about service levels. As everybody's aware, you have one planner in-house right now. So if he has to go for a site visit to a remote area, that takes him out for the full day. And sometimes we have like 8 applications per committee, right? So that's 8 days gone from working days. So just throwing that out there. We do try to provide the best customer service that we can with our limited resources.
And Ms. Godot, there was never a question in regards to that. I see this as a means in which to mitigate the loss of fees, which ultimately is what the purpose behind this is, because we stand to lose our fees if we don't act within a certain period of time, hence the mandate by our provincial government. And frankly speaking, if we are understaffed and not providing a service, that's expected of us, I think that that's a fair handoff, to the constituent. If they get their fees back because our services are extremely delayed, well, then I think that is ultimately fair. And I do want to, there's a point of clarity that I wanted to ask you. Both yourself and Ms. Reed identified that we currently already do this practice. And thank you for identifying that. So I asked then, if we are currently doing this practice and it's simply just providing a nice looking visual checkbox document, then why the need for this bylaw?
Ms. Cadet, would you like to respond?
Yes, so some history. JLR has been involved with the township for about a year now. The township's been quite underwater most of that year. We're finally out of the hole, but along the way, we identified a whole bunch of these procedural items that needed to be addressed. 2 more of them left to go on the agenda today. But that's why you're seeing them, is because they're our practice, but now we need to formalize them because they've been missing this whole time. So although we've been doing pre-consultations really since 2014, when our official plan was approved, that gave us that ability. There's never been a formal bylaw to back that up. And we can anticipate that with more scrutiny now paid to the timelines, that there may be a bit more friction introduced into the process. So we want to have our ducks in a row to say, hey, we have the authority here, 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 and here to do this. So it's really just I don't want to diminish the report and the work, but it's really just a formality.
A formality that can hinder process on applications. As I stated earlier, I'm prepared to accept this. Suffice it that we include those 2 provisions. Thank you.
And I'm going to respond to that, and I think we're getting a little out of the purpose of this particular bylaw. I mean, I think this council can readily discuss and maybe part of tomorrow's discussion under budget as to our service levels. But that is to me a separate topic from this particular bylaw, which is designed to basically state that, and it's partly because of the provincial mandate, but basically state we need to deem a application complete before the next steps clock starts ticking. And what I'm concerned is if we say to somebody, for instance, you come in with you initiate a pre-consultation and we guarantee it'll be done in 6 months, but let me allow to make up a number. And it takes them 12 months to get the survey done. Does that mean the onus is on us that their surveyor took 12 months to get the survey in? I think we have to be a little bit careful that we don't take on responsibility for things that are entirely outside our control.
May I? Sure. Thank you. And I will agree with you on that, Mayor. The point of my comments were not necessarily the length of time it takes a person to obtain their EIS reports. That, of course, is omitted from the time. It is really to ensure that once the full package has been presented to the township, of all the documents, all the EIS reports that are required from our township planning staff, that then our SLA timeline kicks in. So within X amount of days, a site visit will happen. Within X amount of days or X amount of months or whatever we feel would be balanced for both the constituent as well as ourselves to give staff the time to get out there. But we give them a time that shows that they will within this period of time receive a response, and that clock will start ticking.
Okay, Mr. Smith.
We can separate out the pre-consult side before an application is made. We are definitely looking at meeting the Planning Act timelines once a complete application is in this department. And that those numbers you saw are set by the province. You give me a complete application on Monday and I stamp it complete, then we are going to make the Planning Act timelines as often as we can. Those are the timelines from that complete application, including probably a site visit during the pre-consult stage so that we can see what's going on with all these studies. And maybe even some consult with the lake associations before we get to those very tight timelines. We want that applicant to know that when they get a complete application letter from us, that timeline has started and that we are trying to, and I shouldn't even use the word guarantee, okay, to meet the timelines as often as physically possible that the Planning Act gives us from the complete application date.
And fair enough, I can appreciate that. Your intent is to expedite this, but the question is, how long will it take from the date that you receive that completed till you stamp that actual stamp? And that's
Right.
where I want to make sure that there's a timeline that we are held to. Thank
So
you.
there's 120 days for certain applications in the Planning Act. There's 30 days for minor variances. As I mentioned, you're not going to meet any of them. You're not going to meet that one, right? You told me you had 30 days notice, which is in your official plan. So I can't meet that one legally because your official plan is different than the Planning Act. So I don't know which one's going to give, right?
But
The other ones are 120 and so on and so forth. So we're going to, we have those dates that are embedded within that we're going to meet. The minor variance one is definitely a problem at 30 days.
We have spent the last half hour talking about timelines, and what's actually in front of us is a complete application and pre-consultation bylaw. Not how long it's going to take us to get there.
No, we're certainly speaking to.
I know, I recognize that, but I'm just saying, I would like this council to get back to the topic at hand in front of us, which is the complete application pre-consultation bylaw. And with that, I see a couple of professional planners who want to comment. And Mr. Farragon, I have not seen you in front of us for a little while, so welcome back, so to speak. And for the benefit of our new counselor, Mr. Farragon is a senior a planner, partner. I'm not sure what your official title is with JLR.
It depends on the day, Mr. Mayor, and thank you very much. Just want to make sure that council can hear me okay. I've been listening into the discussion and thinking and reflecting on some of my past professional experiences working with different municipalities, and want to just sort of say that the conversation that council is having this afternoon is very typical for this stage of where you are in the process. And, you know, talking about introducing or perhaps formalizing existing business practices to ensure that we're delivering clearer, more certain, and more consistent outcomes for the individuals that use our service is very, very, very important. And in a way, it's almost impossible to separate those outcomes that you're looking for or to achieve, excuse me, as a council with the service level discussion that council is also having. So the reason that I put up my hand was just sort of twofold. There's been some discussion, and I think rightly so, about this proposed pre-consultation bylaw change and how it fits in with some of the provisions that the government has implemented through Bill 109, and that is true. But I think it's also important to remember that pre-consultation was something that was first instituted by the province of Ontario in 2005. And at that time, the province was slowly moving all communities in Ontario towards what they described at the time as front-ending the process. And one of the key intentions of those changes that were made in 2005 and the many other changes that have been made subsequent to that is what we're trying to do is create a system of planning in Ontario where residents are interacting at the local level and where we're trying to mitigate the risk of matters being appealed now to the Ontario Land Tribunal. And should the pre-consultation be approved by council today, council will be taking that step. And I think in many ways saying to the community that you also uphold a similar value, that you're looking to keep your planning conversations at a local level to the extent that you can. So I think that's a very important principle not to be lost in this conversation. And then the other reason that I put up my hand was just to sort of say, with the recent announcements that the minister, the letter that he had issued to AMO, that the graduated refund of planning application fees, as council know, will not be coming into effect on January 1st, be coming into effect on July 1st. So council does have, if council is feeling the pressure to make service level type decisions today, that you have a little bit more breathing room to have that conversation. And I would sort of recommend that that would be a good conversation to have as part of your budget process, which is normal. Lots of discussion today about the timeframes in the Planning Act. My final point to just point out to council is those are timelines for appeals of non-decisions. They are not service standards for municipalities. Many municipalities adopt those timeframes as service standards, but you have a choice based on your activity levels, your budgets, and the type of customer experience outcomes that you wish to provide for your residents to establish your own service levels. And if that's a conversation that council would like to have, we'd certainly be willing to provide council with our advice on how to create those service levels so you can create consistent and enjoyable customer service experiences for your residents, understanding that we're talking about planning. And when folks come into the planning counter, it's really important to remember that more often than not, they don't want to be there in the first place because they either have to change a rule or what they're proposing to do isn't consistent with your vision for the community. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I'll stop. And hopefully those comments are helpful to your deliberations and your discussion today.
Thank you very much. Ms. Reed, did you want to add to the conversation?
Thank you. Yes, I'm just going to comment on one item that was brought up a little bit earlier, not that long ago, about the idea of should a pre-application identify that an EIS be required, that go to council. I did just want to clarify that whenever we identify or question whether an EIS may be required, it will be sent to and has been sent to Hutchinson Environmental Sciences. They are the experts in that field, and we direct all of our environmental related comments to them. We are not the experts in that area. That is for them to comment on. If you want to bring that to council, I think that there's actually the potential that that would delay the process further. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, council, we've been discussing this at quite a bit of length. I think it's probably appropriate for me to call for the vote at this point. So I'm going to have moved by Councillor Graziano, seconded by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved that council enacts bylaw 2022-103 being the complete application pre-consultation bylaw. All those in favor? 5 in favor, 2 against. That is carried. Thank you. And because I know we're going to keep on talking, I have moved by Councillor, let's say Graziano, and seconded by Councillor Predko, recognizing the new folks. Be it resolved, the council extends past 4:30 PM, but no later than 6 PM, because I can't imagine that we'll be done in 45 minutes. Yes, but not yet, because I'm calling a vote, so you can't go anywhere until I call the vote. All those in favor? Oh, well, good, that side's in favor as well. Okay. I heard a suggestion that we take a break, so let's break now and let's have a long one now and catch our breath.
Mr. Mayor, you went on mute, so I didn't hear how long we're breaking for. Did anybody catch that?
No, I didn't get that either.
I didn't get it either.
He said a long one.
Mr.
I-
Mayor,
I
how long
haven't-
are we breaking for?
You're muted.
We're breaking until 4 o'clock.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Next on the hit parade. Bill 109, changes to site plan control authority. Who is presenting on that? Because I've miscued, I don't know how many times to date. Okay, yeah, okay, that is with regards to your site plan. So this is regards to the bylaw you gave us by paper. Ms. Cadet, is this you again? Well, on your mark, get set, go.
Yes, we'll try to make this a speedy one for everybody.
Bill 109 changes. Dash 97, not dash 97. Sorry, Ms. Cadet.
I apologize. It seems our normal working hours are till 4, and it appears that IT has scheduled a Microsoft Office update, which is affecting my ability to open my PowerPoint. Says it's updating. In the meantime, I can explain the changes that you see before you in the print materials. So that is the actual bylaw. The difference between the published version and the version you see now is that the one before you benefits from Mr. Pickfield's review, and he's clarified, I believe it was 3.3 and 5. Those sections, those are what differ from my report versus the version you see now. And he's just made sure that it aligns with what the Planning Act actually says. And I see I can now open PowerPoint. So I will share my screen.
Clarification, please, Mayor.
Yes, sir. Councilor
Just-
Cooper.
So I asked about the report that I got and printed off, but now is there another one that Mr. Pickfield did, this big long thing, or which one? It's the big
The
long one that we referred to, thought it was the first. Okay,
big long one was supplied to us earlier this morning.
yeah, okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah. And it wasn't the report that changed, just the bylaw.
Oh,
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I will share. You will see my lovely Hubble space.
Awesome space yet again.
Yeah, keeps me grounded. Okay, so you have the benefit of presentation 3 by me today. This one is another Bill 109 report, and this one is on site plan delegation. So Bill 109, which received royal assent in April of this year, requires site plan approval to be delegated to an officer, employee, or agent of the municipality. The change was actually effective July 1st of this year. Some of you may recall that discussion during the Oak Bay commercial site plan, that this change was happening around then. And the goal that the province had was to speed up the site plan control process by essentially taking it out of the public realm. This was made prior to the Bill 23 changes. So it continues now to be relevant only to the applications that Bill 23 has made applicable for site plan. The township site plan delegation bylaw currently delegates single, detached, and minor site plans to staff, while multiple res and anything higher than that, commercial, industrial, institutional, require council's approval. And as stated in the previous slide, Bill 109 requires all types of applications to be delegated to staff. The proposed bylaw amendments remove portions of the existing bylaw that are no longer legal or relevant. And as I mentioned earlier, Mr. Pickfield has made some changes just to ensure that the bylaw before you is actually legal. So those changes he can answer if there are any detailed questions, but essentially just clarifying council's role in site plan will be just for review and comment, not for approval. If there is a item of contention, then an applicant can still appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal. And that's it. Hopefully this one will go quick. Thank you for your time, everybody. Karen, if you can kill my screen. Thank you.
I'm just going to ask for a point of clarification, Mr. Pickfield, before I turn over to council. And that is section 5, where I believe you're giving the applicant the opportunity of appealing to council before they appeal to the OLT. Am I reading that correctly?
That was the original staff proposal, was that council could go, the applicant could go to council for an approval. And so I just altered that proposal so that, because the act is very clear that council doesn't get the approval. The approval goes to the council delegate, which is, in this case, is the township planner. So but I think there was an interest in keeping an opportunity for the applicant to go to council if they wished, but all council can do is to review the application and advise. They can't actually make the decision. The decision then goes back to the township planner.
Thank you for that clarification. I appreciate it. Council, opportunity to comment. Councilor Hazelton? Oh, I have to look there. Yes. It's just kind of confusing. Do I look at the screen? Do I look at each of you? But Councilor Hazelton followed by Councilor Cooper. How's that?
Thank you. I would like to ask our legal counsel, Mr. Pickfield. The township passed a bylaw. I don't know if it's a bylaw, policy, or whatever, that required all changes in a commercial site plan to be posted for public awareness, even though the public doesn't have any formal ability to comment on it. And I see in your document here that council has the ability to review, but doesn't have the ability to approve. And so if that's the way it has to be, that's the way it has to be. But what we were trying to do in the previous bylaw was to provide some public visibility into a change in a commercial activity where previously there had been no visibility in commercial activities, and commercial properties had evolved, for example, from tiny entities to mega monster entities over a period of 20 or 30 years. And the community at no point in time in that window had any ability to get notification of a proposed change or provide comment. And so the idea was, change the rules, require the staff to publish the notice of site plan change before it came to council, and then council would have that input. Presumably, that process might continue with the understanding that council doesn't have any approval process, but the discussion that might take place from public input or from council comments may be valuable to staff in the administrating of that site plan. Is that a reasonable process? Is that something that can continue?
I wasn't privy to the discussion around that actual piece that you're talking about, so I'm not sure what discussion went into that. So the concept that you're talking about is that the site plan application, or the before it's decided upon, gets circulated to the public, or the public gets some kind of notice of it, and so they can have input to it. So I have not seen that process in any of the, I'm not familiar with that process being applied in any other municipality. And the reason is because I don't know what the reasons are specifically, but I think that the general reasons are that there's a long history of the site plan approval process being something which is, and this predates all the changes to the Planning Act. This has been in place for many decades, that site plan approvals are applications that really come to the municipality, and the municipality has the obligation of addressing that. And there's not a public process for it. So if you wanted to alter that, you would have to make changes to your own bylaw that you would, try, and then that potentially is subject to challenge. I'd have to look into whether or not it would be something that could be defensible, but I'm not aware of any other municipalities who take that approach.
So for clarity purposes, the bylaw exists. It for sensitivity, where you have a commercial entity that is next door to residential or surrounded by residential entities, the idea of all of those residences having no visibility or any ability to comment on changes to that commercial entity just didn't seem reasonable.
Yeah, I get your point. Yeah. Mhm.
So there was a bylaw passed that required that notification. My hope is that this proposed bylaw doesn't trounce that ability to provide notification, because that notification had no decision-making authority of any kind. It was purely to inform the community that the applicant was going through a change, and that the township, previously council, had to review it. In this case, I'm assuming that because of this new bylaw, that staff would have to review it. And presumably, if the public had any comment on the changes that were being proposed, they could make comment to staff, and staff could either, choose to listen to or ignore that kind of input. Is that reasonable?
Well, you're saying that's already in place in the municipality, as a practice, or as a bylaw? See,
Yes.
I guess this is me not understanding that. This wouldn't change that if that was the case, because it would just change the decision maker. It wouldn't change but I wasn't aware of that. I don't know, maybe Ms. Gaudet is aware of that provision. I'm not aware of it.
Well, sometimes it's important to have old farts sitting on council that remember.
Speaking as an old fart, I agree.
All right, thank you. Councilor Cooper, please.
Thank you, and thank you, Jan and Peter, for this. Just wanting to understand, and I know I may have asked this question on some of the other documents. We're back to this nice long sheet here that I guess the bylaw itself, which we talked about. I thought we were talking about 2 hours ago, or 2 hours ago. But anyway, just briefly, I'm trying to understand if something comes forward, commercial, industrial, that would include, of course, our marinas in the township of Georgian Bay, I assume. And that, is there any way that instead of using site plan control, we can use site bylaw amendments to allow council to have a say in this, instead of using site plan, using site bylaw amendments? That's my main question, but I also concur with Councilor Hazelton that community input is pretty important in our particular case when we're trying to protect the environment. Thank you.
Ms. Gaudet, please.
Through you, your worship, to Councillor Cooper. So the site-specific zoning bylaw amendments are used when they don't meet the zoning bylaw. If they did meet the zoning bylaw, we would have no mechanism to compel them to go through the zoning process. Does that answer your question?
I think so, but when you say the zoning bylaw, the one we're talking about here.
No, so I believe if I understood your question correctly, you were asking, is there a way to make the process, if they're building a marina, for example, public, and take it to the site-specific zoning process and not leave it as a site plan application? Is that what you're asking?
That's what I was asking.
Yeah, so if they already comply with the zoning, then no, we can't force them through a zoning bylaw amendment because there's nothing for them to amend.
Okay, so thank you for that. But most of our commercial enterprises, if it was a new enterprise, the chances of it meeting all the bylaws aren't particularly great.
The advantage of the very complicated and prescriptive zoning bylaw that we have today is that chances are probably pretty slim that they could avoid a zoning bylaw amendment, but there is no mechanism to compel them to if they did.
So if they don't meet it, so if they don't meet it though, then it would come to council for a zoning bylaw amendment.
That's correct.
I'm just trying to understand. So in many cases, council would have authority and could involve the public in both giving approval, but also hearing input from the public. Is that correct?
If it required an official plan amendment or a zoning bylaw amendment, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Jarvis, please.
Yeah, at the risk of sounding a little facetious, I'm always annoyed with the provincial government these days, but in section 3.2, Janet states specifically, or maybe this is for Peter, for purposes of bylaw, council's powers and authority is authorized by section yada, 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 is hereby delegated to the township planner or the planners designate. Is there any indication of who or what would qualify as a planner's designate?
So through you, your worship, to Councillor Jarvis. That's sort of legal mumbo jumbo, but the idea, I guess, is that outside consultants could be your designate if given that authority. Typically, it would be whoever's highest ranking in the planning department.
Typically, sorry, I'm not hearing very well. Yes, typically it would be
Whoever's highest ranking in the planning department.
okay.
So say the director's out, it would go to the manager. Manager's out, goes to your senior planner, etc.
Thank you.
All right. I'm not seeing any other hands raised at the moment, so I'll try reading the motion. I have moved by Councillor Cooper, seconded by Councillor Bocek. Be it resolved, the council enacts bylaw 2022-104 to amend the site plan control bylaw to delegate authority for site plan control decision-making in alignment with changes to the Planning Act through Bill 109. Councillor Bocek.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So by passing this bylaw, there would be another bylaw to appoint a planning manager as that person, or would that be automatically delegated?
Good question. It's delegated to the township planner, so it already is named the title, township planner, or it doesn't.
It was just that in the change to the bylaw, it stated that in section 41 of the Planning Act, as amended, directs council of the municipality to appoint an officer, employee, or agent of the municipality as an authorized person with council's authority. And if we do pass this bylaw, then I think it would be pertinent that we know who we're delegating that authority to. But what I read here is the mayor and clerk are hereby authorized to sign site plan agreements, which is no change actually from what we're doing now. Right, yeah.
And the powers and authority is authorized under section 41 is delegated to the township planner or planner's designate.
Okay, so by passing that, we delegate to the planner. Thank you.
Which, by the way, is the same wording that was in there in this bylaw prior to these changes. It's only the red that has actually changed. The bylaw currently exists. We just modified the wording a little bit to recognize Bill 109. Council, do you need the motion read another time? All those in favor? And that is carried. One of the fastest items we've done today. All right. Well, we can try another one and see if we do that as quickly, then you can all go home. Well, we'll see. The next report is Information report holding H2 bylaw development services. 20 report 2022-98. To our planning department.
Thank you. I'll be speaking on behalf of this report. So I'm just going to share my screen. Can you see the slides?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. So this is an information report about the holding H2 bylaw and how we should be proceeding with that. So today we are looking for direction from council on how you want us to be implementing it, the H2 lift, and how you want us to proceed with that. We are not here to pass a bylaw. So a holding bylaw is a type of zoning bylaw which is used when the ultimate use of the land is known, but there's other matters that need to be addressed prior to development. So we saw this morning that we had a property that had a holding provision on it that had to do with entering into an agreement. You were okay with the dwelling, but there was some other things we needed worked out before they started construction. And that essentially is the intent of the holding symbol. So it's a prefix to a zone to specify future use of the lands, buildings, or structures until such time as condition for removing the H are met, and it has been removed by bylaw, at which time the underlining zone provision takes effect. Today, we're talking specifically with respect to the H2 holding symbol. So this applies to all vacant lots on islands that are not zoned natural state island or natural state conservation. So essentially any undeveloped vacant island that you have, which would be zoned shoreline residential island between shoreline residential island type 1 to type 7, it would have this holding provision on it. So in the official plan, there are provisions in place that allow the municipality to place holding symbols onto certain types of development or certain types of land. We have section I.3.2.4, which says that prior to the removal of a H symbol, the following may be required to be completed. And then there are a list of some items that the township might request prior to actually lifting the H. So for example, this could be a site evaluation report, an impact study, or a technical study. So perhaps we need an EIS, or perhaps we need a fish habitat assessment, any other requirements that need to be satisfied. So again, our example this morning, which was not an H2, but just a general holding provision, we wanted that agreement. Section I.3.2.5 says that the township may provide other conditions for removal of the holding provision within the implementing zoning bylaw on a site-specific basis. So in the zoning bylaw, there is a table 18.1, which says for H2, which again applies to all vacant patent lots on islands not zoned natural state island or natural state conservation, and that the condition for removal be a completion of a survey to confirm the lot area above the specified contour and to confirm the location of the high water mark. So any vacant property, any vacant island lot that doesn't have the NSI or NSC zoning only has to provide a survey in order to lift the hold through a bylaw. There have been some concerns from staff, as sometimes we have properties that, we believe perhaps aren't, need to justify their development potential. Again, perhaps it's a natural, there's a natural feature that we want studied or other means. Right now with the zoning bylaw, we don't have the means to request those surveys. As previously stated, the official plan gave us those permissions. However, it wasn't translated into the zoning bylaw text, which is what we are implementing. So we are here today to sort of discuss how we want to proceed at the direction of council. So option 1 is just to keep the existing H2 provisions. So there'd be no change to the current framework. We would just be requesting that survey. We want to know what the lot area is above the high water mark. Option 2 is to amend the H2 provisions to update the conditions of removal. So essentially this change is just a change of the wording in that table that was previously shown on the previous slide. And through this, it would just allow us to, in addition to requiring a survey, require appropriate studies or reasonable studies. Option 3 is to rezone all vacant island lots to the natural state island. So what this means is that we would have to be notifying all of the property owners of these vacant lots that are in the shoreline island zoning that we're going to be moving them into the NSI zone. And then if someone wanted to proceed with developing that lot, anyone who's familiar with the natural state island zone knows that you essentially can't build anything on there. You can really only have conservation uses, which means if they wanted to construct something, they would have to go through at least a rezoning process, at which point, when we have our pre-consultation, we can identify required studies, and they would have to go through that whole process. And then option 4 is implementing an interim control bylaw. So an interim control bylaw places a temporary freeze on development of a certain land while the municipality is studying or reviewing its land use policies. An interim control bylaw can only be placed for 1 year. So council would have to identify what type of land, so vacant island lots, that no development occur for 1 year while staff goes into the nitty gritty and sort of decides how we're going to be altering the policy moving forward. That bylaw can be extended for a maximum of 1 additional year. It's important to note as well that an interim control bylaw cannot be appealed during its first year. However, it can be appealed in the second year in its extension. Just to provide some further context with respect to H2 lifts in the township, since 2014, so since the zoning bylaw was adopted and came into effect in the municipality, planning staff have processed over about 600 Planning Act applications. So that's official plan amendments, consents, minor variances, zoning bylaw amendments, subdivisions, etc. 26 of those 600 applications, so 4.3%, were H2 lift requests. 5 of those required additional studies, which were completed by the applicant during the site plan approval stage. And that was prior to issuing a building permit. Given the recent changes with Bill 109, municipalities are no longer permitted to use site plan for residential development or projects involving less than 10 dwelling units. And we are often seeing these H2 lifts on vacant lots, usually just to be constructing 1 cottage dwelling. So we just wanted to note that site plan isn't a tool that we'll be able to be using much further, and therefore wouldn't be able to be requiring further studies for those types of development. So with that, I will leave it to council to discuss. I'm here to answer any questions, as well as Jen Gaudette, Jason Berrigan, and Peter Pickfield. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Council, for discussion. We have 1 hour. Let's get our comments to the point as opposed to off on various tangents if we can. And we'll start with Councillor Hazelton, followed by Councillor Cooper and Jarvis, please.
Snuck in there at the beginning again.
You've now found your electronic hand. It was missing for a while.
Go. Okay, Aaron, thanks for your report. I wanted to ask a couple of questions. You talked about the criteria. I'll just make it a simple question first. So what is the criteria for lifting a hold as you, from a planning perspective, manage that? I can't hear you.
There we go. Through your worship to Councillor Hazelton, right now, as the policy is, we can only request a survey.
Okay, so.
Excuse me, that's just for the H2 as opposed to.
That's just for the H2 lift. So right now, if somebody were to request that the H2 be lifted and they conform to all of the zoning provisions, they would be eligible to proceed with development. If we had no concerns from a planning perspective, they could get their building permit. If they give us their survey and they meet all of the zoning setbacks and lot area and lot frontage. This does present some concerns because we do have several island lots that have fish habitat type 1, right along the shoreline. But unless there's a Planning Act application triggering them to go through that application process, we no longer have the tools as site plan is being removed, where we have less than 10 units being developed. We no longer have the authority to be asking for a fish impact assessment. So that's just one example of where there is some concern where we only are requesting a survey.
So I am a wannabe planner. I am not a planner, but I read context of our OP and our zoning bylaws, And being brought to my attention, section 18.1, the holding provisions of the zoning bylaw, which states much more than what you're suggesting. It, notwithstanding any of the provisions, blah, blah, blah. It says that an H is removed in accordance with the policies of the official plan and the Planning Act. And what I find frustrating is the zoning bylaw is, as you said, but if I keep being told that we have to read the zoning bylaw in context of the official plan, and the official plan has all kinds of rich words that can be used to provide better guidance or more rich guidance. And when I read statements like, you know, the H is only removed in accordance with the policies of the official plan, I'm wondering why are we ignoring the words in the official plan and relying only on the zoning bylaw?
Thank you. So the zoning bylaw is deemed to conform with the official plan. So there are instances where the zoning bylaw was adopted and there's certain provisions that don't match with what was in the official plan. And I believe that this is one of those instances. As mentioned, you know, the official plan gives us lots of permissions to be requesting different studies, different reports that we need when lifting an H. This in the zoning bylaw specific to the H2, that provision just wasn't transferred over, and it's only asking for a survey. And, you know, the zoning bylaw is deemed to conform with the OP. So we have to go with what's in the zoning bylaw in this instance.
Okay, thank you. My next question is for our legal counsel, Mr. Pickfield. I believe I heard you say earlier today that we have a deficient or a defective zoning bylaw that doesn't properly reflect the intent of the official plan. And I'm wondering, could you elaborate on that? I've heard you say that a few times, and I'm delighted by what you said, because it highlights for me this inconsistency between the good guidance our OP provides and the weakness of the zoning bylaw. And it is a contention of many of us that this was an oversight in the creation of the zoning bylaw, and we need to fix it somehow ASAP.
Okay, well, first of all, this is maybe, I'm a wannabe planner sometimes too, Councillor Hazelton. This may be more of a planning opinion than a legal opinion. But I think what I would say from, I would say that the official plan, for example, talks about the protection, importance of protecting fish habitat, and provides a lot of policy, you call it rich policy guidance related to that. But under the H2 provision, which specifically applies to these vacant island lots that have often have fish habitat which hasn't yet been studied, or often has, and it's not just fish habitat, they also have natural heritage, other natural heritage features, because you know, it's a part of the municipality is an archipelago of islands that have environmental significance and a high environmental significance. So so what's happened is the H provision in the official plan provides a broad range of tools that could be used as conditions of hold. The H2 provision specifies one very small element, which is this survey above the water table. So all the other tools that are available to protect fish habitat, which from a policy perspective, it seems clear as a priority in the official plan, are not available in the H2 zone, even though the H2 zone in many cases involves all of those resources that the official plan says should be protected. So from that, I'm drawing, and this is basically a mixed question of planning and law, I'm drawing the conclusion that the H2 provision may be viewed as deficient in terms of implementing the intent of the official plan. So that's partly a planning opinion. But it's also, I'm a little bit indoctrinated by this because I was involved in the Moreau hearing. I was acting on behalf of the municipality, defending a decision on fish habitat, but also extending the argument to significant wildlife species. In doing that, I came to understand this deficiency in because it was an H2 provision, and that what I viewed as a gap between what council seemed to intend was important and was reflected in their official plan and what the zoning bylaw actually delivers. So I'm calling that a deficiency. That's not a legal term, but that is my judgment based on those circumstances.
I'm a wannabe lawyer too. So the one final comment I'd ask if you could volunteer. You brought to the table for the Morrow matter a very senior planner, and what I was very interested in his testimony at the OLT is that he did not diminish the value of these rich statements in the OP. In fact, he said they were extremely important to be considered in context in the big picture. And he continually highlighted, and the OLT in their decision highlighted the importance of all of these OP decisions, these OP statements. And so I guess my conclusion from all of that is, yes, we do have a defective zoning bylaw and we need to fix it ASAP. Anyways, thank you very much.
Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The OP is written, and you mentioned this already, has a half decent holding section in it. It's not bad. It's broad, and it's of course not specific to any particular property at all, which is its intent. And the deficiency, if we can use that word, was unfortunately that didn't come over whole scale into the zoning bylaw that said, oh, by the way, you have an H2, we need you to do a site survey. But oh, by the way, you may also be subject to all these other things that we had in the OP. And that may also be applicable to an H3, to an H4, to H5, and H6 on a site-specific basis, which for maybe some is bad because it goes back to the planner to have that discretion that not only does the H2 say you need a site survey, but now some planners saying, oh, we want a fish habitat, and oh, we want an EIS, and oh, we want. It's like, oh, wait a minute, here all I had was this one little thing on my H2. So there are, kind of pluses to being broad scale, and then some negatives that you see now with this H2, where there's really nothing left, what site plan kind of gone to regulate or to look at some of the issues that may exist on, at least on the islands. So
may I make a suggestion to council? Let's not talk about the deficiencies of the zoning bylaw or past decisions. Let's talk about going forward. And what I mean by that, to the best of my knowledge, the H2 was put in to answer a very specific concern expressed by numerous residents. And that was the development of undersized islands. Therefore, the H2 simply said, you require a survey to show how much of your island is above the high water mark. And that would therefore potentially prevent the development of any undersized island. It was a very specific purpose. I think what we should be discussing here is, do we want to put a hold that is more expansive on vacant lands in our township? And I think I would like us to keep the discussion positive going forward. Is do we believe that a holding provision should be added to vacant lands in our township? In this case, we're starting with just islands, and let's not talk or emphasize any deficiencies from the past. Let's talk about what we think would improve our zoning bylaw going forward.
if I may, Mr. Mayor, I guess the concept I would put on the table is that incorporating the OP as into the holding section of your bylaw as a whole adds not just to the H2, but some of the other H's at the same time. So you may be able to deal with multiple things that may come up. So we can take a look at the specific for the island, but you may be able to solve not solve, but address bigger problem by doing things a particular way that adds to your.
Well, we may want to add an H3 and H4 if those numbers haven't been taken already. I haven't looked that carefully. But, you know, or an H.
Mr. Mayor, can I make one other comment, please?
Yeah, yes, please.
Okay, sorry to interrupt, but I just wanted to make a sort of a more general point about this discussion is that whatever we decide, if council decides today they want to sort of pursue an option, it still has to go through a process, a public process, to determine what's best. And council's not going to be able to make a decision today on, you know, any specifics really. Just really, this is really to give staff direction about how they want to develop a potential zoning amendment and bring it forward for a public process. So so I don't want to get embroiled too much in. I don't recommend getting embroiled too much in the details of what the content of that zoning amendment should be, whether, you know, how it's addressing things, what the rationale for it is. That's all going to come out through the process. I think what the staff report is doing is saying, well, here are 4 options for direction that we're looking for. So we know how to do our work to bring something back through a planning process, which has yet to happen.
Yeah, no, I fully agree that, I mean, that's the last word in the motion in front of us is the word direction. The discussion now is to inform staff as to whether or not we think, let me call it, new holds should be put on certain properties in our township. And with that, I'm going to pass it over to Councillor Cooper, who's next in line.
Thank you, Mayor Kutsier, and everybody involved with putting this report together. And I just wrote down on my sheets here prior to your comments, Mayor, that there's sort of 3 pieces to this, I think. There's the interpretation that's been taken so far. There's the developing a solution, identifying where there's deficiencies. And then the third thing could be identifying out of the 4 options, 1, 2, 3, 4, or maybe 2 of them. So there's 3 ways that I'm looking at this, and I wanted to start with, and it's not to go backwards so much other than to say that we did learn from the OLT, we did learn from the OLT chair of the entire organization in his review, that we do have the language in our bylaws, not only in our official plan, but also in our bylaw under 18.1. The words are there. So I just think we could learn from that. So the direction I'm trying to offer to staff is to pay attention to 18.1, where it says things like, until the H is removed in accordance with the policies of the official plan and the Planning Act is amended. And then it goes on to say, where all applicable requirements have been met. So we had some language in there that we could have dealt with this under bylaw, the official plan. So we had 2 things, and where we failed was the survey thing, which was the H2 little chart that we had. And so I just wanted to say that we should pay attention to some of the language that we do have in our bylaw and our official plan. So that was the first thing. Then there's sort of identifying some of the areas where we need to maybe get better information. So I think we've talked about mapping. I think there was a lot of mapping done, but it sort of somehow ended up somewhere else. But a lot of work done by some of the people in this room, actually. I'm talking about counselors here, 3 of us, did some mapping, and unfortunately, due to changes in personnel, that things got off the map, so to speak. But I'm hoping that we can have some mapping done that gets into identifying. And here's the second point that I think is critical, and that is that it's all water access properties should be into this category. And that was the intent right from the get-go. When we did our island study and our water access study going back into 12, 13, all those properties were identified as requiring an H2 if they are undersized, if you couldn't get to them, things like that. So there were some very specific reasons. So we, in the language here, are talking about islands. It's not just islands, it's water access. So I'd like to have staff think about that very big issue, because we've got tons of mainland with very small lots with issues of FH1 and blah, 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 where you can't maybe put a septic system or so. Anyway, it's not just islands. And so I think we need to think about that. And I think we need to think about the chart that we've identified as the thing we're only going to follow, which has the H2 get a survey. I would suggest that's where the error is. And that's where we used that as our reason for going to one solution. I'm suggesting we had other things available to us and we didn't use them. So finally, as far as solution, if we don't deal with it today, I'd be disappointed in one aspect of it. I would suggest that we need both, and I changed the order, number 4 and number 3. So number 4 meaning an interim control bylaw, so that we don't have, there's probably around 1,000 properties that are water access properties. And if we aren't careful, we're going to be in a situation where the horse is really going to start bolting from the barn. So those are my thoughts on this. And so the final solution is, I think, an interim control bylaw and maybe a down zoning where applicable, obviously where applicable, not just down zoning everything. And I've heard that some people believe that, an ICB is a I think it was referred to as a blunt instrument. I think it's a blunt instrument if it's applied to everything. We're talking about a very targeted situation using an ICB here. It's on H2, on islands and properties of water access. That's not very blunt, it's very targeted. So I think we could use a tool like that in the interim. I realize that we've had other ICBs in our township that have been, I'll call them a failure. And it's unfortunate. One area where we had an ICB in place for 2 years, 1 year renewed, another year, and nothing was really done about it. So no wonder it was a failure. But this isn't what we're talking about here. So those are my thoughts on this particular matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilor Jarvis, please.
Yes, and Mayor, I hope you will direct me back onto the road if I start driving off it. Do we know at this time how many vacant patent lot islands we have? I think that answers my question. So that's an issue from my perspective. And that's a big one. I'm finding myself agreeing with Councillor Cooper on this. I just want to be clear. An ICB can be directed specifically to the H2 situation we have. Am I correct on that? So instead of it being sort of a nuclear option, which would be saying covering everything, we're very, very specific about where we're applying it, correct? We can do that. And with that in mind, I find myself in agreement with Councillor Cooper's ideas on how we take care of this. We go with item 3, we start working through all this, but in the meantime, to allow ourselves the breathing room and our planning staff the breathing room to get through this without having to deal with a bunch of applications for H2 hold lifts, we put in the ICB. That's my thinking. Yes.
I heard from you, Mr. Mayor, to try and stay on the road.
Or water, considering that we're talking waterfront
right?
properties.
Maybe my road might end up being 4 lanes wide or wider than Severn, but when I heard the councillor speaking, not just across the islands, but also water access lots, I think I need to ask, as you heard today, site plan control is no longer applicable to any single family lots or anything or under 10, right? So, and you already apply it, not just on water ones, but also maybe potential inland ones. I don't know. So I would guess that and I'm sorry, I have to guess that the vast majority of them, probably 90% of them, have some kind of water frontage, if not water access. Okay, we have a building permit that came in, and they are in a brand new subdivision. They are required site plan control. They have water frontage. They have a street. And at one time, we would have applied site plan control to them. You would have seen the number of whether it's studies or restrictions on the environmental side that comes along with that lot. No longer applied, right? As we just said, site plan is no longer controlled. They theoretically should just get their building permit and move on. So when you talk about the vacant, is it not just the water access, but the water frontage and the islands, in some respects, all of those of which you've lost site plan control over also, right? That is potentially part of the problem. We theoretically can't go from November 1st of this year, where you applied site plan control to pretty much anything that had water frontage or water access, to now going, we're done. There's only going to be the H2s, the islands now that we have a concern over with studies. So I think we need to take a look at where that regulation of development, because we've zoned them for development, they are SRs, okay, right? That no longer have any kind of other restrictions on them because site plan was removed as a requirement. So to me, it is a slightly bigger than just the H2s. The report in front of you is perfectly fine. The options outlined for you are bang on, but maybe the discussion about how wide it's applied, at least on the ICB side, if you were to go down that road, needs to be broadened as opposed to being, that much more specific. Now, I'm not saying all the rural and everything else, but it may be a slightly broader. And I'm not too sure that's confusing your discussion here, but I do think we need to talk about what happened after now that site plans control has gone on those lots.
Thank you.
Yikes.
Councillor Wojcik, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To our planning manager, you can stop me anytime you like here, because I'm going to try and understand where we are. And if I get off, please let me know. But currently the H2 as it is can be removed when you supply the planning department with a survey showing the high water mark. Now, the H2 does not give you, removal of the H2 does not give you any development rights whatsoever. Once that is removed, then you can apply with an application. Now we're going to hand you a checklist. You're going to say, go get all these things done. And if you meet all the requirements, you may get development rights. So.
All right, so you did step off the road.
I'm sorry?
You did step off the road.
Okay.
Asked me to stop you, right?
Okay, so there is the ability to control development after you remove the H. Just by removing the H doesn't say, okay, go build your cottage. Okay. So all of these other things that we're talking about here can be considered after we remove the H.
No, I'm going to have to just say that's not correct, because once you remove that H, then the zoning permits as of right that you can build a residence on that property, and there's no site plan control for that. So the next stage is a building permit after that. That's the way things stand right now.
That is correct.
Okay,
So let's go through. We'll go through each one.
So by removing an H, you are giving them development rights, and they don't have to meet any criteria?
No, they have to meet the zoning bylaw.
Right.
So once they've provided that survey, then, and they put in a building application, then planning will review it to make sure that they're, 5 meters or 10 meters off the inland borders, and that they're 30, 60 meters away from the waterfront, depending upon what they want to build.
Right, and that's what I was saying, and Mr. Pickfield had chimed in and said, no, that's not correct, because there's no site plan.
No, we no longer have the ability to control that development with site plan.
Correct.
And we do not have the ability to ask for any additional studies if we think they are required on that particular property.
Right.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Councillor Wojcik, I thought you were saying that you would now go through that checklist, but for zoning, but you wouldn't in that case
You
because
wouldn't if the, I'll call it the development is planned, is fully compliant with the rest of the zoning bylaw, we wouldn't have to go through pre-consultation.
But if you need a zoning change, Councillor Bocek, quite correct. If you need if you needed a zoning change, but this is the situation that you'd be concerned about is where there is no need for a zoning change. And there's no study requirements in those circumstances.
All two does in that case, in the current case, is it make sure that the building lot is large enough to meet the criteria, and it'll with that survey, then the planning department can say, okay, are you far enough away from the waterfront? Are you far enough away from the other boundaries of your property with your planned development? And if you are, you go full speed ahead, regardless of species at risk, regardless of fish habitat, regardless of any other concerns we might have on that property. That we would in the past have used site plan control to some degree address.
Your Worship, I just want to add one other thing, and that's just that I think it was Councillor Jarvis who said, do we have any idea how many vacant island lots we have? And there is something there's some information in the planning report on that. It says that the district staff was asked to look at this question and assist on that. I think this is part of the resource issue that we have to ask district staff to do this, but to understand where the H2 symbol applies. And the results of this work suggests, I'm just quoting from the report, that there are approximately 275 vacant lots on islands in the township that the H2 applies to. And the other point I wanted to just add in is that the concern was about we want to expand this to include water access only lots that are not necessarily on islands. But as I read the zoning bylaw, the H2 doesn't apply to that. The wording, that may have been the intention, but the wording didn't come through to the zoning bylaw. So the H2 only applies to vacant island lots. That doesn't mean that your review has to be restricted to that. You could expand your review to include, but then again, we'd have to figure out where those are. And
that was a planning error.
Right. And thank you for elaborating and answering Mr. Jarvis's questions and Mr. Hazelton's questions, Councilor Hazelton. But getting back to me.
Sorry.
Well, now it is. I'm satisfied.
The floor recognizes Councillor Bocek.
Thank you. I thought we did that. I thought we did that already. The H2 provision that's in place, I was on the council the day that put that H2 and passed the bylaw. And the reason for the H2 hold on these islands was to make sure that there was enough area on this island or shoal or whatever they're applying for, to make sure there was enough area to develop. And that was the reason for the H2 being put on. And I understood it to be that, and I agreed with it, and I voted in support of it. Now we're looking at changing that. I think within our planning documents and within our official plan, we have a means to control. When we remove the H, because they have supplied the documentation that's available, we have the checklist here that says, if you're going to develop, you need to meet this criteria. And if you don't, you're not going to get a building permit. So in my way of thinking, the existing bylaw that's in place right now is sufficient. And I think by changing it, we're asking our constituents to comply to something that they were, I don't know how to put this, but they're unaware of when they purchased the property. They may have purchased the property 10 years ago. There's an H2 on it, or they put an H2 on it. They said, okay, we're going to have to go get a survey and we're going to have to prove we have enough land to build. Honey, let's save for the next 10 years and we'll get enough money and we'll build a place. And then all of a sudden the rules change because the council of the day decided, oh, we're going to put in more restrictions. I don't believe that's fair. I don't believe an interim control bylaw is the answer for this. I think this, what we have in place right now deals with what we need to deal with as a township. And I'm not in favor of making any changes or having an interim control bylaw so that we can sit on our thumbs for 2 years trying to figure out if we can fix this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fredco, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What I was going to try to say was similar to what Councillor Bocek said. I'm new to all of this, and all of my background information and understanding of the issue is anecdotal. So what I don't know is, I mean, I understand there's about 600 properties or whatever that are in the H2 hold category. I'm not sure how the residents that own those properties were originally notified that their property were on hold in the first place. I would be concerned by us changing the zoning on them without giving them proper notice again, with them an opportunity to express their concerns over the ramifications of the change to the status of their property. And similarly with the controlled bylaw, I think that would put people who may potentially be unaware of the controversy around their property, that they are suddenly in a situation where they may not be able to develop on it, or really potentially sell their property in that time period until the control bylaw was removed again, which could be up to 2 years. So I haven't, landed on what I think is a great, perfect resolution, but I think I would be supportive of changing the bylaw, for amending the bylaw for changing the requirements for lifting the hold, but I would be concerned about changing the zoning to a natural state zone or the interim control bylaw.
Thank you. CEO Mariotti.
Thank you, Mayor Kutze. Staff have provided this report with 4 options. There is one option that is definitely not recommended, and there are 3 other options. And I would like for staff, if they could at least explain the pros and cons of the 3 options that are, under discussion, so that council can have a bit more of an understanding as to timeframes, costs, liabilities, challenges with each option, because ICB I know has been banded around, and how do we want to frame the ICB with the other 2 options that staff are actually recommending as an alternative as well? So if it's okay.
I would like Councilors Graziano and myself to make comments to finish the first round, and then we'll let staff respond to all of us. So I'm going to recognize Councilor Graziano, and then I'm going to recognize myself, and then we'll let staff respond. Please. Councilor Graziano.
Thank you, Mayor. Unlike my colleague to my left here, I'm not a wannabe planner. I consult with with those that I see as subject matter experts. And forgive me if perhaps I'm conflating 2 things or I'm identifying 2 similar things. Bill 23 specifically targets site plan agreements, which we are all aware of. But I also understand that we have an option through a development agreement in which we can also apply controls through. Is this not the case, or is a development agreement and a site plan agreement one and the same?
Okay, who's qualified to answer that? Please put your hand up.
I think I can.
Peter wants to go, and then I'll see after.
Yeah, so there's no hook available to the municipality now to impose a development agreement on these lots. There's no, because Under site plan control, if these lots were subject to site plan control as they were before the legislative changes, you could require the developer to enter into a site plan agreement, which is a common condition of site plan approval, and there you get an agreement. Development agreements are usually associated with other planning approvals. There are development agreements as a condition of subdivision approval, development agreements sometimes relating to zoning approvals, although there's not really a way of doing that even very clearly. And so there's no clear legal hook to require for municipality to require a development agreement in the case of these types of developments. So that's not available to us to impose. Maybe voluntarily you could get them to agree, but you couldn't impose it on a landowner.
So could we not, as a condition of the lifting of the H2, have them voluntarily enter into a development agreement? Is this?
No, because the H is a condition in itself. So what the way an H works is that it's assumed with an H that the zoning is in place, the principle of development is in place, and the H is just providing very specific mechanical conditions. Some of them relate to studies and other things, but specific conditions that must be met. And then once those are met, there's not a lot of latitude on council to refuse to remove that hold. And you can't add new conditions. So you can't add a new condition that they enter into an agreement. That would be thrown out if you ever tried to do that. You wouldn't be successful in imposing that new condition. And that's why there's only really one condition that the township can now require on these vacant lots, and that is just to do that survey and confirm the high water mark. That's all that's available.
I appreciate that, and thank you, Mr. Ickfield, for the clarity on that. The concern that I have in changing the status quo would be that in one hand, we have a bylaw that pertains to everyone else in our township. And in the other hand, we have a bylaw that only specifically targets H2 if we do change that. As it stands right now, suffice it that they pass the test, which is the high water mark and the ability to build on the island, the shoal, whatever it may be. I think personally, as of my opinion, that we should apply the bylaws consistently and fairly across, regardless of whether it's a shoal, a road access, or a inland lake island. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I have a couple of concerns. One is if we're just talking H2, we're talking about a small portion of the total properties in our township. I mean, if the number is 275, if the number is 300, doesn't matter. I believe we have over 5,000 properties, at least developed properties, and probably a significant number of undeveloped properties. So the H2 applies to a very small fraction of the properties in our township. I am concerned that the site plan control ability is basically gone. We can't use that the way we have in the past, given Bill 23. And that is a concern of mine that vacant lots are lots with minimal development. They may be vacant except for a dock or something. And I don't know if we have an actual definition of vacant lot, but lots that do not have buildings on them, the H2 in one sense, in my mind, is redundant. And the reason I say it's redundant is normally for a building permit that we require that the individual have a survey of their property, because that's the only way a planning department can review the property to see that that building they're proposing is actually meets the zoning bylaw. Without a survey, the building department can't do that. Or sorry, the planning department can't do that. And H2 basically says you got to get a survey. So it's almost redundant in that sense. But I believe because of Bill 23, we need some way of replacing site plan control with some requirement in our bylaws that anybody who wants to build or modify or renovate, whatever you want to call it, meets the criteria that we intend in our official plan and our zoning bylaw, the criteria that we apply to those who need a minor variance or a zoning bylaw at this point, because almost all those applications, one of the conditions was they enter into a site plan control agreement. But it did not cover all those whose proposed building met all our zoning bylaws at this time. So to me, I would like to see us consider some sort of way of getting what was originally covered by site plan control, covering through a zoning bylaw amendment that, you know, what if that requires putting a hold on everything, I don't know. And that's where I would like staff to come back to us on that, because I think that anybody, it's almost, if you will, that if somebody comes in and talks to our building department and says they want to build a garage, or they want to build an addition on their cottage, or they want to build a cottage where there's nothing. And the first thing the building department does is they check with planning to say, well, does this meet zoning? I think planning should almost have to go through, let me call it a pre-consult like exercise to let's say, okay, is there fish habitat? Is there this? Is there that? In order to provide an answer to building. And the answer to the building department might be, no, this property looks fine, issue the permit. Or the answer might be, we got to talk to the applicant to confirm a few more details before we can even decide, you know, maybe they need a zoning bylaw or amendment or something. I'm not a great fan of the interim control bylaw because if I can borrow from Councillor Cooper in another matter, I feel it's sometimes it's a sledgehammer going after that finishing nail. But having said that, I do think we need something that allows us to continue with the protections that we had on our development prior to Bill 23. And I think we have to consider everything, not just the H2, because the H2 was put in for a very specific purpose on very specific properties, namely vacant island properties. And frankly, that's a minority, a small minority of all the properties in our township. And so that's what I would ask if I were be allowed to give direction to our planning department is how do we bring back what we used to control through site plan control to development applications in our, shall we say, in our township, that gets that back. What Bill 23 took away, how do we get that back? Now, per CEO Mariotti's wish, planners. If it's brief, go.
Are not able to see, and of course I can't see either because of screens and that, but if we click on our microphone, the speaker view will come up in our video and we can see the person. And the people at home aren't seeing the person that's speaking because we're not opening our microphone. Madam Clerk, hence when you're speaking, this is what I see. If your mic was on, I'd be seeing you.
Yeah.
No, sorry, if I could just quickly provide clarification. What the public sees is what is on the screen right now. You cannot use you can't use the microphone on your computer because it will not connect to the system properly. So the view they see right now is what you see on the screen. That is what is being projected onto YouTube.
But they can change that.
Yeah,
No, they can't because they're not in the Zoom.
No, but if they're on Zoom and they click on
Their view.
speaker view versus
Yes.
everything, then yes, right now the township of Georgian Bay has a circle around it.
Correct.
And therefore that would be all they see. But if they click on their
No-
view
no,
options.
No, it won't work because our microphones are through the AV system and not through the computers in our Zoom.
Okay, when Mr. Hazelton speaks, I see him. Mr. Cooper speaks, I see him. Mr. Graziano spoke. He didn't turn his mic on. I could not see him. The microphone on your screen.
Okay, can I make a suggestion that we deal with this afterwards?
Sure.
There's nothing we can do about it right now.
Go ahead, please. 2 cents.
Just a point of clarification.
1 sentence.
Point of clarification, 1 sentence. It'll be a run-on sentence.
3.
So.
That's 3 sentences so far.
So basically, the bylaws that we see and everything that we see here is 2014 dash, I believe it's 75. And that was passed in October 14. My goodness, we're getting feedback here. Did you?
Turn, unmute.
Yes, can you hear me now? Yes, so I just wanted to clarify for Councilor Bochek that the bill, this was passed prior to you starting in council. So I don't know what you're referring to, but this was passed by the 2010 to 2014 council, the fall, I think September, October of 2014. So I just wanted to point that out. Well, anyway, so that was that. And the only other thing I wanted to say is that there was an island study that we still haven't referred to. It was done by a planning lawyer, a chartered accountant, and Pat Edwards. There was a bunch of people that identified a number of islands. It was about 1,000 of them in around 2010. So there is some mapping if we could ever find it. And so I think that's important. And as far as I can understand, the thing that we're seeing right now and we're using as opposed to the language in our zoning bylaws, the H2 survey issue it was an error made by our planning consultant at the time. So I think we have some language here. Thank you.
Okay, over to staff.
Thank you. I will just run briefly through each of the 4 options. So option 1 is to keep the existing H2 provision. So it's exactly as it sounds. There wouldn't be anything further from us on that end. Option 2 is to amend the H2 provisions to update the condition of removal. So how this would go is staff would go back, we work on our recommendation report, and we would prepare a bylaw. This is a zoning amendment bylaw, and it would go through the standard zoning amendment process where we would notify the public. There would be a public meeting held at planning committee, and essentially council would have the opportunity to adopt the changes. So we did provide some wording in here that we are recommending. So I'm sorry, I'm just going to skim through to find it. I believe essentially it is to, in addition to the completion of a survey to confirm adequate lot area above the specified contour to accommodate a building envelope and septic envelope, and to confirm the location of the high water mark, any additional studies required by the township and the district would be required, and they would need to be peer reviewed in accordance with section I.2.4 of the official plan. And that section of the official plan speaks to all the different technical studies that staff have the ability to request. So as I mentioned, it would just be a standard standard statutory process for rezoning. Option 3 is to rezone all vacant island lots to natural state island. So from the staff end, this would require a significant amount of administrative work, having to go through and identify all of the vacant island lots and identify which ones need to be rezoned to the NSI zone. We would then be notifying all of the property owners that we would be rezoning their properties. And then from there, once the notification has been properly sent out to all of the impacted properties, we would proceed with a standard rezoning process. Again, notifying the public. We'd have our public meeting at Planning Council, and they would be able to determine their decision that meeting. Excuse me. For both option 2 and 3, there is the option for appeal. the ability to appeal, sorry. And then lastly is the interim control bylaw. So with that one, I will pass that over to my colleague Jason to provide more information on.
Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. If Mr. Mary, okay if I proceed? You can hear me okay? Excuse me, I have a little bit of a frog in my throat. Sorry. No, that's okay. So as Aaron had mentioned with the interim control bylaw, what council will do would pass a bylaw to identify an area within the municipality that is subject to a further land use planning study. And when that bylaw is passed, essentially what it would do would freeze development permissions for a period of up to 1 year, while staff and council have the opportunity to explore that study, or excuse me, to explore the issues within that area in consultation with the community. Depending upon the outcome of that study that's undertaken within the first year period, then council would have the option to entertain and consider further bylaw improvements that may need to be made at that period of time. What I would like to do, because Mr. Mariotti asked about, I think, the degree of risk associated with each one of the options that's presented to council. And as we've outlined in our report, I think that the lift hold applications represented 4.3% of all Planning Act applications that Township Council has considered since the zoning bylaw came into effect in 2014. And while council was talking, I was confirming some numbers with Aaron through our Teams chat. Of those 26 lift hold applications that were received, approximately 5 or 6 of those required additional studies to be undertaken. So 25% of the 4.3% of all applications that have been received within the township. So when think that information is important because it reflects the nature and the extent of the issue that council is dealing with. And it also sort of speaks to, I think, the strength of the planning framework that you have in place today. Because really what the lift hold provision does is it is asking about the size of the islands and whether or not there is enough developable area. But as we know now, working with your official plan and your bylaw for 2 years, your bylaw and official plan do have a very comprehensive set of framework and development standards in place. So in those instances where a lift hold application is approved, a certain portion of those will go straight to building permit. But another percentage of those may require some other type of planning application and approval to seek a relief from a development standard. And so to get to the point I think that Councillor Bochuk was making earlier in his comments, there is an opportunity to, I think, examine some of the environmental considerations that are in play. So that is the framework that you have today. The second option then would be to update the conditions to mitigate any additional environmental risk, to ensure that the township has an additional tool that it can use to request additional studies should that be appropriate and required at the lift hold stage, especially if any further development application approvals don't need to be sort of secured for that particular island. The down zoning, as Ms. Reed has sort of described, would require a full and comprehensive public consultation process, the outcome of which could result in the downsizing or the removal of development permissions on certain islands within the township. So the individuals that own those islands would be sort of starting from scratch, if you will. The flip side to that is as applications came forward on a site-specific basis, council would have the opportunity to look at those islands holistically and to sort of proceed through the rezoning process. And the interim control bylaw I've described, and that does come with some associated legal risk as well with interim control. I'm happy to stop there, Mr. Mayor. Hopefully that came through.
Thank you very much. Before I recognize you, Councillor Graziano, I'm concerned that we have half an hour and we got to shut this down. And so when I turn it over to Councillor Graziano or anybody else, I want like 1 or 2 sentence questions, not going off on various tangents, because we got to do something with this tonight so we can go home. And 6 o'clock is our deadline. So with that, Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a point of clarity here, and I think Mr. Farragon alluding to this, and perhaps I misunderstood, or perhaps I'm correct in my understanding. What I'm understanding is that a certain percentage of H's that hypothetically are lifted would require a planning review. And if that's the case, then bylaw 2022-95, which we just passed, would allow for Hutchinson to review the property in question and request EISs, whereas a portion that fit within the bylaw and require planning review would then go and be able to be built on and have a permit issued without any further EIS requirements. Is this correct, Mr. Farragon?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct. Depending upon the site and the nature of the development proposed, that is a possibility. Either of those options are possibilities.
Okay, so there is a possibility that we still can request environmental impact studies for those that require planning involvement or intervene.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct. It depends on the nature of the application that's being proposed, Councillor, together with the type of relief that's being sought. But yes, in theory, that is a possibility.
Thank you.
All right, I'll take a point of clarification. You're recommending your report option 2, if I understand the report correctly, which is to amend the H2 provision to update condition for removal. My question is, would that amendment include possibly expanding the H2 to cover more properties than just vacant island properties?
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Smith.
you have spoken to that a few minutes ago about, and so it's Councillor Cooper, I believe, also in terms of this site plan and all the other properties. And I would strongly encourage you to investigate that concept of looking at this a little more holistically in terms of not just these islands that are part of the discussion, but those other properties that you've mentioned and other councillors have mentioned, the water access and the water frontage. I strongly encourage you to take a look at that as a whole package as opposed to just the H2 on the islands.
Question is, with recommendation number 2, could we have, is it possible that could be expanded to include more than just H2 properties? And I think Ms. Reed also wants to weigh in on this.
So the concept is, yes, the H2 is very specific. It's already on the maps. It's already applied to people's properties. The other category is a lot broader. And I have no guess as to the number of lots that it would be applied to, which is why you saw in some of the submissions earlier today, that discussion about interim control. In some respects, that was because we have no idea how broad that question is. And we are gone from October of this year, July of this year, doing site plan control, as you know, on properties to all of a sudden now, oh, we don't need it anymore. And it didn't seem to me to be your council's intent overall over the last number of years, just to let that go. So again, your comments that, can we broaden this? I would strongly suggest you take a look at that. And then you ask staff to take a look at not just the H2, but to broaden it. I'm not saying an interim control bylaw, okay? But how to broaden the concept of the H2 in terms of zoning. And it's not going to be extremely simple at the moment. And in fact, I can't tell you how much work it may be because of the number of unknown lots. So councillors, if you ask, how many is it going to, this issue going to apply to, where we now putting a new H, a brand new H on these properties or something like that? I can't tell you that at the moment. I just don't have the data. But I do strongly encourage you to take a look at that as a broader option to deal with the issues you've raised.
Mr. Farragon, I believe I saw your hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to build on Mr. Smith's answer, what I was going to also sort of suggest is if that's the direction that we receive from council, certainly we can follow up on that. It would require.
Excuse me, we're having difficulty understanding you. Maybe speak a little closer.
Can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, it's my microphone or headphone placement. What I was simply going to do is build on Mr. Smith's answer by indicating if that is the direction that is given by council this evening, that may require additional time and resources to look at the geography where the H2 applies to ensure that we can bring back good information for council, so council has a clear understanding of where that change would apply. The other option that council has at this juncture in the road as well would be to give us direction to update the H2 as recommended in the staff report that you have before you this evening, and take the question that you've raised, Mr. Mayor, and refer that to the official plan review and update process, which I understand staff is planning for next year as well. So it's kind of an incremental process, if you will.
All right. Councilor Graziano, do you want to make an additional comment?
Very, very quickly, I'd support a deferral at this point just to understand the data more without the requirement of an ICB. Thank you.
All right. Any additional comments from council? Because what we need to do at this point is give direction or lack of direction, with our choice, to staff going forward. I see Councilor Jarvis, Councilor Predko, Councilor Cooper at this point.
Yeah, there are some comments made by a couple of councils about change, and what we're talking about is possibly making some changes, the designation on certain properties. And I think it's important to understand that change happens when we become more aware of environmental issues and stuff like that. And the provincial government has recently illustrated how quickly change can be made that changes the rules of the game entirely for us. So I think we've got to understand that change is a possibility here, and it may be absolutely necessary. Whether we do it with an ICB or not, I don't know, but change may be absolutely necessary.
Councilor Predko.
If we are asking for a deferral on this matter, what I would ask the staff report to do is to kind of break down the options into a scope. Let us know how much, work it is and how long the duration would be to implement that option, and whether it's a high risk to the township in the short term by doing it, and if it's a risk to not do it. I think we need a little bit more parameters around what the impact to the decision is.
Thank you. Councilor Cooper.
Thank you very much. And I just would like to say that I know that it's been referenced that we have had very few applications recently to lift an H2 pole, that we, as I understand, have 5 in the hopper right now. So the horse could bolt from the barn. But the other thing I'm going to send to everybody that I think may be very helpful in this analysis is I just got some numbers in from the District of Muskoka, a complete breakdown of every type of dwelling, be it waterfront, water access, non-water front, et cetera, et cetera. Got all those numbers now. And we can even extrapolate from that. If you take this away from that, you'll know how many or whatever. So it's some pretty good information that came in from the GeoHub and Graham Good. So it's good information. Thank you.
All right. The hesitation I have with simply deferring this is I'd rather give staff some direction to start the work. Though we could certainly fine tune it in the next month or two as we go forward, because this is not going to be an overnight exercise. But and I do recognize that the Christmas holidays are in front of us. So what they're not obviously going to accomplish a lot between now and January, but I think staff has heard quite a bit from us as to our concerns and our intentions. So I guess my question to staff is, what do you need from us now in terms of direction? Because you know where we want to go. We want to somehow retain, if you allow me, retain some of the control we had through site plan control in the past that we're now losing. And we want some way to make sure that those with vacant lots do the appropriate studies to make sure that their development will cause minimal harm to the environment. CEO Mariotti.
Yeah, if I may, I think this Bill 23 has really turned everything on its head. So this report was obviously prior to the shock to the system, and quite rightly, Mr. Smith is saying we need to broaden the scope here, not just on H2, but on all our lots. So my recommendation would be for staff to come back with a broader analysis on all our lots, and come back with some kind of costing and some timeframe. Because the scope is that much bigger now.
I want to make it very clear, at least personally, my intention isn't to take away, we'll call it, the rights that current owners have. It isn't to make things a lot more severe. That's not my intention. My intention is to keep them more or less where we are now, in that I would like all residents and with all properties to satisfy us to a reasonable degree that what their proposed development is not that harmful environmentally. I mean, any development is, but minimal, and we did a lot of that through site plan control. And that power has been taken away from us, or will be, and I think we have to address that one way or another. So do you need a resolution? I mean, I think the direction is reasonably clear from council, but if you need a resolution, let us know, and we'll craft them. Councilor Bocha. Speaker, microphone, please.
Just wondering if there's any use in the chair asking council, we've been given 4 options here, and I don't know if you would want to do this, but to just go through council and see what options they prefer. And if we find out there's a tendency or a propensity for one of these to stand out, then maybe we're moving in that direction today, and it's
okay. What I will do with that, I'm not going to take votes on this, allow each councillor to, based on the 4 options, I'll call it, or add a comment or two, but I like to do it quite quickly because we're running out of time. And we'll start with you, Councillor Bocha, with your idea.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Option number 1, keep the existing H2 provisions. Thank you.
That was simple. Councillor Fedko.
My preference is option 2.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
My option is 3 and 4.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you. My options would be in order, because I think you asked for that. I'm going to give you them all, but in order: 4, 3, 2, and not 1.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton.
You said we could say something in addition to telling you
Yeah, a couple of comments.
Okay. So one of the things that I keep hearing from other councillors is that they want to represent their community. And one of the things that I think is important here is that if I have a community and there's 100 people in a bay, and there are 2 people in the bay who have an H1, and they somehow fall into a new state where there are no conditions on their property from an environmental standpoint, and all their neighbors are running around going, why the hell do they have this unique ability to have no responsibility environmentally when we have all been held responsible on our properties? And so I think one of the things that I find important for us to understand is there may not be a large number of these things, but when I go out and talk to people in my community, if I talk to 90 people or 95 people in my community and they say, well, why are those 5 people getting special treatment? That's a big issue for me. And I think that's what the current state is. Number 1 is the current state, and that's what that risk is. So from my standpoint, I go 4-3-2.
Thank you. Councilor Graziano.
Option number, do we have a deferral option?
Yeah.
Was that ever an option?
You can make that comment.
So option number 1 for me would be to proceed with what staff has recommended, which is to look at this in a broader scope, thereby deferring until they come back with a more detailed action plan. Option number 2 would be then number 1.
And personally, my option would be what I call an expanded number 2. Option number 2, but covering more than just H2 properties. Now you get a sense of council. We're not all singing from the same song sheet, but I think what is similar is that we do want environmental protection in our township, and we want to be fair to our residents. Okay. Staff, do you require anything further? Okay, then I'm going to Predco, seconded by Councillor Jarvis, that we refer this project back to staff. All those in favor? Okay, now our clerk is happy, and that's important to keep our clerk happy. Now, you probably have some other bylaws you want me to cover. Moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Graziano. Be it resolved, the Planning Council adopt bylaw 2022-105 to confirm the proceedings in December 13th, 2022 council meeting. All those in favor? And that is carried. And, sorry? No, we're not doing cow today. I'm hoping that tomorrow that Ms. Boutiette will get us through that budget within an hour or so. Though, of course, they'll have it, you know, and we'll tell all our, 15 presenters or something that they got 14, that they have a minute each. Do you think that'll work? Okay, no, it won't. We know that. But having said all that, cow we will do at the end of our budget meeting tomorrow if we can, and I'm very hopeful we can. And before I shut this meeting down, I just want to say to council, I think even though our newcomers have gone through 2 tough days and they still got tomorrow to go, I think some of the discussion we had today is extremely important for the future of this township, and that it was sometimes difficult, but I also think it's extremely important in this. Those are the kind of discussions that I believe our residents want us to have, and how we can keep this, how we can continue to improve the, I'll call it, planning regime of this township for the benefit of everyone. Okay. Well, Mr. Here, moved by Councillor Cooper, seconded by Councillor Bocek. I'm going to our district councillors here. Be it resolved, the Planning Council does now adjourn at 5:41 p.m. until January 10th, 2023 at 9 a.m. or at the call of the chair. All those in favor? And we are now adjourned. Thank you.